Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Residents of the city were crossing the road, Seoul, South Korea, 20XX. Legs walked along the crosswalk. It was an ordinary day, no different from others. Girls were sitting at cafe tables. People thought that peace would last forever. A dark purple lightning appeared in the sky. This thought was shattered with a crash because of the dungeon. People looked at the rift that appeared in the sky. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in fear, asking what was it. It appeared out of nowhere. 3 green monsters crawled out of the glow. Residents panicked and ran. Countless monsters poured onto people, plunging humanity into horror. The girl stumbled and fell. She fearfully put out her palm, looking at the monster. The orc raised his axe over her. Traces of quick jumps remained. The man cut the monster with a sword. Hope came with despair. The girl looked ahead in surprise. It turned out to be hunters. Many hunters were fighting monsters. A man stood next to the orc's body. In his palm was a precious stone. The resources that appeared after killing monsters enriched humanity. Above the group of warriors was a figure made of flames. This is how the world of hunters was formed. A man sat on a chair in the registration office of the Hunter Association. The girl carefully looked at the documents, saying that it was the first time she saw a representative of the working class. Sitting in front of the monitor, she clarified, "His name is Gehenna. Did he not get any skill or trait?" A slight smile appeared on the guy's lips. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and confirmed that nothing at all. Clouds floated in the sky above the buildings of the city. The signboard depicted a potion. "This is Seoul, Sector 7, a hunter shop." The guy and the girl entered the room. Gehenna, the owner of the hunter shop, stood behind the counter with a smile and greeted them. The girl pointed her finger while the guy said that they came to buy some potions. The customer leaned on the counter with a smile and asked if he was the guy who got the working class and heard the confirmation. The guy who came up to her told her to shut up with a displeased expression when he heard her ask if he really didn't have any skills. How did he hunt then? There were vials of potions in the basket. The customer apologized, saying that she didn't understand what she could and couldn't say. Gehenna assured her that everything was fine. He scanned the potions with a smile, saying that the girl was not mistaken. He really didn't have any hunting skills, so he didn't hunt but just collected resources. The girl looked at him, saying that's how it is. Holding the vial, the guy asked why she was asking about it. Let her not waste their time. She asked what was wrong with curiosity. Tanks drove by on the road. Looking out the window, the customer said that it looked like a third-tier dungeon had opened somewhere. Even armored vehicles were involved. The guy added that he had also seen an ambulance. He also wanted to visit such a place. Waving her hand, the interlocutor told them to wake up. They were not strong enough for this. The guy replied that he did not like the way she was talking to him. Looking ahead, Gehenna mentally repeated, "A third-tier dungeon." Standing on the porch, he bowed, saying goodbye to the customers. Leaning on the railing, the hero said that such a dungeon would have a lot of resources, but they would not invite him there. An information window appeared in front of the guy. He thought that he had awakened 5 years ago and received a unique working class. Looking at his characteristics, Gehenna thought that he had not received skills or traits, so he could not even dream of going with other hunters to kill monsters in the dungeon. Imagining the guy running up to the chest, the hero thought that was why he decided to walk behind. After the party or guild cleared the dungeon, he would come and take what was left and then sell it. The hand was holding a book. Gehenna said that no one would recognize his type of work. Opening the book with a smile, he thought that this was enough to support his hobby of reading old books. The guy was holding an open book. He was sitting at his desk and reading. Then he yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Resting his head on his hand, Gehenna asked if it was because the book was difficult. His eyes began to close. He said that he was sleepy today. The hero fell asleep, falling onto the table. Bright swirls appeared from the open book. Green rays emanated from a picture of a tree. A leaf fell on the hero's nose. Gehenna woke up and looked around in fear. Looking up in surprise, he asked where he was. The hero was standing in the middle of a dense forest. He pinched his cheek and exclaimed that this was definitely not a dream, an illusion. Maybe he would learn something if he opened the system window. A window of information about Gehenna appeared in front of him. Class worker, health 80, vitality 70, endurance 7, strength 8, agility 8, talent 9, elemental resistance 80, poison 80. The guy said that he did not see anything unusual. Thoughtfully looking into the distance, the hero thought that this forest seemed strange. He stood among the trees, saying that he did not hear animals, and almost did not see anything because of the thick fog. There were low plants ahead. Gehenna thought that he could only see some branches with buds. They looked like a storm had passed through them. Leaning over, the hero said that he saw something like this for the first time. Information appeared in front of the bud that these were ether herbs level 1. For 10 seconds the ether consumption for using skills drops to 0. Looking at the plants, Gehenna repeated, "Ether herbs, do they really have such properties?" Looking at the bud in surprise, the guy said that it was amazing. You can use skills without spending ether for 10 seconds. He imagined a person surrounded by a blue vortex. Ether is vital for hunters to use skills. It is like fuel, and spending ether will affect the strength of skills. Smiling, looking at the plant, the guy said that it was incredible. If only it were possible to take some liquid from these plants. What a pity that he did not take a bottle with him. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked at the branch, thinking that the petals on the barely alive stem looked so unnatural. They would die if he left them. Gehenna smiled and decided that he would help them a little. He poured water from his palms onto the plants. Wiping his forehead, the guy said that it was good that there was water nearby. He hoped that this would be enough to prevent them from withering. A system window appeared with the name Plant Friendliness. The next skill to appear was Blessing XXX Level 1. Gehenna touched the window in surprise, saying that he got the skill and trait just by planting a branch. Nothing like this has happened in 5 years. Glowing roots were spreading downwards from the branch. The glow surrounded the hero, who said that this was impossible. The old tree was disappearing. He stood by the glowing trunk in surprise. And then his mouth opened in surprise, finding himself at his work desk. Looking around the store in surprise, Gehenna said that he was back. He rubbed his eye with his finger, saying that it must have been a dream. Everything seemed so unrealistic. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. The guy looked at his dirty palms and said that his hands were dirty. Did that mean it wasn't a dream? The glowing rays circled around the picture of the tree. Looking at his palms, the guy said that his hands were dirty, and suggested that perhaps he was sleepwalking. Looking down carefully, Gehenna thought that no, there was no place with land near him, and the door was locked. Remembering the trees, the guy wondered if he could get into that forest again if he fell asleep. With a determined smile, clenching his fist, the hero decided that he should try. A bright flash appeared among the trees. Gehenna turned around, saying that as he thought, he was here again. Looking at the trees, the guy said that it seemed like they had become wider and the fog had cleared up a little. Crouching next to a plant, he thoughtfully said that he had never heard of a dungeon that you can get into if you fall asleep. The look behind his glasses became surprised. A level 1 golden sun apple was hanging on a branch. When adding a health potion, it increases recovery by 20% and increases duration by 80%. Reaching out his fingers for the apple, Gehenna said that they were hard to find even in high-ranking dungeons, and asked if the healing efficiency would increase by 20%. He imagined warriors holding flasks of golden potions, and thought that recovery potions were used most often, but there were few of them, and they restored about 10% of maximum health. And here, in addition to the extra 20, the speed of action was also increased. The guy turned around, seeing another apple. He was standing among trees with many fruits, and said that there were a lot of them here. Imagining the plants from the strange dungeon, the hero thought that if he could take these apples and ether herbs with him, he would be able to create potions with stunning effects. He hoped that taking 1 or 2 would not be scary, and asked if he could put them in his clothes. Suddenly, some cloth fell on Gehenna's face, and he asked what it was. In his hand, the guy was holding an interdimensional bag. Taking 2 bottles out of it, the guy asked if he would help him carry things from here to his store, and noted that there were even a couple of bottles here. The hero's eyebrows arched. He said that he was just thinking about how he could take them with him, when a bag suddenly fell from the sky. It was not only shocking but also scary. There was a noise behind the glass doors of the store. It was the next day at the famous special chain of hunting stores, Hunting Grounds. A man knocked on the counter asking if there was no more paralysis resistance potion. The salesman apologized, saying they were out, and asked if he could wait for an hour. The girl turned around displeased, saying she was going crazy, and told him to quickly contact the other outlets as they had to be in the dungeon in half an hour. The guy said they had nothing in the pot either, and he would try calling another store. The guy froze, seeing something behind him, and said that the woman was the sword witch Hayin. A brunette with a red cloak moved forward and asked if he could call the manager. The people looked at the girl, discussing that it was their first time seeing her in person, and that all of her equipment was rare grade from a rank 4 dungeon. Someone said that she was the 12th ranked hunter. No wonder she had them. The girl looked forward as she heard her name being called. The manager bowed excitedly, saying that he didn't know she would come to them in person. Hayin said that she came because he didn't answer her calls, and asked if the potion they talked about yesterday was not here yet. Looking down in disappointment, the girl heard him apologize. They had a lot of orders, so her potion was still being prepared, and if she waited for a while. But the girl replied that she couldn't wait, she had to be at the dungeon in 30 minutes. In her hand was a phone with a map open. She thought she would see what other shops there were. The guy was holding a flask with a golden liquid in his hand. Gehenna looked at the potion carefully, saying that purified water, mermaid tears, ether herbal liquid. It seems he has not forgotten anything. He dropped it into the spiral tube, saying that if he adds the concentrate of the sun apple and stirs. Among the glow, notifications appeared that thanks to the blessing, the verdict of great success was applied. He received a new skill, Alchemy, level 1. The next notification said that thanks to a special potion, the ether consumption for all skills is reduced to 0 for 14 seconds, restores 14% of maximum health in 15 seconds. The hero was surprised to see the notification, exclaiming that even those who call themselves alchemists do not have such a skill, and here are such properties. He stirred the potion in the bottle, saying what kind of blessing was it that made the elixir so good. The guy looked at the bottle thoughtfully and asked if it was okay to sell it. He didn't know how much he should ask for it, and the actions didn't sound very credible. Who would believe him if he said that skills wouldn't consume ether for 14 seconds? A girl entered the store just as Gehenna said that he wouldn't sell it for now and should try it himself. With a sweet smile, the hero greeted the girl and asked how he could help her. Hayin approached resolutely and exclaimed if he had any potions. There was little time. She noticed the bottle standing below and asked if it was a healing potion. Gehenna looked at the golden potion and hesitantly answered that it was. The guy's eyebrows arched when he heard the question about its effect. He tried to answer that it wasn't for sale yet. The girl grabbed the bottle, saying that she was in a hurry and if it was okay, she would take it. Leaving a few bills on the counter, she walked away, saying that this should be enough, and if she didn't give him enough, he should contact her guild. Gehenna looked after her in surprise, saying that she had disappeared in an instant, and thought that everything should be fine, right? Birds were flying in the clear sky. Blades appeared from a blue magic seal, striking monsters. Hayin's hair and cloak fluttered. She ran forward, leaving the defeated monsters behind. The guy with the backpack put his hand to his eyes and said that the 12th in rank was actually different, but there would be no work left for them. The comrade said that of course it was good, but he didn't think it was wrong, they should also become better. Cutting the carcass of the defeated monster, the guy said that it was better not to bother the sword witch and just collect resources. Looking at the blue crystal, he said that he should understand her. In the past Hayin would have asked them to catch them together. But after that incident, she began to do everything alone. The comrade clarified what incident. Something he turned around and said that he probably does not know, since he is a newbie. Suddenly Hayin excitedly waved her hand and shouted for them to run. The guy asked what happened. His mouth opened in horror. He saw a huge monster with a tail like a scorpion and exclaimed that it was a pursuer. The information said that it was a monster of the disgust level, the size of an armored vehicle and very dangerous, since it possessed a strong poison. The trembling with fear guy asked why a monster of such a level appeared here. Surrounded by a blue glow, Hayin jumped forward and repeated that she told him to run. Her foot kicked off the ground. There were magical seals around the attacking girl. She attacked with a sword, leaving a bright blue trail. The eyes of the enraged monster were burning. He was breaking trees. The girl in front of him was trembling and thought that he was too strong, even her ether was almost gone. The boys were running away, while Hayin thought that she could only buy time for the others. Looking down, she thought that if Sunghyuk were here in this situation. She imagined the brunette with a sword. Then she decisively threw the cap off the potion and thought that no, he was no longer here. Looking at the potion, Hayin thought that now she could only believe in herself and this potion. She closed her eyes and drank it. She opened her eyes in surprise when the flask was empty. It was as if a bright beam was circling around the girl. She thought that it was delicious, like a cocktail, and she felt like the ether was overflowing her. Her eyes lit up with determination. Hayin thought that she could fight with him further. Jumping high, she approached the monster. Its body was crossed by many bright rays. The pursuer was cut in half. Hayin turned away from the body that fell to the ground and said that this couldn't be. She looked at her blade in surprise, thinking that not only did she recover her health, but she also didn't spend any ether at all. With such a buff, she can use the rampage of the ruling sword for 10 seconds, although it usually lasts only for 3. Looking at the empty container, she thought that it was all thanks to the potion. Imagining the smiling salesman, she wondered what kind of store this was. A ray of sunlight illuminated the building. The door with a bell opened. Gehenna was surprised to see a brunette enter. Looking at him sternly, Hayin called out, and the guy thought that this customer was always angry. Grimly approaching the hero, she asked what kind of potion he sold her. The huntress turned around. Hearing how the guys behind her recognized her, someone heard that she dealt with the pursuer alone. Embarrassedly clearing her throat, Hayin apologized for her rudeness. The hero replied that everything was fine, and asked if there was something wrong with his potion. The guy raised a finger with a smile when he heard that she had never seen a potion that would restore 14% of health and remove the cost of ether for skills. The hero replied that he had heard the news too. He imagined many beams from the girl's attacks, and said that she was able to destroy a monster of the disgust rank. Leaning her hands on the table, Hayin exclaimed that there was no merit in it, and all thanks to his potions, and also asked where he got them, or made them himself. The guy was holding a golden apple. He said that he used this ingredient. The girl was surprised. With a sweet smile, Gehenna said that it was a sun apple. He was lucky to find it in a rank 0 dungeon. She exclaimed how was that possible. Thoughtfully touching her chin, the girl asked if they met often, and the hero thought that if he told her about the forest, it could end badly, so he would come up with some excuse. He looked at the brunette who turned away, saying that he was glad that the potion helped her. Hayin pointed her finger at the bottle with the blue potion and asked what it was, to which the guy replied that it was a cold resistance potion. Taking one of the containers, the heroine asked what its properties were. She opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that he thought it gave 32% cold resistance for 40 minutes. The blue potion was in a round bottle. She thought that the top grade elixir gave 10% resistance, and only 15 minutes, and wondered why his potion was so powerful. Gehenna smiled awkwardly when he heard the question of where he found it. He remembered walking through the forest with a basket. He put blue winter strawberries in the basket, which gave 20% cold resistance for 30 minutes. Then he poured the liquid into the spiral tube. His alchemy level increased. Hayin turned around in confusion when she heard that he found them in a rank 0 dungeon, and thought that he was incapable of lying. Turning her head, she said that it was inconvenient for him, so she would not ask anymore. However, she wanted to buy all of them that were there. She put a wad of money in an envelope on the table and said that she would pay in cash. No receipt was needed. As she left, the huntress waved her hand when she heard that she had given him much more than he needed, just like last time, and replied that no, it wasn't even enough for such potions. The surprised boy replied that his name was Gehenna when he heard the question of his name. A smile appeared on the girl's lips, and she said that it was a good name. Turning around, she added with a sweet look that they would see each other next time. Among the green trees, words were heard that it was ready. Various ingredients were lying on the cloth. The hero said that it seemed that there were enough fusion stones and fire stones. The winter strawberries needed to be replenished since Hayin took everything that was there. Gehenna sat with his arms crossed and said that he didn't know that there were such stones here, and that it was too many resources for a place without monsters. Looking at the clear sky, the boy asked where this place was even located. Something moved in the grass. Looking at it in surprise, the brown-haired man asked what it was. He walked in that direction with interest, thinking that he had not misheard. It should be here. The guy in glasses looked ahead in surprise. In front of him was a small brown insect, a pterodon, a small mythical monster that looks like a beetle with large claws. Looking at it in surprise, the guy said that it was a pterodon. He was sure that they were of mythical rank. He looked at the insects from behind a glowing net, and said that they were somehow small. Touching the barrier with his hand, the hero noted that he could not pass through this wall, and wondered where they were in such a hurry. Ahead, angry black ants appeared. The information said that these were devil ants, dangerous monsters. They were the size of a truck. If you kill one of them, it will attract 10 more individuals, which complicates their destruction. Looking at the insect fight in surprise, Gehenna thought that these were devil ants, and they were fighting each other. Watching them through the barrier, the hero remembered that he had already read books about them. The black ants were advancing on the pterodons. The hero thought that they were dangerous monsters, but because of their poison, they were much more dangerous than the monsters of the discussed rank. An information window appeared in front of the guy. He thought that something was wrong here. It said that they were quite large, and the size of the pterodons was strange. The black insect knocked the beetle to the ground. It grabbed the other beetle with its pincers. The two insects trembled with fear. Gehenna said that the pterodons were losing, but wondered what they were fighting for. Looking down intently, the guy said that at this rate they would have no chance of winning, and asked if he could somehow help them. An information window appeared in front of the surprised hero that a war had begun between the devil ants and him with his teledrons, and asked if he wanted to help his legion. The guy mentally asked if he could intervene. Looking at the screen in surprise, he said that it said here that the pterodons were his. His finger touched the yes button when the hero decided to support them. The system reported that his legion was approaching defeat. He could hang a buff on the area using essence. The next one explained the options: increase HP by 30% for 1 hour, increase poison resistance by 30% for 1 hour, increase physical resistance by 30% for 1 hour, or bless a worker for 2 essences. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Gehenna thought that he could not help them directly, but he could use this. In his palm lay 2 small crystals. The hero said that he really had something resembling essence. Bright rays flew forward from the crystals. When the hero said that he even had 2 of them, and the 4th option seemed to be the best, he chose the worker's blessing. One of the beetles looked forward resolutely. He spread his wings. With a powerful blow, he threw back many ants. A bright glow hovered around the beetles. Gehenna happily exclaimed that this was amazing. They defeated everyone. The pterodons happily raised their paws. The guy thought he could not believe his eyes. This was crazy. Looking at the beetles, he thanked them for protecting the forest. Suddenly, something surprised him. The small beetles brought a whole bunch of crystals. Gehenna said that these were many essence stones, and asked if they wanted to give them to him. He smiled. The insect heard in surprise. There were many crystals floating around the hero, like the ones he was holding in his hands. The system reported that 5 essences had been obtained. 5 essence stones had been obtained. The guy said that they had risked their lives, so this would be enough for him. The glowing barrier became paler. The guy looked ahead in surprise and said that the wall had disappeared. He looked at the forest, saying that the fog had cleared. The hero had crystals in his hands. He said that he was going to stay a little longer today. With a slight smile, looking into the distance, he said that it looked like he wouldn't be back soon. On the screen was an image of a website. After the appearance of Dungeons and Hunters, a community for hunters was founded, which was called HunterNet. Many beams crossed the body of the monster. Now everyone in it was talking about the 12th rank Hayin. A red-haired girl was sitting in front of the monitor. The commentator wrote that it was obvious that Hayin killed the stalker solo. The interlocutor said that it was also obvious that she could not have dealt with him alone. Her fingers were on the keyboard. The interlocutor with number 92 said that it was impossible to collect data on the number of people who entered the dungeon, and it was hard to imagine Hayin hunting with someone. The girl wrote that this was true. She became a solo player since Sung-hyuk disappeared. The girl was sitting in front of the glowing monitor. The commentator wrote that she sincerely hoped that Hayin would forget about him. The next one wrote that she couldn't miss him forever. Pressing the keys of the keyboard, the girl said to just look at him. He was only saying this because it didn't happen to him. She wrote that her other half disappeared into the dungeon, and she could miss him as much as she wanted. The red-haired girl frowned in displeasure. The commentator wrote that 3 years had already passed. Introducing the guy, he wrote that she had been walking through the dungeons looking for him for 3 years. The girl tried to object. The interlocutor wrote that they should not talk about the missing person unless she herself was Hayin. Staring at the screen with displeasure, the girl sent him to hell. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. The man turned on the light in the room and asked if she was a zombie and would not ruin her eyes. It was Julian from the Eternal Flame Guild, the best alchemist. Stretching her arms up, the girl stretched and said that she had better concentration in the dark, and asked if he found out about what she told him. Adjusting his glasses, Julian replied that he personally went to the hero in the store and said that he was the lowest rank without traits, Gehenna, and as expected, he did not feel anything special from him. The girl looked forward thoughtfully, saying that it means that he has nothing to do with the fact that Hayin became stronger. Raising his fist to his face, the man said that he was selling something important. Looking at the girl, he asked if she knew what a sun apple was. Introducing the fruit, the girl asked again and heard the alchemist say that this fruit greatly reduces the loss of ether, and until that moment, he had never seen one in real life. The red-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that he created a potion from it, and sold it for a very low price. She replied that if the apple is real, the price cannot be low. Pulling back his chair, Julian said that it could be assumed that either he didn't know how precious the sun apple was. The bespectacled man shifted his gaze when he heard that if that wasn't the case. The red-haired woman smiled slyly, saying that he was simply not a greedy person. Getting up from the table, she said that she needed some fresh air, and she would see him herself. The man asked if he should prepare the car. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that she wasn't the CEO, that was too much, and tried to object, saying that she was in a similar situation. The head of the Eternal Flame Guild, Hayin, looked ahead. Gehenna was sitting in the forest in front of a fire. Warming his hands by the fire, he said that it was cold in the depths of the forest. It was good that he brought a lighter with him. Remembering the glowing barrier, he thought that the wall and fog had disappeared. Holding the bag on his shoulder, the boy reasoned that he had looked around the area, but everything was pretty much the same. He looked to the side, thinking that of course they had fully explored the area. There was a blue dark haze next to the boy. Looking at the curls, he thought that this place seemed too dangerous. He could feel it. Gehenna got up from the log and said that he didn't want to be in danger, so he would go back. He turned around, seeing several beetles. They were holding blue buds in their paws. The boy asked if they were the same pterodons. They held out a bud, and the information said that these were the seeds of a flower that chases fog. Gehenna asked if it was probably him who dispelled the fog. This is for him. Looking at the worried beetle, he said that they had a new one. It was a little bigger and a little different from the others, and asked if he was their leader. Looking at the dark haze behind him, the boy excitedly asked if they came from that ominous place. The hero was surprised when a system window appeared in front of him. It contained information that those pterodons were asking to save their queen. One of the beetles was standing next to the seeds. Gehenna thought that perhaps they had the same social order as ants or bees, then these seeds were needed to ask him. Smiling a little, the hero agreed, saying that they protected the forest, so he would do his best. He was a little scared, but he would help them. He patted the happy pterodon on the head, saying that now he needed to make preparations, so they would settle everything tomorrow. The next day, the boy held a container with a recovery potion. Then a container with a green poison resistance potion. He poured green balls of combat food into a plate. The beetles drank the prepared potions. The guy thought that the basic preparations were complete. If you had the terrain buff like last time, then it should be easy to deal with the devil ants. Gehenna pointed his finger forward decisively, exclaiming that they were going to save the queen now. In the forest, he noticed something ahead and said that, as he thought, he had a bad feeling because of it. The high hills emitted a gloomy aura. This was the devil anthill. Opening his mouth, the guy with glasses said that it meant they lived here. Standing in front of the ants, he noticed that they were at least 3 m tall. The pterodons and devil ants stood opposite each other. The insects with red eyes rushed forward. The beetles, stretching out their legs, moved towards each other. The war between the pterodons and devil ants began. The insects were fighting each other fiercely. Gehenna said with his mouth open in surprise that the pterodons were doing even better than last time. One of the bugs closed his eyes. The guy said that they were still in danger. He could help his squad once. It cost 3 essence to nail the ants with wings to the ground. The guy looked at the system window in surprise and said that he could help this time, but wondered how. His eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the system window, he repeated, nail. With an awkward smile, he asked if he could only do this once, and what should he do about it. Suddenly, he noticed one of the ants in the anthill. There were light wings on the back of the furious ant, and the guy noticed them. The information said that it was a messenger. A message window appeared in front of the hero, saying that the army of devil ants was trying to send a message. The enemy was trying to summon the main army. Looking at his palm, Gehenna thought that he could stop it. He clenched his fist. An ant with wings was flying, exuding a gloomy aura. Its eyes were glowing red. Suddenly, the guy abruptly slammed it to the ground with his palm. Gehenna was standing, leaning on one knee. He resolutely looked down, exclaiming that he was caught. The sun was shining on the city building. Looking at the signboard, Hayin asked, "Is this the same unusual store that sells sunny apples?" She imagined the store and the brunette, and thought that it was unremarkable in appearance. But she did not know what secrets were hidden in it. Hayin said that she defeated the pursuer after entering here. Pulling the door handle, the girl said that she would be the one to reveal the secrets of this place. She looked at the door in surprise, asking, "Is it closed?" There was a sign on the door. She said it was strange. There was a sign saying it was open. Did the owner go to the restroom? Turning around, Hayin asked the janitor if this store was open today. The man with the broom said he didn't know for sure. He thought they had been closed since yesterday. He didn't know what was going on, but the young man rarely opened the store lately. Looking ahead, the girl heard that the youth were really lazy these days, and thought they were often closed. She was told they were closed on weekends. She turned around, looking at the sign, and thought that as expected, this store, no, Gehenna was up to something. Bright rays were hovering around the sign. At this time, Gehenna looked at his glowing hand, thinking that this was it. In front of him lay a dead winged ant. He asked, "This should be enough, right?" The devil ants looked discouraged. But the Therodrons looked quite determined. They rushed to attack the black insects. Gehenna sighed tiredly. He sat, leaning on the ground, and said that they somehow managed, but their queen was still inside the anthill. The guy turned his interested gaze. Several beetles were dragging the wounded queen on a stretcher. The guy thought that they saved her, and where did they get the stretcher? The head of the Therodron queen was bandaged. The beetles put the stretcher on the ground. Touching the queen's fingers, the guy said that everything was fine, she could rest. Stroking her head, Gehenna said that it was very good that she was safe. A system notification appeared that the Therodron queen wanted to swear allegiance to him. If he signed the contract, he would become a sponsor of the Therodrons, and receive several items, and of course, he would have to fulfill orders. The boy looked with a slight smile, thinking that there was nothing to think about. It was as easy as pie, they could help each other. The system notifications reported that the queen of the Therodrons and her troops had sworn allegiance to him. Now he could directly supply the squad. The hero looked at the glowing insect and thought that it was the Therodron general from last time. The insect looked determined. The system reported that the evolution was complete. Gehenna looked at it happily, thinking that he had leveled up. He looked at the large Therodron warrior hovering next to him, and thought that he clearly looked like a general now. The warrior raised his paw. Several insects were carrying yellow crystals. Gehenna thought that they were carrying a lot again. After all, he said that he did not need so much. Sitting in front of the colored stones, he thought that 10 essences and ether stones would be enough for him. The boy looked at his palm. On it lay a purple and green bud. The hero thought that these were the seeds that their general had given him. With a wild grape seed, everything is clear. But what is a fruit tree seed? Standing up, he shook off his clothes, and said that he would find out when he grew up. The forest would figure out the rest itself. Touching his shoulder, the guy said that now it was time to build a hut. The next day, a dark purple portal appeared in one dungeon. The man entered and asked the elder that the queen of the ants was here. In the water in the dungeon, the guy turned around and said, "Does he think he is so crazy as to just go into the dungeon of the devil ants? If they manage to plunder their anthill correctly, then they will earn a lot of money." The guy looked away with displeasure, hearing the question, had everything been cleared here already, and said that the dungeon had just opened. What was he talking about? The guys looked surprised. The commander cursed. They were standing in front of a huge anthill. A question was heard, was it empty? The hunter standing behind asked, maybe it had been cleared in another area. The captain answered that he did not know that the dungeon that had been passed did not open twice. He could not believe it, he would have to check it himself. The second guy touched the anthill, saying that he did not know who it was, but they really had fought here, and there were no living ants in sight. Waving his hand, the leader said to stop chatting and look for traces. Could it be that they had all disappeared? The guy exclaimed in fear, so that he looked at the ground. The captain looked down in surprise. The heroes were standing in a huge palm print. The boys trembled in fear. One of them shouted not to say that this was a giant's hand. The leader gritted his teeth when he heard that if it was another monster, its level was destruction. Running away, he shouted for everyone to retreat. Turning around angrily, he asked, do they think they can handle a monster that destroyed the devil ants? If they are careless, they will be killed before they can do anything? The hunters ran along the huge imprint, shouting that they first need to go back and contact the association. On the laptop screen, there was an image of a huge palm. The man was sitting at the table with the laptop and said that it was found near the Devil Anthill. The guy replied that yes, they said that it was already cleared. Hayin sat at the laptop with his fingers intertwined and said that they should report to him if anything appeared. Looking closely at the photo, the guy with glasses thought that judging by the imprint, it was an unusual monster, and it was not big enough to be a new species. He imagined the battle of two monsters in the fire, thinking what did it mean then? It was a myth-rank monster that he knew nothing about. Suddenly a monster above the destruction rank appeared again. Getting up from the table, Hayin thought that strange things keep happening. He stood in front of the window, saying that these were horrors. Looking out the window, he continued, it should not happen again. At this time, Jiho was thanking the customer with a smile. Next to the buildings, there was a small area in Seoul, Zone 5. Jiho was standing with a box in his hand. He turned around when he heard his name being called. A girl with a book in her hands ran towards him and asked how long he had been waiting. She winked sweetly, saying that he should have gone inside. Looking at her, the guy replied that everything was fine, she did not have to run, otherwise she would trip. The girl actually tripped and fell, the guy thought he knew it. Helping her up, Jiha asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that he shouldn't worry, the book was okay, to which she heard him telling me about it. This clumsy girl's name is Sunyoung, she is the only hunter with origami skill in South Korea. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, Sunyoung said that she hadn't done any sports for a long time, she even forgot how to walk, she was quite a book lover. Because of this they became close. Holding out the box, Jiha asked if she had already eaten breakfast. Jumi asked him to give it to her. The friend asked if he was waiting to give it to her. It smelled delicious. She handed the book to the guy. Touching her face, she remembered the man and said that last time she went to the store and the manager was quite sad. People bought this book as decoration, and so they asked for a refund. The guy asked if she bought it. He laughed awkwardly when he heard that yes, she thought it would suit his interior well. The hero noted that it was constantly being returned. It sounded scary. His gaze became surprised. The book in his hand remained glowing green. Information appeared that an infinite spell book had been received. In order to write down the spell, he needed a storm petrol feather and ink. Looking at the book in surprise, Jiha asked if she was sure that this was just a decoration. The girl replied that it was not really, nothing was written inside, and she tried to write something down herself, but it didn't work. Looking at the shining book, the guy heard that this was probably why the manager said that it was a decoration. He thought that she couldn't write anything down. So that's why the window lit up for him. He looked at the girl tensely, thinking that she probably hadn't been shown any data. She awkwardly apologized if he didn't like it. Sunyoung happily asked, hearing that he really liked it. With a smile, holding a book in his hands, the guy promised that he would use it wisely. The pen drew on the paper. The hero said that he could not write anything on it. He stood with his arms crossed and said that he was told that he would need a petrol feather and ink. He could somehow get information about the petrel. The system reported that the petrel is a huge bird that is rarely found in various empty places. With the exception of oceans, polar deserts, the wingspan is about 25 m. Discouragedly looking at the screen, Jiha thought, should he kill such a colossus and take a feather from it? He gloomily bent over the book, saying that besides it is rare, how should he hunt it? Now this book will really become a decorative item. Suddenly his palms were covered with a glow. The system reported that he will receive the skill of good handwriting, and also received ancient magic. The hero looked at his palm in surprise and thought, a new feature, good handwriting? He waved his palm, thinking that he felt nothing. Looking forward, Jiha said in confusion that it couldn't be a coincidence that he had obtained this skill now. He put the pencil down by the book again. On the page was the information about the wingspan of a huge bird. The system reported that good handwriting had reached level 2. Holding the pencil thoughtfully, Jiha thought that after he had obtained good handwriting, he tried doing various things and learned 2 facts. The pages of the book were blank. The first was that he couldn't write anything on the spell book even with this feature. The recorded information about the bird was literally shining. The hero thought that the second was that he could write very beautifully now. Holding the pencil in dismay, he said that in some ways this was a wonderful feature. His handwriting was terrible before. He froze, staring ahead in shock. A drop flowed down his cheek. The guy thought, what was that? Opening the door, he walked out of the store, thinking that a portal had opened. In front of Jiha, a purple portal was indeed visible. The system reported that the difficulty was rank 0, the type was a glade valley, the duration was 1 hour, and the target limit was working. Staring ahead in surprise, Jiha said that it couldn't be, it led directly to the petrol. The beautiful handwriting influenced this. Looking at the purple portal, the guy said that it had a dangerous aura. But since it was rank 0, everything should be fine, you just need to go in and find out. There was a waterfall among the trees. Jiha looked ahead carefully. Looking at the waterfall, he said that a petrel lived here, not very suitable for a large bird. The guy turned around abruptly. A huge petrel spread its wings above him. The hero exclaimed that here it was. The hero was scared, like a small person, and exclaimed how gigantic he was. She was the size of a creature. Gehenna closed his eyes and screamed, how should he catch it? He opened his eye and made a surprised sound. Many storm petrel feathers were falling right on him, and the hero asked, is he already flying away? There were several feathers on his palm. Gehenna said that now he just needs to pick them up. Is it that simple? He, squeezing the feather in his fist, said that now he needs to find ink. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He thought he had an idea. Theradron was holding a bottle of green liquid in his hands. It was an extract of green herbs. Taking the small container, Gehenna said that he found it so quickly. It was good that he asked for it, and thanked him. Looking ahead, the guy with glasses thought that everything was ready. He imagined a book, a pen and ink, and thought that all that was left was to solve the mystery of the endless spell book. Holding the pen near the open book, he thought, I wonder what is hidden here. The pen touched the page. The boy thought he would have to find out for himself. From the tip of the pen, yellow symbols spread out, surrounding the hero. They seemed to come from the trunk of a tree. Gehenna opened his mouth in surprise. Yellow symbols appeared on the trunk. The boy asked, are these runes? Imagining an image of a forest in a frame, the hero thought that he had seen them in an old book. Some great tree taught the tribe 4 spells. Imagining silhouettes, he thought that they were creatures of harmony, change and destruction, but they had a hard time controlling this power. Imagining a book surrounded by symbols, he thought that this is why they developed runes. Holding the ancient book in his hands, the boy said that it meant the world tree taught them spells, but ancient magic was hard to use, so they created runes to use magic. On the page, the boy said that he had never heard of anyone using runes. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The runes were carved into the tree trunk. Looking at the shining symbols, Gehenna thought about what it meant that they appeared if certain conditions were met. Why were they engraved on a tree and not in a spell book? Rubbing his forehead awkwardly, the guy thought that this was the tree he planted when he first came to this forest. Holding the storm petrel feather in his hands, Gehenna said that it couldn't be that the world tree was so small. Now he didn't know when they would disappear, so it was better to write them down. Would he succeed if he just copied them? A shining vortex appeared around the surprised guy. He thought that he was seeing these runes for the first time, but he seemed to know what they meant. Imagining the flames, he thought that destruction, a fire that would set everything on fire. The hero wrote the symbols in the book, saying that she was ready. This phrase was so harsh. Golden rays flew out of the book. The system reported that the scroll of destruction change increases the destructive power of rune magic. The guy thought that if they were written, they would turn into a scroll. Tearing out a sheet of paper with inscriptions, the hero said that in order to make a scroll out of it, you need to tear out a page. He tied the scroll with a red ribbon and said that it looked cool. He was surprised when the book began to shine, saying that he would write 99 more. A new sheet appeared among the glow, and the hero noted this, saying that it meant that the spell book really was endless. There was an inkwell next to the book. The brown-haired man thought that he could continue writing in it. He had enough ink. He could make as many scrolls as he wanted. Bending over the book, Gehenna said that he did not know what properties they had, and thought that it was said that it just increased the destructive power of rune magic. He was not a magician, so he could not check, although he could find out everything if he gave it to a magician. The red-haired girl stood with her arms crossed and asked, is he the hunter Gehenna? She walked towards him resolutely, saying that they finally met. Her palms slapped the table. Hayin, who was burning with anger, ominously said that it was difficult to create it on the spot, wasn't it? Did he even know how many times she came here to see him? The guy thought that she was the same as Hayin. The girl looked sternly forward, hearing the guy's apology, saying that due to personal circumstances, the store was often closed. Looking at the guy who was smiling awkwardly from fear, the girl thought that as Julian said, there was nothing special about him. At this time the hero was thinking, why was she looking at him like that? Was she angry? Continuing to look at the seller, the girl thought that it was not scary. She did not come for this. There were red boxes on the shelf behind her. She continued to think that she came for his goods. Hayin pulled out a piece of paper from her wallet, saying that okay, it doesn't matter. She should have thought about the fact that he had a reason for that. She handed over her business card with a smile and apologized for introducing herself only now. She is the leader of the guild Eternal Flame Hayin. She heard that he had unique items. Gehenna took the card in surprise and said that yes. Looking at him, the girl said that for example, and heard she was talking about potions with sunny apples. Coming out from behind the counter, the hero continued, or about potions with winter strawberries. Now they are in great demand like hot cakes. The hero sat down by the shelves and asked her to wait a little, since she said that she had already come several times unsuccessfully. He would like to give her something on the house. Hayin thought, I will get them so easily. But this is the world market. The guy with glasses excitedly turned to the customer. The redhead was taken aback when she heard that he was very sorry, but they were out. Imagining the insects in the book, the hero thought that he had gotten too carried away and had not paid enough attention to his work because of the incident with the pterodrons and the endless spell book. He was the owner of the store. He had never run out of anything before. The taken aback hero said that if she came tomorrow, they would already be ready. The puzzled Wayan was silent, thinking that she had no words, because it seemed like he was sorry. She heard another apology, and wondered if he was kind or stupid. She turned her foot in her boot, and said that since they were out, there was nothing to be done. Upset, walking towards the exit, she replied that she would stop by tomorrow, and thought to herself that she wanted to try it in the dungeon. The upset girl turned around when she heard that she was the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild. She was not a fire mage by any chance, and replied that yes. Gehenna handed her the scroll and said it was perfect, let her take it. The girl took the scroll, and the guy explained that it had a fire attribute. He had cast a trial spell yesterday, so he was giving it to her, otherwise he felt awkward letting her go empty-handed. Holding the flaming scroll, Wayan said that in that case she would not refuse. But the whirlwinds of flame engulfed the girl. She read the phrase, "Her fire will set everything on fire," and said that she liked it. The hero bowed, saying goodbye to the customer. He was surprised, paying attention to the staff. Looking at the shining staff behind the girl, he thought, had it been shining like that from the very beginning? Gloomy trees grew in the spider dungeon. A cry was heard that the guardian spider was killed. Let them go forward, keep in line and look behind them. A beam of fire hit the spider. Holding the staff in her hand, Wayan exclaimed that they would reach the center like this. Everyone be ready. Looking at the shining staff, she thought it was strange. It seemed like her power was stronger than usual. The orb in her staff was shining. She thought that only she had this feeling. Even the stone was raging. The huntress frowned when she heard a shout to be careful. A purple liquid splashed in front, causing the girl to jump back. The warrior standing next to her asked if she was safe, and she replied that she was fine. There were many spider eyes on the trees. Wayan said that it seemed like there were more than the report said. Was she right? The guy standing behind apologized, saying that there were many changing factors in this dungeon, that she would order a retreat and regroup. The leader replied that no, let's leave it at that. They were continuing to advance. Surrounded by fire, the girl smiled resolutely, telling the guy not to worry. For some reason she feels like she can do anything now. Wayan raised her hand with a staff, from which fiery rays burst out. Pulling out the weapon, she exclaimed, "Everyone back, if they do not want to be hit." Fiery whirlwinds flew, burning spiders. The guild members standing nearby joyfully exclaimed how much she raised her skill level. At this rate she will sweep them all away. The girl was surprised by such power. She looked at the staff in confusion. Remembering the outstretched scroll, she thought, is it really because of that scroll? The hero put a box with flasks on the table. Tiredly wiping his forehead, he asked, "Will this be enough?" The boxes contained blue and yellow potions. Gehenna said that he prepared potions with sunny apples and potions with winter strawberries. Looking at his watch, he continued that all that was left was to pack them before Wayan arrived, so he would sort everything out quickly. The bell on the door rang. Turning around, the salesman greeted the girl, saying that he was just preparing the potions she asked for yesterday. There was a man behind Wayan. A question was heard. She did not come alone. Was he a member of the guild? The guy with glasses looked at the girl in surprise, who told them to discuss the elixirs later, and asked if they could talk for a while. The open suitcase was full of banknotes. Looking at them in surprise, Gehenna asked what it was. Wayan answered that it was money. What else? The boy waved his hands in fear when he heard the question. He wasn't the type to hold on to money like she thought. He sold those potions at a low price for a reason. The hero hurried to say that no, who wouldn't like money? He was just surprised that she was suddenly giving him such a large sum. The girl sitting opposite said that the scroll he gave her yesterday had an unimaginable effect. It was A grade, even more, it was similar to S grade. The red-haired girl smiled, saying that she got it for free, so she couldn't just leave it like that. Gehenna looked down, awkwardly replied that he understood, and thought that the infinite spellbook was a great item, as he expected. Wayan said that if he was uncomfortable receiving the amount in cash, she could transfer it to his account. Let him tell her how he would be more comfortable. She opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that he was very grateful to her, but he couldn't accept the money. The shopkeeper looked at her and said that as he said, he gave her the scroll as an apology for the long wait. He was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't accept the money. The guy thought that no matter what the result was, he gave her the scroll just to test it. The man called out to the chief when she said that it only takes a few seconds for a good person to turn into a fool. She imagined people catching golden eggs and told him to think about it. If the goose that laid the golden eggs just gave them away, what would happen to the people? Gehenna awkwardly scratched his cheek and replied, then everyone would become rich, and heard that of course not. The bloodthirsty hands grabbed the bird. She said that everyone would immediately know about it, and many would try to grab the goose. Approaching with determination, Wayan shouted that it was good that his abilities were on the side of the hunters, but at the same time it was dangerous. Did he understand? The boy replied that he did. Sitting at the table opposite, the girl continued that was why she wanted to propose to him. A shining symbol of her guild appeared above her. Wayan asked if he would like to join the Eternal Flame. The red-haired girl stood up, hearing that it was unexpected, and said that she had said bad things before because she was worried about him, but at the same time, she wanted to attract him to their guild because they would not do that to him. In the suitcase there were bills. She said that she brought him the money to prove that they would be able to reward him properly for his abilities. Presenting a skyscraper, Jiha asked, Eternal Flame is a guild that is known for its benefits, and it did not take much to convince him. Smiling slightly, Wei-in replied that she wanted to show him that such a famous guild treats him well. She placed her hand on the man's shoulder, saying that the guild has many mages, but they also have alchemists. Julian is the head alchemist. He said that he adores the Eternal Flame. Smiling, looking at the hero, she continued that they also have other skilled alchemists, and they provide many opportunities, so he will be able to do a lot of research. Continuing to smile, the red-haired said that of course, they will try to make his salary as close as possible to what he wants. Moreover, she will give him the right to take the position of chief or a position even higher. Jiha hesitantly pursed his lips. He smiled awkwardly at the offer to join them and thanked her for her words, saying that he will only accept her sign of goodwill. Julian was shocked, and the girl told him to prepare a contract. And then she looked at the guy in bewilderment, realizing what he said. She gasped, asking why they had offered such generous terms. The salesman replied that it was too much for him. The girl was taken aback when she heard that he thought other people would be better suited for the job. She pointed her finger, blazing with anger, shouting that he was worthy of the role. Stop putting yourself down. The alchemist tried to calm her down. The girl fell silent, hearing that he was originally a hunter with the lowest rank and had no abilities. Recalling the footage of the insects and his friend, the hero continued that he was able to create these items not because of his skills, but because he was lucky with his friends. Jiha looked down and said that his abilities might disappear one day, so he was not sure he could do great things. The heroine gasped in surprise when she heard that he was too used to this place. Julian, who was standing behind, spoke to the leader, saying that it seemed like it would be hard to convince Jiha. They would stop and respect his wish. Clenching his fists determinedly, the boy exclaimed that of course he would not forget her advice and would be careful, so he would raise the price of the potion she asked for yesterday a little, so they should be careful of him. The girl, confused, said that anyone would think that she was pushing him to do bad things. Crossing her legs, Wei-in said that in any case, she was upset that she was refused, but it couldn't be helped. Then he shouldn't regret it anymore if he was in a dangerous situation. Jiha turned his head to the side, telling him not to worry if something like that happened. He looked at the flower with yellow flowers, a buzzing bell that makes a sound when a worker is in danger, and said that this little one would warn him. Remembering the rift that appeared, the hero thought that since the gate appeared, he could no longer spend time in nature. He imagined various monsters, thinking that because the beach and the sea were taken over by monsters, and even in the mountains or valleys it was hard to find a place where there were no monsters. His feet in sneakers walked forward. The hero thought that he could sincerely enjoy the forest of dreams. There was a sandy beach by the sea. Breathing out relaxedly, Jiha said how calming it was, as he thought the sea was best for headaches. Walking along the beach, the guy said that he thought there would only be a forest here, but there was even a sea here. This place was more like heaven than earth. He remembered the girl pointing forward decisively and said that he wanted to take care of the store. But this morning he was too tired. Was he deprived of the right to own a store? The guy raised his hands, exclaiming that no matter what, today he would recuperate here, and he would also eat a lot and read. Light waves washed the shore. There were books by the fire. Exhausted from communicating with people, he was alone in the forest of dreams, but there was one detail that he did not think about. The guy looked ahead in surprise. A light beast lay curled up on his legs. He thought that uninvited guests would come anywhere and anytime. 2 hours ago, Jiha was holding a red book in his hands. He sat by the fire and said that it was very quiet here. Light was visible from the cave. In the past there would have been no problem listening to the sounds of the sea. But now the sea is occupied by monsters, so he was lucky that he can enjoy the waves here. The guy sat with a book and smiling said that if he had a chance later, he would bring Sungo or Sunyoung here. The hero noticed a sound from the side. It did not come from far away. The guy asked if that was where the cat was from. Walking with a torch, the hero thought that this sound resembled a kitten, but at the same time was different from it. Maybe it was more like the sound of a lion or a tiger. The palm touched yellow flowers. The hero thought that the buzzing bell was silent, so it was not dangerous. A pterodon appeared in the sky nearby, and the hero recognized it. The guy quickly ran with the torch, thinking that he was hearing it better and better. A light beast with gray spots lay ahead. The hero exclaimed that he found it. The cat-like beast was trembling. The system reported that it was an actus. It was too big to call it a cat. Taking the beast in his arms, Jiha said that it was not in the best shape. Everything would be fine if he gave it a potion. A small beetle touched his shoulder. Turning to it, Jiha apologized for being distracted and said that he forgot about it. The beetles were holding fish. Looking at the shining pterodon, the guy said that they were taking care of the cat, so this was food for the actus? He patted the embarrassed pterodon on the head and said that he was proud of them. He would bring a lot of delicious food next time he was in the forest. In the present, there were fish bones and an empty bottle on the ground. Sitting with the cat on his lap, Jiha said that it became easier that he took it well. He was shaking recently, but judging by how soundly he slept, it seemed that everything was fine. Looking down, the hero thought that he was curious. He had not yet explored the entire dream forest, but this was the first time he saw an animal here. Stroking the pet's head, the guy asked where it came from. Suddenly, the actus abruptly opened its eyes. Raising his hand, the guy apologized for waking him. His gaze became surprised. The cat cutely snuggled into his hand. The boy's eyes turned into love hearts. He mentally exclaimed how cute it was. Spinning with the pet, the boy said how cute he was. Did he really become the chosen one? It was already dark outside near the cave. The boy was thinking about what to name him, Actus, but it didn't sound that cool. Lifting the cat up, Gehenna said that since he looked like a tiger, he would name him Biam. It sounded good. Looking at the pet, the boy said that if he had nowhere to go, let him stay with him. The girl clenched her fists in admiration, exclaiming how cute he was. Gehenna held Biam in his arms with a smile. Hearing the crowd shouting about how cute his eyes were and how good he was, someone asked if this was a snow leopard. Where did he find it? The cat yawned, and the hero explained that he found it in the dungeon and took it for himself, since it had nowhere to go. Its name is Biam. The customer extended her hand to the pet and asked if she could pet it. However, the animal hit her with its paw in displeasure. The hero exclaimed in shock. Holding her injured hand, the girl said that her hand was intact, but her heart hurt. Gehenna apologized, saying that he was a little shy. He stroked the cat's head and told him not to do that, and thought to himself that Biam was only kind to him, but he treated everyone else badly. The pet turned its gaze to the guy. The hero thought that if it was shy, then keeping it in the store would not be the best day, but even then he could not just leave it at home. The guy blushed embarrassedly, thinking that he also wanted to brag about its cuteness. Hayin entered the store and the guy greeted her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Holding a coffee in her hand, the girl said that she had some business with him, so she dropped by for a while. She paused when she saw Biam lying on the table. Hiding behind a hanger, the brunette exclaimed in fear, asking what it was. Stroking the pet, Gehenna said that his name was Biam. It was a tiger, and thought that even she was afraid of something. The guy took the coffee from the brunette and asked if she was giving it to him. The pet stood up, forcing the girl to jump back, and she exclaimed that this animal was coming closer and closer. Standing next to the cat, Gehenna said that he would now live with it. He did not think that she would be afraid of it. The guy's look became surprised. With a cute face, Biam lay down next to the girl. The guy said that it seemed like he was asking her to pet him. Hayin timidly extended her hand, asking for permission. The cat smiled sweetly as she petted him, exclaiming how soft he was. The brunette smiled slightly, saying how gentle the tiger was, to which she heard that he only had a name for a tiger. Standing in front of the seller, the girl asked that she heard that he was giving away free power-ups. Hunter Net was a little angry about this, and Gehenna replied that even if that was the case, the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild came yesterday. Looking down in disappointment, he thought that he gave her a scroll that was worth at least several hundred million. Is he not ambitious or stupid? Looking at the cat biting the guy's shirt, she thought that she was sure that he was just that kind of person. He does not calculate everything, is not greedy and makes others happy. Looking at the smiling guy, she thought that maybe that's why he comes here so often. Suddenly, the bells on the yellow flower rang. Gehenna looked at him in surprise, asking what was with the buzzing bell. Hayin turned around and heard a Type 4 disaster warning. All residents living nearby need to evacuate immediately. She turned around to face the surprised guy decisively, and ordered him to leave when she heard that this was not a drill. Everyone needed to evacuate immediately. There were combat vehicles driving along the road. A cry was heard that the hunters were already here. Let them help people evacuate. Gehenna walked with Biam among the crowd, hearing the request to hurry, and thought that if there was a Type 4 warning, then there was a Rank 4 dungeon disaster in front of them. He turned around, thinking that if so, many strong hunters would come here, and he hoped they would stop the monsters. The hero knelt down, reassuring the pet that nothing bad would happen. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he sensed something. People were screaming, covering their ears. Calmly looking forward, the boy thought that it was too early to think that everything was over. He stroked the cat's head, saying that everything was fine. Looking to the side, Gehenna said that it was nothing. There was a huge dark portal near the city buildings, a disaster when hunters enter the dungeon but do not go through it completely. A crisis occurs. The military man pointed his hand forward. A disaster of a low-level dungeon is not a problem, but the situation is different when it comes to a dungeon of rank 4 or higher. The soldiers stood in front of the dome, not far from the dungeon. In such a situation, all civilians within a radius of 20 kilometers are evacuated. The snipers took aim while the army simultaneously moved people to safety, placed soldiers, and called high-ranking hunters. Hayin and Wayan held their weapons along with the others. The brunette frowned, saying that they were coming. Skeleton heads appeared in the glow of the portal. The soldiers shouted into the radio to open fire. The soldiers began to shoot. Shells flew forward. The skeletons screamed when an explosion occurred near them. Looking ahead, the boy thought that this was a lich, which meant that the clearing of the dungeon with the undead had failed. Hyun-suk touched his chin, thinking that in any case, with such combat power, they would finish quickly. They should leave immediately after they dealt with the remnants. Without turning around, he told the soldier to concentrate fire on the enemies. They would deal with the escaped monsters and the ones using curses. A hand appeared from the portal. The guy thought that they would be finished soon if no unexpected variables appeared. A huge toothy mouth. Hyun-suk was scared that it was a monster. He waved his hand and shouted that they had an emergency. Let them concentrate their forces on this monster. Holding the radio, the soldiers shouted to open fire and shoot with everything they had. The debris flew apart from a powerful explosion. One of the missiles flew straight into the monster's mouth. A powerful flash of explosion appeared. The warriors standing behind the man shouted that they were doing it. Covering it with shells was the right decision, but Hyun-suk thought that the monster was a disaster rank. Such an attack would not even scratch it. The monster's eye was glowing red. He frowned and said that these were dangerous enemies. His foot stomped, breaking the ground. He continued that he must kill. The monster's body was surrounded by a red glow. He continued to kill dangerous enemies. Swinging his hand back, Hyun-suk shouted to everyone to the side when he realized that it was heading towards them. He froze tensely, realizing that it had passed by and was not attacking. The gray-haired man turned around in fear, realizing that his target was a shelter. The monster was running straight towards the dome. The girl jumped, leaving a trail, and asked who said that he could hide in the shelter? Hayin somersaulted in the air. Many blue beams remained from her attacks of the rampage of the dominating sword. Holding a staff covered in flames, Wei-un ordered everyone to retreat. Swinging, she sent a fiery beam at the monster. The smoke hid the enemy's figure. Hayin frowned, and Wei-un was surprised, realizing that he did not even turn around. The monster swung his fist and hit the dome, scattering debris. The brunette ran forward, hearing a scream that it was dangerous to come close to him, and objected that it was better to just watch them die. There were people there. A huge monster broke through the dome, saying that he had found their enemies. Jiha, with an Actus in his arms, looked at him in fear. Drops of sweat were running down the frightened guy's face. He thought that the shelter had been breached from the outside. Was everything bad? His leg was shaking. The guy thought that he should run away, but his legs did not obey. He raised his leg with effort, ordering himself to move. The monster extended his hand to him, saying, "What do you mean this is not it?" BM sullenly opened his mouth. A powerful wave of energy emanated from it. The pet, surrounded by radiance, stood in front of the hero. The enemy frowned in fear, hearing how he was called a pathetic demon. BM turned into an adult predatory tiger and drove him away. Hyojin ran up to the enemy from behind, thinking that they had released a huge amount of ether. Slightly turning to the red-haired girl, she thought that it didn't matter, he had frozen, and this was their chance, and exclaimed for her to use flames. Sending out fire beams, Wei-un replied that she already knew. The flame and sword attack hit the monster. He remained standing with his mouth open. Hyojin crouched down and frowned. Wei-un, who came up from behind, asked if it was over, and heard that it wasn't over yet. She could feel a strong ether inside. Jiha's figure was visible in the smoke, and the girl exclaimed that he was still here. The boy looked excitedly at the cutely meowing pet. Parts of the street were engulfed in flames. Hyojin stood and watched as the firefighters stopped the flames and the medics took care of the wounded, and she thought that she could no longer feel that ether, so it was unclear what it was. The hero petted the happy pet. The boy dried his hair and muttered that he had a fun day. BM jumped on his lap and Jiha praised him. The tiger was beaming while being petted, and the man thought that the animal looked angry when he saw the monster, but now it was calm. The protagonist rubbed his chin and thought about that monster. He picked up a pen and decided to write it down. The ink shone under his hand. At this time, someone typed a query on the laptop about a monster that was 15 meters tall. Hyun-suk looked at the screen and shuddered in surprise. He stared at the open page, realizing that the information on MirWiki was updated, although no one can edit it. The hero closed the book and said that this should be enough. There were people sitting at the conference table discussing how there was an ether wave at that moment, and the monster was not killed by their hunters, and the damage would have been much greater if not for that sudden ether burst. But it was unknown who was behind it. The bespectacled man crossed his arms and closed his eyes, while his colleagues said that it was too early to think that it was the work of a person, because it could have been a natural phenomenon, and there were many civilians in the shelter itself, but it was necessary to monitor it and find the source. Hyojin turned to the man, and the discussion flowed into the news about the first update of the MirWiki website. The red-haired woman frowned, hearing that someone had enough power to scare the monster, and information about it got into the search engine. Hyun-suk and Wei-un turned when the girl said that two things could be noted. The brunette fixed her hair and said that the person who drove the monster away was in the shelter, or it was someone who had unique abilities that were different from hunters. The red-haired girl smiled and remembered that many people said that they heard a cat cry during the broadcast. The bespectacled man squinted and muttered that it was not an important detail. However, Wei-un closed her eyes and said that the owner of the store was there with a cat that resembled a snow leopard. The protagonist smiled and greeted the customers. Hyung-suk, Wayan, and Hyojin appeared at the door. They moved decisively towards him, and the guy asked what was going on. The guests leaned on the counter and asked to let him look at his cat. Jiha looked at them in surprise and asked again, adding that it might get scared. The three looked away, hearing a rustle. The protagonist turned around and noticed that the pet jumped onto the table. Biam stretched sweetly and yawned. The hunters stared at him, wanting answers to their questions. The tiger tilted its head in question. The redhead picked it up and muttered in surprise that it looked like a normal cat and not the one that could cause a wave of the airwaves. The protagonist looked at the disgruntled pet with alarm and exclaimed that he shouldn't be picked up like that. The woman smiled and said that she would have felt something if it was him. The animal extended its claws and bit her hand. Wayan released the cat and it turned around smugly, and Jiha noted that he should be careful because the animal bites. The brunette looked at him and said that she heard that the guy was in the shelter during the monster incident. The protagonist smiled nervously when he heard that some people heard the cat before the monster ran away. Hyung-suk adjusted his glasses and confirmed. The cat grabbed his owner's hair with its paws and the man noted that this was not a true report. He turned to the guild master and thought that he wanted to recruit him, but now was not the best time. The redhead tugged at the cat, and the bespectacled man decided that he did not want to compete with the Eternal Flame Guild. Hyung-suk turned around and said that they would see each other next time, and Wayan was surprised that they were already leaving. The brunette looked at the hero, while the redhead said that she wanted the cat to bite the bespectacled man too. Hyojin's mouth fell open, coming to her senses. She smiled and promised that she would come again. The hero smiled, holding the pet, and asked them to come whenever they wanted. Jiha was lying in the forest under the night sky and reading about the continent of Gehenna. He turned the page and muttered that he had heard of it somewhere. The guy imagined a map of the continent, where many races lived together near a great tree. Under a spreading plant sat several animals, gods of nature, who were created to protect Gehenna. The protagonist looked at the book with interest and reread it. The image was of a white tiger with black spots and fangs. Jiha looked down, recognizing someone. The pet was dozing on his lap, and the guy realized that Biam was the god of nature. The man jumped in surprise, thinking that this small cat did not look like a deity at all, but now it was clear what happened in the shelter. He put the book down and realized that this was not a coincidence. Jiha remembered how the tiger drove away the monster, and the people felt a huge explosion of aether, which must have been Biam. The beast looked closely at the owner, while he tried to understand its essence. The guy sat in front of the cat, remembering the tree from the dream. He rubbed his chin and guessed what happened. Jiha imagined the tree of life, which seemed to give him a job, endowing him with the class of a worker, and then the man helped the Pterodrons and saved Biam. The book began to shine, and the hero thought that it was all part of a grand plan. Jiha shuddered when he noticed the tome open. A plate with his characteristics, attributes, and skills appeared in front of him. The guy looked at the plate and wondered what Worker XXX meant. He squinted from the bright light. Sunyeon was sitting in front of the TV and listening to how there were still undead led by the oldest lich nearby, and 10 years had passed since the government abandoned this plan. The hosts were sitting at the table and discussing how with the spread of corruption, fees would decrease, which would lead to a food shortage, but they needed to bomb right away, and someone objected that the territory was too large, so it should have been done earlier, and now there was no choice but to use everything they had. The girl pressed the remote control and turned off the TV. She wrapped herself in a blanket and muttered that hunting a lich was a difficult matter. The protagonist approached a huge tree and said that it was the one that brought him to the Forest of Dreams. The guy smiled and said that he didn't know why he was given such an important task, but there was probably a good reason. The wind rustled the crown, and Jiha promised that he would try to help as much as he could. Suddenly, a cloud of purple energy appeared. The hero looked back at it. A rift appeared in front of him, radiating dark power. The guy crouched in surprise, hearing a voice cursing all the living. A skeleton with a staff appeared and shouted for everyone to kneel before the master. More skeletons appeared from the rift behind him. Their leader waved his weapon, and Jiha guessed that this was the Elder Lich, a horror-rank monster. The protagonist looked at the miniature villains and thought that they were even cute, but it was hard to hear what they were saying. The man turned around, seeing a sign in front of him. The system window said that the Elder Lich was corrupting the nearby lands, and soon the effect would reach his place. Jiha looked at the screen, where the system offered to reduce his influence, although a momentary counterattack would be difficult. The hero smiled and agreed, because there was nothing else to do. The Lich raised his staff and shouted, "Kneel before your master." His army raised their weapons and supported the cry. The man held a cat in his arms and looked down at the monsters, touched by their size. He crouched down and thought that the easiest way to intervene would be with ether. He could just kill them. The guy opened his mouth, remembering that this was impossible, because it was a lich. The skeleton was shrouded in dark energy, and Jiha thought that it would not die until the source of its life was destroyed, so it would not be possible to crush it. A window with an algorithm for the operation to reduce the lich's influence appeared in front of the guy, destroy the source of life of the Elder Lich, and cleanse the nearby lands. A castle was visible nearby, and the hero noted that, as expected, he would need to complete both tasks. The man looked to the side and noted that he had seen this castle somewhere before. The walls were partially destroyed, and stones and banners were scattered nearby. A flag hung above the ground, and the hero recognized it as the coat of arms of the kingdom of Ektrim. Jiha's mouth opened in surprise, and he guessed that those skeletons must be the people of the castle. The skulls had glowing red eyes. The hero ruffled his hair and thought that maybe that was true, but it didn't matter. Fog swirled around the fortress, and the man noted that the main thing was that they were desecrating the soil. He looked at the third round above him and smiled. The beetles were looking forward determinedly, and the guy was going to use his army, since he could not intervene directly. A notification appeared in front of the hero that a huge stone was blocking the army's passage. The monster stopped in front of the boulder, since only one general could fly. The beetles watched in delight as the stones flew away, and Jiha thought that it would take too long if he left this task to them. He saw two options on the screen: move the stone for the essence and let the pterodons figure it out themselves. The young man figured it out on his own, and then the beetles moved forward to find the source of life of the Elder Lich. The monsters clashed with the skeletons in battle. They deftly wielded their claws, breaking the army of enemies. Jiha sat down and noted with a smile that his wards were now much stronger and behaved like a real army. The Lich discontentedly put out his staff and ordered his subjects to protect the vault with the Lord's offerings. The fight between the pterodons and the evil spirits continued. The villain raised his weapon and called out to the peasants. Purple lightning pierced his opponents. The skeleton put out his staff and ordered his people to attack. Suddenly, he himself ran into an obstacle. A large pterodon blocked him with its horns. The protagonist held a golden ball in his palm and happily thought that this time the worker's blessing worked perfectly. The beetle jerked and knocked the staff out of the Lich's hands. Then the monster rushed forward with its pincers. Several pterodons grabbed the enemy, and he struggled and screamed that they were subjects of the cursed tree. The skeleton's hands fell apart into separate bones. Skull grinned and thought that they were fools, because there was no point in destroying his body. Suddenly, he froze, feeling that something was wrong. At that very moment, the pterodon was standing inside the castle near the chest, having discovered the source of life of the oldest Lich. The protagonist looked at the system window, which offered to pump up the warrior pterodon for 5 essences so that he would destroy the enemy's treasure, and the guy decided to agree, although it was a bit expensive. The monster's body was engulfed in golden light, and it turned into a night pterodon. The beetle took off and headed towards the castle. He broke through the wall into the room where his subordinate and the chest were. The Lich shuddered in fear and shouted at them to stop. However, instead, the monster sharpened its horns and smashed the chest into pieces. The skeleton was engulfed in a bluish light and grunted, sending curses. His army also began to be destroyed with screams. Blue flames engulfed the enemies, and the hero watched this from above. Jiha smiled and said that they won. His little assistants brought jewelry and stones to the feet of the master. The guy went down to them and thanked them for bringing so much, which caused confusion among the monsters. The hero looked at one of the brought chests with interest. Suddenly, the trophy became larger in size. The man opened it, and his eyes widened in shock. He took out a sword, the royal seal of Estram of unique rarity, which adds +5 to the mindset, and also grants the charisma of the conqueror. There were some cobblestones lying near the castle, and the hero muttered that he should find the owner, but he had probably died a long time ago. Jiha put the trophy in his backpack and decided what to do with it later. He took out a shovel and said it was time to cleanse the spoiled soil, following the task. The guy and his little helpers were collecting soil in a container. The hero looked at the shining soil and said that he knew it would disintegrate if he brought it to the forest. The flying pterodon gave Jiha ink, and he assumed that the monster wanted the boy to create a scroll. The man looked at his interlocutor and said that he could not do this without runes, but at that moment golden symbols appeared around the tree. The protagonist copied everything and read Purification, returning the earth to its original state. He liked the inscription, and at that moment a cat crept up from behind. Biam jumped on the owner from behind. The boy leaned back, holding the pet, and asked him to be careful with the corrupted land, and the pterodon flew to the book, which now contained a scroll of harmony, healing the corrupted soil. Biam shook his head and did not agree with the hero's words. The monster tore the page with its claws and rejoiced. Jiha stood up and looked away in surprise. There was no one else near the container, and the man wondered where the pterodons had gone. A voice rushed over the rocks, saying that this was their land. Bones lay on the ground, and the whisper continued, "Death to all who disturb our peace." 2 men near the temple grabbed their heads and muttered that this was some kind of nonsense, like, "Death to all living things." They noticed a flash in the sky, saying that it was a terror rank monster, but it had to be done. The Lich in the robe raised his staff and shouted that these lands were given to them for the sake of peace. Dark energy was coming out of the rift, and the villain said that they would get into trouble if their peaceful time was ruined. Suddenly, A huge shining pterodon appeared in front of him. The skeletons rushed to attack, and their leader called the intruder a race of the cursed tree. The monster swung and slammed its horns on the ground. The lich raised his staff, concentrating the energy, and advised the enemy to die. He directed dark power at the enemy. The pterodon bared its teeth and noted that it was just a trifle. The skeleton recoiled in fear and asked how this was possible. Behind the huge monster, his subordinates appeared and rushed to attack. The protagonist, stroking a cat, turned to the door and greeted the guest. Sun Young was walking towards him. She turned on the TV, and the host said that they were reconnecting with Yuri-san through reporter Song Yuging. The screen showed a light in the mountains, and the voice noted that traces of the battle with the lich were visible everywhere. Jiha looked at the TV with interest, listening to the purple land being cleared and the authorities saying that perhaps all the skeletons in the area were destroyed. A flying pterodon appeared on the live broadcast, which the host said had never been seen before. The protagonist turned pale, not understanding why his assistant was there, and the reporters discussed that it might be a destruction-level monster. Hyung-suk looked at the screen and muttered that they were of a different rank. Hyejin turned around while putting on her backpack and decided that it was a mythical creature. The red-haired girl crossed her arms while sitting on the couch and asked what was going on. The pterodons lined up nervously, and a shadow of a man fell on them. Jiha crossed his arms and said that they needed to talk. He looked at the frightened monsters and reassured them that no one was guilty, so there was no need to worry. The man pointed to an open book and clarified whether they took the scroll and went to Yuri-san. Pterodon turned around and started running away. A little later, the monsters brought several magic stones. In front of the hero lay a mountain of treasure. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion and said that he did not need a bribe, but simply wondered if these were them. The monster nodded, confirming the guy's guess. Pterodon's eyes sparkled when the owner stroked him and said that he just wanted to know the truth and make sure that this was their doing. Jiha smiled and noted that they did a great job in Yuri-san. In front of the man lay 10 ether stones, 10 essences and other treasures, and he did not even know what to do with it. He took the ether stone from the oldest lich, which is worth millions of dollars, in his hand. Byum reached out to it with his paw and meowed, and the hero thought that he wanted to play with him. The cat grabbed the stone from both sides. He happily bit into the trophy, surprising the owner. The protagonist watched in amazement as the beast waggled its tail, and thought that this was probably its source of energy, which is why the monsters took the ether stones. Byum closed its eyes with satisfaction and meowed, and the guy decided that the gods of nature could not be understood by the mind. The jewels shimmered in the sun, and the guy thought that now he had 15 essences, so he needed to increase his skills. Jiha's body was enveloped in golden light, strength became 9, and endurance 8. The protagonist stretched his shoulder and felt that he had become stronger, and this was useful to him as a worker. The cat threw its head back, allowing itself to be stroked, and the man thought that he did not have to be obsessed with increasing strength. The hero smiled and said that he was already satisfied, and the pet lay down on his lap. Some time later, the man picked up the phone and received a call from the Hunter Control Center asking him to go to the dungeon as he was late. Jiha smiled, putting on his backpack, and noted that he had never been in a real squad of latecomers, and since they were called, the dungeon must be gigantic. The gathering was near a large fountain where the restoration specialists were standing. One man waved at the hero and shouted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the guy said hello in return. Wang Ho came closer and smiled and said that the rumors were true, and for the first time such a large dungeon appeared, and Jiha confirmed that he had never seen so many latecomers go into a dungeon. The man hugged the boy and suggested that they would get something nice, but the store owner replied that they would hardly even be able to look at such things. Wang Ho closed his eyes and objected that the hunters were too lazy to take some things, and the protagonist turned away. A woman was approaching them. Hyejin fixed her hair. Everyone looked at her, commenting on how beautiful the warrior was, even in full armor. The brunette noticed the main character while people were talking about how she had completed the quest alone, and the high rankers had not even done anything with her. Jiha looked at the girl in surprise as she came closer and called out to him. She stood in front of the man and asked if he was really coming as a latecomer, and he answered in the affirmative, explaining that he had received a call saying that more people were needed. Hyejin opened her mouth, thinking that it might be dangerous there. She looked away in embarrassment and offered to help. The huntress smiled and added that if he went with her, he would be able to move freely around the dungeon. The guy looked around at the people around him in confusion. The brunette was immediately surrounded. People looked at her enthusiastically and suggested that they go separately, and someone promised to make her the main one. Hyejin closed her eyes and replied that she didn't need it. She turned to the protagonist and invited him to come with her. Some time later, the two of them were walking through the forest, and the girl was telling her that rare plants were found in such dungeons, and the man confirmed, adding that many people passed by because they didn't know about it. The huntress turned to her companion and suggested going deeper, but then something moved in the guy's backpack. He opened the briefcase, allowing the cat to breathe freely, and the brunette was glad that Byum was there too. The girl reached out to the animal, exclaiming that it was very cute. The tiger turned away and slapped her hand. Hayin lowered her head in disappointment, and the hero stroked the pet and explained that he didn't like it when someone took his front paws. The huntress puffed out her cheeks and muttered that the cat was impudent. The tiger tried to jump out of the backpack, and the guy barely held it, asking him to wait. Biam jumped onto the grass. Hayin sat down next to him and noted that it had grown, apparently eating well. The hero stroked the animal and agreed that its food was expensive. The guy remembered a recent trophy and thought that the tiger was feeding on an ether stone worth 1 billion won. The brunette put her hand on his shoulder and suggested that they move on, since Biam was also ready. The three walked through the forest, and the companion asked the guy if he had seen the news. She turned to the coughing man and explained that they were talking about a mythical rank monster, a pterodon. The brunette walked next to him, saying that he was also a hunter. So it was okay to say, and they also said that they found traces of a giant in the dungeon of devil ants in Busan. Jiha looked at the hunter in surprise, who said that his hand was the size of a house. He smiled tightly, remembering how he swatted the ant, and Hayin said that because of the handprint, the hunters decided not to go through the dungeon, because the giant was of the mythical level. The man imagined 2 planets and thought that he assumed that the dream world was connected to dungeons. The cat crouched and prepared to pounce. Jiha looked at him and asked what was wrong. The girl grabbed the sword and asked the boy to step back. She stood in front of him and held the weapon out in front of her. A cold wind blew towards the heroes from the front. The huntress shuddered and looked forward. She remembered the scary tree monsters with red eyes, and then the creatures with fangs and large leaves. The protagonist looked at his companion, who began to tremble, and called out to her. Hayin shrank and muttered that Sunghyuk had disappeared here. The man looked deep into the forest and thought that since a first rank had disappeared here, the dungeon was at least a 5th rank. The monster had pulled out a root with its teeth. The girl uncorked the bottle. She drank the potion and wiped her lips. Hayin gripped her sword and asked the protagonist to run to the entrance of the dungeon when they attacked. The brunette looked forward determinedly, and asked to let her deal with them. The man looked uncertainly at his companion, and thought that there were too many dangerous monsters here even for her. The cat was enveloped in a blue glow. He rushed forward, and the protagonist did not have time to stop him. Jiha's eyes widened in surprise and thought that this could not be. The monsters ran away from Biam. The beast bared its teeth and slashed one with its paw. It sank its fangs into the monster and tore off its limb. Fruits fell to the ground. Another creature ran away screaming. Hayin and Jiha watched the scene in shock. The cat walked back proudly. The man sat down next to him and admired him. Biam held a seed in his teeth and wagged his tail. The hero accepted the trophy with a smile. He looked at the pet and asked if it really wanted the guy to plant it. The brunette turned to the side and noted that she had never seen Venus human trap run away. The protagonist picked up the cat and said that they had another problem. They both looked into the thicket of the forest. The girl looked at her companion and asked him to come back. She burst into tears and muttered that she had finally found his trail and could not just leave. Jiha looked at her attentively. He handed her the bottle and offered to go together. Hayin raised her head in surprise and asked again. The interlocutor smiled, lifting the cat, and clarified that it would protect them in case of danger. The brunette took the potion and agreed with a smile. Some time later, they were walking along the path again. Suddenly, the girl stopped the hero by the shoulder and looked ahead. She pointed there with her finger and asked if he could see it. In front of them was a cave, from the entrance of which light emanated. The protagonist frowned and assumed that the answer was hidden inside. The trio came closer and stopped. The man extended his hand with a torch and noted that the erosion was not inside the cave. They walked further, and the girl pointed her finger at something else, attracting the attention of her companion. They looked at the wall on which traces of blood were visible. Jiha frowned and suggested that they go faster, to which the huntress agreed. The trio moved forward. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened and she screamed. A broken sword and armor lay on the stones. The brunette fell to her knees and called out Sunghyuk's name. She hugged the armor and cried, and the hero looked at her with sympathy. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to calm down. Jiha smiled and said that if the marks were only at the entrance, then the man could have recovered and left. The interlocutor raised her eyebrows and asked if that was really possible. Biam approached her. The man looked questioningly at his pet. The cat climbed onto the armor and opened his mouth, revealing a shining ball. The guy took the symbiote egg. Jiha thoughtfully rubbed his chin and thought that he had definitely heard about it somewhere, and he would need to check the information when he returned. The cat bit his hand. Biam looked demandingly at his owner, expecting praise. The hero stroked him and said that the beast was great. The shop owner smiled and noted that it was very good that they had found the tracks and that the hunter was definitely still alive. The brunette wiped her tears and added that she would definitely find him. Hayin smiled and said that they should go back. They left the cave and the girl thanked the hero for today, but he just waved it off, saying that he hadn't done anything. Hayin hugged the armor and noted that she had found some Hyuk's tracks thanks to him. She smiled and added that she was always lucky with him. Jiha scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and blushed under Byum's mocking gaze. The huntress looked at him and asked him to call her when he needed help. The protagonist shook her hand and promised to do so. The cat placed his paw on the girl's fingers. The brunette stroked his head and also thanked him. Jiha looked at the girl and suggested that they part ways here, because he still needed to give the cat a snack. He remembered the gold trophy in the bag and thought that something needed to be closed. Some time later, the protagonist was sitting at the counter and looking at a book. The guy thoughtfully raised an eyebrow and muttered that he had definitely read about this somewhere. The cat tilted his head and wagged his tail. The books flew everywhere, and the man gasped. Jiha looked at the satisfied pet with a smile, and there was a book on his head. He took it off himself and said that it was unlikely that this tome contained it, and that he would probably need to find out somewhere else. The man lay down on the table and told the cat that they would see each other in a dream. The protagonist closed his eyes and fell asleep. Soft light penetrated the forest through the crown of the trees. The guy stretched and noted that it was very refreshing. He raised his head and his eyes widened in surprise. The man stood at the foot of the tree, not understanding when it had become so big. Jiha ran his hand along the branch where the fruits of the world tree grew. The hero stared at the plants in surprise, exclaiming that even the fruits had grown, as proof that this was indeed the world tree. The boy turned around and looked down. A group of therodrons approached him, and he greeted them. The cat was playing with the bugs, and Jiha crouched down and stuck his hand into the bag. He handed them a golden egg and asked if they knew what it was. The Therodron knight looked at it with delight and nodded. The protagonist smiled, delighted. A sign appeared in front of him, which said that the monster offered to hatch the egg. The man handed him the trophy and agreed. The monsters picked up the ball and moved forward under the leadership of the general. The hero smiled, propping up his cheek, and noted that he could be relied on. In the hole, the queen of the Therodrons sat on the throne, and her subjects brought her treats. The knight flew up to her with a golden egg. She touched the glowing ball with her claw. The queen accepted it, and the other monsters began to bring crystals. Now the ball was lying on a mountain of golden gems. The queen of the Therodrons hugged the egg and closed her eyes. The protagonist sat under a tree and stroked Byum's belly, asking if he really felt so good. Suddenly the cat jumped up, and the man shuddered in surprise. The guy opened his mouth and asked what was going on. A column of Therodrons was rising up the tree trunk. In the center of their flock, a creature with butterfly wings was hovering. Jiha raised his head, asking if this was a symbol. The winged creature rose higher and spread its arms. It emitted golden light from under the crowns of the world tree. A light breeze ran through the forest. The protagonist and Byum looked at the sky happily, and the system notified about the awakening of a squad of sleeping symbiotes, as well as the beginning of the restoration of the world tree. A bright light surrounded the trunk and leaves. The guy put his hand to the bark and was glad that it was healthy now. He shuddered, feeling the energy. The glow engulfed the man, because the world tree blessed him and awakened the sleeping fate, the class of the worker world tree. Jiha walked through the forest, and golden apples hung from the branches. The hunter looked at them with a smile and admired them. The guy looked at the harvest, and the cat was fishing in the river nearby. The protagonist spread his arms and noted that the forest had expanded greatly. He noticed the solar apple, which raised the level to the second. Jiha grinned and thought that now he would be able to create twice as many potions. The man shook his head, imagining himself selling many vials to customers, and muttered that he hadn't even thought about money in the first place, and there must be a reason why the world tree was giving him a chance. He looked up and guessed that he was destined to restore the world tree and the entire world. The cat closed its eyes and meowed. The boy looked at it and asked if it was hungry. The hero reached into his backpack, and the pet waited patiently. The man took out a fishing rod and announced that today would be Arctic char. He sat down on the bank, looking ahead with concentration. Jiha jerked the rod sharply and caught a fish. The hero raised it above his head, satisfied, and the cat was happily next to him. The hunter looked at the sign that appeared in front of him in surprise. The trophy in his hand was an Arctic char with a level 1 supernatural perception for 30 minutes, as well as the ability to enhance all of the caster's senses and reflexes by 20% for half an hour. The guy noted that there was originally not supposed to be a detailed explanation here. Byum played with the fish, and the man reached into his briefcase to compare it with the rest of the items. He pulled out a spatial bag, above which a sign also appeared, explaining that the owner can safely store items in it even in another dimension. The hero rubbed his chin and exclaimed that he would not need to explain the potion's effect several times. He grabbed the pet with the fish in its mouth. The man grabbed the things and ran, explaining that he needed to quickly return to the warehouse and implement an idea. There was a crowd of people near the building. They were standing under the windows, and passers-by were discussing that almost all the hunters in Seoul had gathered there, as if a first-rank dungeon had opened. Byum came down the stairs with a number in his teeth. The girl bent down and took the paper, thanking the cat. One passerby touched the man on the shoulder and asked what they were all doing there. He pointed to the second floor and replied that the hunters wanted to buy potions, but it was unknown whether it would be his turn today. The protagonist set up a stand on the street, stating that a maximum of 3 bottles were allowed per person, and that the number had to be taken from Biam. One leaflet showed a paralysis potion that increased paralysis resistance by 35% for 30 minutes, and another showed a special health potion that restored 22% of maximum health in 13 seconds. The man pointed to a sign at the end of the line and explained that the potions from this shop were delicious and worked great, and they were cheap, so even people from out of town came to buy them. The hunters glanced sideways at the happy Biam with fear. The protagonist spread his arms and praised his pet for his good work. The shop was full of customers, and the man thought that even though he could only create good potions, he would use this gift from the world tree for the sake of people. The hero smiled at these thoughts. He looked at another customer and said goodbye to him. Sun Young appeared at the door and waved to her friend. Jiha looked at her with a smile, and she was surprised that there were so many people here. She showed him the screen of her phone and asked if the guy had seen it. There was a list of places on the page, and the girl said that she decided to check just in case when the hero talked about a shrine, but it turned out to be his shop. The man sheepishly adjusted his hair and agreed. The interlocutor grinned and asked if they really had to wait in line to see him now, and the guy replied that members of the Happy Hunters were always welcome. Sun Young took the red bottle and asked if it was true, since it was the first time she had seen the effect stated so precisely. The protagonist punched in another purchase and replied that he had checked with the customers, and they had confirmed everything. The friend twirled the potion in her hand in surprise and noted that it was incomparable with the effect in another store. The guy shook his head decisively when she asked if she could take one more as a regular customer, but she was not allowed. Jiha reached under the counter and added that there was something else. He took out a scroll with a smile. The blonde unrolled it with interest, noting the beautiful handwriting, and asked what it did. The hero grinned and explained that the item brings good luck, or more precisely, it is a wish scroll that can grant the owner a small wish twice. The man looked at the satisfied interlocutor and thought that he was a little nervous, since it was the first time he tried it, but there should be no problems. A group of hunters were fighting monsters, and the swordsman asked everyone to hold on, because what would they do if they were up against a giant? He made a sharp lunge and threw the enemy back. The monster fainted in the air and turned. The defeated fish flew straight at the girl. Sun Young fell forward, having received a blow from the undead monster, and muttered that she was going to die. The swordsman looked back at her and apologized. Her colleagues came up to her, put the fish away, and the knight asked why his friend took a sword with him if he was going to beat the monster to death, and he responded that he did not expect the enemy to fly off like that. The blonde stood up, holding her head, and answered the sorceress's question that she was fine. The scroll in her pocket began to glow. All the hunters stood nearby, and the system reported that, thanks to the wish scroll, after a small failure, the chance of getting a special item increases by 70% for half an hour. The number of uses remaining, 1. The floor under Sun Young's feet cracked. Everyone crouched down when the ground began to shake. The entire team fell down, and the girl even dropped the book from her hands, calling for help. The knight caught the sorceress, the mage landed on his feet, declaring that they would not die from such traps, and the blonde plopped down on her but grumbling that she was unlucky again. The hunters looked up, noting that it seemed like this trap was dug on purpose. The blonde raised her hand with mana and called for a conductor of light. A golden butterfly fluttered above them. The room was filled with treasures and various equipment. The guy picked up the blade and exclaimed that it was a knight's longsword. His companion looked at the armor with a smile, concluding that this place looked like a hidden hideout. Sun Young noticed a tome on the floor, recognizing it as the symbol of the Gemark Empire's Black Lion Knights. The girl grabbed it and shouted that her wish had come true. The brown-haired man turned to his friends and said that they could fall through again somewhere, so let's grab what they need and it's time to leave. He extended his hand, helping the swordsman up. At that moment, they all fell to the ground again. Feeling the vibration, the girl howled that they were in trouble as soon as they got good items. The knight looked back and suggested going back just in case, and his friends supported his idea. The sorceress pointed in the other direction in fear, and everyone turned around. A crowd of monsters was flying in their direction. The hunters jumped up abruptly, realizing that it was useless to fight. Sun Young turned pale and asked what the hell was going on. The red monster caught the small monsters with its claws right in front of her. The swordsman squinted from the dust, and the knight hugged the blonde. The brown-haired man raised his shield over his head so that the falling rocks would not harm them. Sun Young hid under a book and exclaimed that she did not want to die here. She closed her eyes and added, "Please." The girl opened her eyes slightly, seeing the surprised faces of her comrades in front of her. The guys looked behind her, where the light was falling from. A large hole appeared in the wall near the guys. The hunters looked back, and the blonde also turned back. They found themselves in the middle of the desert in a dilapidated building. There was not a soul around, and the girl tried to understand what was happening. The main character was sitting in the forest with a cat on his shoulder and watching the small monsters with red claws. He smiled and noted that thanks to the earthworms, the soil had become fertile again. While the man was thoughtfully looking down, choosing what to plant, BM reached into his backpack. The beast brought a seed to the confused owner. The hero remembered that monster and asked if the tiger really wanted to plant this, and he nodded decisively. The guy hesitantly took the seed in his hand, muttering that it was a little dangerous, and BM was already digging with all his might. The cat showed him the finished hole and meowed. Jiha smiled and agreed, because the pet got it himself, so let him do what he wants. They dug in the seed. The flower inside the hut moved and made a ringing sound. The protagonist straightened up and asked if someone had come to the store, although they were closed. The man picked up BM and suggested that they go back. The man took a towel and began to wipe the cat, noting that they were both dirty. He shuddered, feeling someone's gaze. Sunyoung was standing outside the window with her entire team, who didn't really understand why her friend had brought them here. The hero opened the door and asked what had happened to them. The girl frowned and almost threw her fists at him, shouting that he had claimed that the scroll would bring good luck. The guy looked at the sign with a new description of the influence of bad luck and thought that this detail had not been there before. Jiha smiled awkwardly and suggested that they go inside and wash up first. The hunter settled inside, and the brown-haired man exhaled that they could now relax, and his girlfriend admired the cat. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend and asked what had happened to them. The knight crossed his arms and said that they had entered a dungeon with vipers, but suddenly earthworms appeared and destroyed the entire dungeon, and Jiha wondered if this was really the price for the creation scroll. The hunter showed off his shiny armor and added that they had found a secret hideout and had not wasted their time. The hero looked at the trophy in surprise and asked if it was really the knight's secret hideout. Sunyoung looked at him and added that the Black Lion Knight's secret place was at the beginning of the dungeon, and the man asked if they were talking about the Gemark Empire. The friend went down to the backpack and said that she had something that would knock him off his feet. She took out a book in a beautiful cover with a coat of arms. The protagonist stared at the trophy in delight, and Sunyoung said that it was the logbook of the knight's squad leader. She opened the book and said that everything was in an ancient language, so she could barely read anything. The man looked over her shoulder and said, "Monsters have appeared in the kingdom of Estram and have begun to cross the border." The other woman looked up in shock and asked if her friend understood the contents. The shop owner smiled and nodded. Sunyoung placed an old parchment on the table and said that he should know what it was. In front of them was a damaged Gehenna map. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and named the item. They both looked at the trophy and the girl asked if the other man was sure, to which she answered affirmatively. Jiha sweated and realized what he could do with it. He happily grabbed her hand. His eyes sparkled when the man asked to lend him the card for a couple of days. The guy put the box of potions on the table and said that he would give them all in exchange. Sunyoung drooled at the sight of such goodness. Her comrades also enthusiastically sorted through the bottles, declaring that the girl must lend the card. The protagonist raised a finger and offered to get additional potions for a month, after which Sunyoung and her team agreed. The brown-haired man frowned and exclaimed that Jiha is very cool, but he can no longer change his mind, and the man agreed. Jiha waves to the heroine, who is dragged along. While she promises to take him away, he in turn asks to be careful. The guy with the cat in his arms says that he suddenly has so many things to do: prepare goods for the store, read the notes of the knight commander. The white cat cuddles her owner, who asks BM if she is sleepy. The protagonist sits down at the table, intending to first look into the forest and then start making potions, but he also thinks about whether it would be better to figure out the map first. There is an old map on the table. He thinks that it was used by the Imperial Knights, so the detail would be better and the topography, landmarks and appearance of monsters are meticulously described here. Jiho looks at it and says that the elder lich that appeared on Mount Yurisan came from the south side of the Estram Palace and the monster forest that he recently went to with Hayin, not far from Mount Apito. He adjusts his glasses, thinking that the map could be complete, and in that case he would be able to find out where the monster dungeon is. He hits the table and exclaims, remembering something. He strokes BM and is about to ask the Pterodon Knight, because he most likely knows for sure. Jiha falls asleep while sitting at the table. He wakes up in the middle of the forest near a huge tree. BM next to him also stretches. Jiha turns around and tries to figure out where all the insects are. There is a yellow flower in a pot nearby. The system says that a strong monster has appeared nearby. The protagonist sees red smoke to the side and thinks that it is there. A huge Cyclops with a swarm of flies and a large club is standing nearby. Jiha looks out from above and realizes that it is a Cyclops. The picture shows a ferocious monster crushing its enemies. The inscription says that it is a one-eyed giant, the very first encountered disaster rank monster that appeared in China, and little is known about it except its size and appearance, and it is said that dozens of hunters were involved in catching it. He waves a club, driving away small flying creatures. The protagonist realizes that a Cyclops has never appeared in their country before. Jiha asks the cat, who is turning her head from side to side, if she will help with this monster. The frame shows flying warriors with wooden shields. The protagonist assumes that since the system window did not appear, it turns out that the Terradrones want to deal with him themselves. Gehenna opened the book and wrote down his characteristics with a pen just in case. The flying warriors decisively rushed to attack. The Cyclops with a grin deals a strong blow towards them. He is surprised when he sees a tip in front of his eye. His red eye is wide open. Gehenna loudly shouts, "Watch out." The ferocious Cyclops screams and splashes red energy from his eye, knocking down the Terradrone. The red beam pierces everything around, the trees fly apart. The beaten little warrior looks at the enemy. The protagonist at this moment notices that the difference in strength is too great. The little warriors rally around the insect in armor. The guy does not believe that they have a plan. They carry a huge yellow crystal to him. The insect deftly cuts the ethereal stone with its claws. The little warriors, lined up in rows, hold small yellow shields. Now Gehenna understands why he did it. The Cyclops' eye turns red. He shoots a beam of destructive energy again. The Terradrones close themselves with an ethereal shield, and the protagonist wonders if they really want to take the attack head-on. Gehenna watches excitedly. The Terradrones skillfully reflect the attack with their shields. The beam bounces off to the other side and hits the Cyclops, who screams in pain. His hand falls to the ground with the club. The protagonist praises the Terradrones for their resourcefulness. He carefully makes new notes in the book about how the key to defeating the Cyclops is to reflect the best shield made of ethereal stones. The Terradrones stand in line with a joyful look. The Cyclops screams loudly, holding his severed hand. The little warrior deals a deft blow to him. He tries to cut the monster's leg. The Cyclops falls head over heels to the ground with a crash. Gehenna happily exclaims that they managed to knock it down. A swarm of Terradrones heads towards the protagonist. A line of brave fighters salutes Gehenna. He touches their claws with his finger, stating that it was simply amazing. The protagonist holds up yellow cubes, exclaiming that they worked hard and are now entitled to a reward. The Terradrones near the cat and fish loudly rejoice at the reward they received. The protagonist looks in surprise at the envelope icon in front of him, realizing that a notification has arrived. He sees a window with inscriptions about +10 essences and does not understand what it is. The window says that the total number of essences is 325. The guy does not believe it. Hayin looks at the monitor and wonders if something new has been added to the Mir wiki. She clicks the mouse. The girl is surprised as she reads about 10 essences. On the monitor, information about the Cyclops. 10 essences are needed to read the information. Do you want to unlock access? The girl at this point does not understand when such a system appeared. She leans back in her chair and says that the fee is small, because it can be quickly collected in several dungeons. Hayin is surprised by the Cyclops' club and the light beams from the eye. She reads the article with interest. The girl deftly pokes the computer mouse. The notification states the strategy for fighting the Cyclops. 10 essences are needed to read. Do you want to unlock access? The girl squeezes her hair with her fingers, indignantly. She bangs her head on the table, screaming that she has no more essence. She jumps up and insults the author of the post in a rage, threatening him. She blazes with fire and is confident that she can easily tear him apart. Gehenna sits by the tree with the cat and notices that he suddenly gets goosebumps on his back. Hayin confidently steps out of the car. The driver opens the door for him. He looks ahead in surprise. He asks the assistant if there is an event today. The assistant replies that there is nothing. They look at the huge crowd in front of them and Hayin wonders why there are so many. The assistant shows the screen of the smartphone, assuming that it is because of yesterday's publication. Hayin reads about the strategy for fighting the Cyclops. The guy says that he must pay 10 essence to unlock access, and to read the full version, which includes the strategy for victory, you need to pay another 10. The huge crowd shouts something while he says that 10 essence can already raise stats well, asking if there is a hunter who spent all 20. They look at the people and the assistant says that this is why there are so many hunters and he does not know the author, but he is clearly an excellent strategist. Hayin thinks about the Cyclops, wondering if the dungeon with this monster was opened, and if it is him, then such a place cannot be cleared secretly, because it will be at least rank 6. They stand next to each other, and the assistant says that it is true, but there are rumors that there will be something special in the dungeon, and then the truth appeared. A map with a monster appeared on the big screen. Hayin demands to urgently convene the reconnaissance team and the emergency department. People in business suits gathered in the conference room. The speaker says that no one has access to the Mir wiki servers, and knowing this, the idea of foreign interference can be discarded. Hayin wonders that in this case, they can't track where all the essences went. The guy answers that he can assume that the hunter is automatically enrolled through the system. Julian turns to his interlocutor and states that the results of the check have recently arrived and apparently the hunters who read the entire article received some bonuses. He in turn says that all of this is already giving him a headache. Hayin gets up from the table and states that he is instructing their department to check the list of hunters who applied for the raid and that they also need to monitor these people around the clock, because the safety of the hunters is the top priority. The fighters excitedly ask if they are really sure that they will succeed. Hayin, Holding a staff in her hands against the background of other heroes, demands not to involve her in the fight. The girl next to her is crying because all her essence was taken away. Hayin, holding a sword, turns to the others and orders the tanks to take up positions to reflect the beam, and immediately after the attack, the two of them will enter the fight. Hayin turns to the red-haired girl and says that the rest is on her. She asks not to worry. Hayin raises her staff. The notification says that the buff against the Cyclops has been activated with increased attack power and critical damage, while she confidently declares that she will fry it to a crisp. The monster releases a powerful beam from its eye. Sun Hyuk skillfully blocks it with her shield. At this time, the heroine quickly strikes the Cyclops with rapid movements. With the help of the staff, the red-haired girl pierces the monster's chest with a stone. Jiha watches TV with BM and exclaims that clearing the Cyclops' dungeon was completed without problems, and they are simply amazing. On the news program, two reporters are talking about how, according to the basic principles of the Hunters Association, the article on Mir Wiki will be donated to other countries for free. Jiha happily looks at the notification and says that if you write something in the infinite spellbook, it will then appear on Mir Wiki. The protagonist thinks about the stages of the previous battle of the Terradrones with the Cyclops and understands that if they share information about the tactics of fighting monsters, then in the future he will definitely not have problems with the essence. The guy looks at the yellow flower standing nearby and assumes that some monster has appeared nearby again. He holds a disgruntled BM and wants to take a look. Jiha holds the pet in her arms and stands on the shore. He is surrounded by the sea. In the distance, a Terradrone flies towards him. The protagonist happily extends his hand to him. The little warrior sits on the palm. A notification says that the World Eater is injured and needs his help. Jiha turns around and does not understand who it is. The Terradrone points down. He and the cat understand that it is right below it. The protagonist understands that it is in the hole below them. Jiha and BM look down in surprise. Suddenly, a stream of water breaks out from there, which knocks off the guy's glasses. He spits water. The cat jumps to the side. He stands and thinks about the World Eater. An image of a huge whale appears beneath them, and Jiha realizes that it is him. The protagonist and the cat look at the yellow whale, who is taking care of the world tree. The guy touches it and feels that its energy is weakening. Jiha holds yellow crystals in his palms and realizes that this is the reason why he suddenly has so much essence. He throws it into its mouth, stating that this should be enough. The whale's eye opens wide. It begins to get angry. The protagonist does not understand what is happening. The whale opens its mouth wide, water splashes in different directions. Jiha covers his ears from the resulting sound wave. The whale disappears from sight. The protagonist and the cat lie on the sand, exhausted. Jiha looks with relief at the notification that the World Eater has returned to its original form. The guy gets up and says that he is dizzy. The small whale climbs out of the water. The protagonist hugs a small version of the whale and calls it very cute. He happily pets it, while BM wags his tail discontentedly on the shore. It quickly swims back into the sea, and Jiha realizes that it costs all the essence. He asks the cat with a smile whether it is true or not, and she turns away. The protagonist looks at the whale and notices that it is returning. The small whale deftly jumps out of the water. It pours water on the guy with the cat, and he in turn calls him a naughty boy. Jiha looks ahead in surprise, not understanding what is happening now. There is a bunch of seafood under his feet: shells, salad, shrimp, fish. The guy bends down and asks if he really brought everything for him. BM is happily holding a fish in his teeth next to him, and the protagonist pets the whale and thanks him. Jiha waves to his friend swimming away. He smiles and wishes the baby not to get hurt. On TV, the correspondent continues the news broadcast. Against the backdrop of the sea, a worker says that a huge sea monster has been spotted off the southern coast of Korea. Helicopters fly over the coast, searching for something. A huge octopus swims in the water, fire bursting out of its tentacles. It quickly heads for the city. The workers on the shore run away against the backdrop of the ferocious monster, which begins to destroy buildings. The workers in helmets see the octopus and ask if the hunters have appeared. One points and asks the boss to look ahead. The octopus is sitting on the wall, and behind it is a huge yellow whale. The workers look ahead with fear in their eyes and assume that this is a rank of destruction. The monster splashes, grabbing the wall with its tentacles. The whale's huge mouth begins to suck in the octopus. The monster quickly swims into its mouth. The yellow whale closed its mouth, from which its tentacles stick out. The men in business suits silently watch the situation on the TV. Hyung-suk turns to another man and asks what the largest whale that came into contact with the first awakened one is. He replies that the image remained on the plate almost identically. The man in business suit looks at the tablet and says that they wanted to observe it longer, and they say that the sea monsters that lived in the sea around the peninsula are now forced out to the southern part of Japan. Hyung-suk looks displeased and does not understand what is happening at all. Jiha sits at the table opposite Sun-young. The girl touches a stack of books and says that this is an ancient book from the kingdom of Estram, which she found in a bookstore and is currently in high demand. He hands her a map from the outskirts of the kingdom to the river, noting that it is not perfect, since he created it based on the knight's journal. The girl looks at the sheet in surprise and realizes that even taking this into account, he described everything in great detail, as if he had seen it himself. He answers with embarrassment that it is impossible. They sit opposite each other while he introduces the pterodrones who did this during reconnaissance. Sunyoung stretches while the protagonist explains that if they add the southern part of the river, the kingdom of Estram will be complete. She asks in surprise why he is trying so hard to restore the map, because it already looks more like work. Jiha holds the sheet and states her hope that she can help someone. The warrior stands with his back. Someone calls him by his name, Sunghyuk. The fighter walks into the distance, while the narrator is sure that he is alive and wandering somewhere in the territory of Gehenna. His armor and sword are broken. The hero is sure that if he uses his abilities correctly, he will be able to find him. Jiha holds the map with a serious look. Sunyoung notes with a smirk that this someone is a woman. The protagonist loudly denies it. She got up from the table and said that she needs to go home and get some sleep because she still has to go on business tomorrow. Jiha waves her with a smile, holding the door, and asks her not to forget to come to him before the dungeon and buy a potion. It is a third category, so he made a strong resistance. She in turn thanks him. Sunyoung waves his hand and shouts that they will see each other tomorrow and talk when he gets a girlfriend. The guy laughs. He closed the door and said that thanks to her, the data collection calmed down and he also found the rune he needed. Jiha looks at his record book with a slight smile. He flips through it. The notification says about the scroll of changes, which says, "You will find traces and be able to find signs of life and determine the location of the tract." The guy tears off a page, thinking about Hayin. He opens his glowing eyes wide. A bright light shines among the dark space. It is brighter and brighter. Hayin walks through the dark space. The protagonist holds the torn leaf and realizes that it really shows the location and energy, and it can be used in many ways. Biam jumps on the table, looking at the guy. He hugs the cat tightly, apologizing for the loud noise. The protagonist smiles and invites Biam to go to the garden and then have dinner. They sit on the grass and Jiha is surprised that the water has become much cleaner. He takes it in his palms, a small fish splashes in it, and he assumes that this is because of the Devourer of Worlds. Jiha plucks a level 3 solar apple, noticing that the level of fruits has also increased one by one and therefore the effect has become better. The protagonist meets the pterodrones with a smile, stating that they have arrived. He descends to them and apologizes for being a little late, which is due to reading a book. The leader of the small warriors calls them to him. They carry fruits and Jiha notices that they have collected more fruits of the world tree than before. He smiles and taps the pterodron's claw and praises them for their good work. The small warrior on Jiha's shoulder points up with his claw. The protagonist looks at the tree and asks if he really wants the guy to climb up. He crawls up with difficulty while the cat and pterodron watch him. Jiha at this point declares that good physical strength is not his ability. He reaches his hand to the branch, just a little bit left. The guy looks ahead in surprise. The heroes stand on a huge branch and look ahead. Jiha notices that opposite is Mount Apito. He smiles and declares that beyond the garden lies the real continent of Gehenna. The cat next to him begins to hiss loudly. She remains silent in response to the promise to feed her. The protagonist looks down and realizes that it will most likely be a real problem to get down. He crawls with difficulty, clutching a tree. His leg begins to twist a vine, and he exclaims in surprise. A monster in the form of a vine twists the main character's body, and he does not understand what is happening. A flower with teeth with a ferocious grin strokes his face with a leaf. Jiha screams in horror. The monster holds him at a height and he asks Biam for help, exclaiming every second to save him. The monster with teeth begins to growl at him. Jiha stands with sneakers on his head. The main character is surprised that the vine gradually lets go of him. Biam sits on the head of a flower, which laughs, clutching Jiha with its paw. The guy embarrassedly strokes him and thanks him for lowering him to the ground. The plant takes him in her arms and strokes him. While he did not expect that he would be so kind, and maybe it is worth posting this on Mere Wiki. Jiha looks ahead and understands that he will have to get to Mount Apito through the Great Plains. He imagines a broken carriage in his head and claims that he has heard about this mountain before, because this is where people who fled the kingdom of Estram were heading. The memories show a cave in the forest. The protagonist reflects on the fact that according to the information collected by the pterodrones, the dungeon where Sunghyuk's traces were found is located near the river in the south of the kingdom. Jiha picks up a map and sees that the river runs next to the mountain. The guy and the pterodrone look ahead and notice that it is in the direction of the southern slope, which means the river should be behind him. He marks the route with a pen, being sure that he needs to send Apito to Mount to find any traces of Sunghyuk. The protagonist holds out his hand, realizing that this is just an assumption. He turns to the army of small warriors and relies on them in this matter. He says with a smile that he and Biam will go to dinner. The protagonist notices that the cat is missing and begins to loudly call it to him. He scratches his head, saying that Biam at least ate before the long walk, but he is still not there. Jiha hears a rustling tree behind him. He cries out, exclaiming that he was scared. The ferocious monster points a vine to the side, The guy realizes that the cat is there. Jiha looks ahead in annoyance and says his name. He sadly sits at the table and thinks about the pet. The protagonist lowers his head and wonders where his cat went. He imagines their fun games in his head and realizes that they have so much to do together. Two people come in and call him by name. He jumps up and excitedly greets, noticing that the man and woman are together. Hayin extends his hand and introduces himself by name, mentioning that he works at the Hunter's Bureau. The protagonist calls himself in return. The man stands next to the girl and says that he wanted to see him, so he asked Hayin for a favor. Hayin takes a potion from the shelf and states that the potions he made are really amazing. The protagonist blushes and thanks him, offering him tea. There are cups of tea on the table. The girl is surprised that he contacted her first. Jiha would like to give her something. She asks again in surprise. He hands her a roll of paper, stating that he studied ancient books and found something that she really needed. She unfolds it, and is surprised to hear that it is a tracking scroll. The guy smiles and says that it will help her find Sunhyuk. Hayin asks if Jiha made it himself. The girl asks if he can read ancient books. She puts her finger to her lips and states that it must be a secret. Jiha sheepishly agrees. Hayin adjusts his glasses and seriously asks if the protagonist really signed a contract with the god of nature. The surprised guy looks at him and does not believe that he knows about demigods. The protagonist frantically asks again, who clarifies that they are sometimes called demigods. Hayin covers his face with his hands and allows the interlocutor not to answer, because he received certain abilities and it is up to him to decide how to use them. The man holds a cup of tea in his hands and says that thanks to his potions, the survival rate of hunters has increased by more than 20% and he can rightfully consider the Hunter Bureau to be in his debt. He holds out an envelope and states that he actually came to give this and if he needs anything, their bureau will gladly provide active support. The protagonist, not believing, asks again if he can take it. Hayin begins to answer about the community, but he is interrupted. Hayin looks at him and says that he told her about the desire to just get to know Jiha better. He in response asks what she thinks they are doing now. The girl apologizes to the protagonist with a smile and says that the leader is a big workaholic and therefore he is a little weak in personal conversations. The guy understands this with a laugh. Jiha happily thanks them for their support and promises to treat them to something delicious next time. The man thanks him in surprise. The protagonist's voice is heard outside, asking them to come again. Hayin, with a box of potions, says goodbye to the heroes and says that the hunter community will remember this favor and repay him. Hayin stands next to the guy and says that the manager is simply obsessed with his work, and he, in turn, notes that, surprisingly, he turned out to be a very nice person. The guy opens the door and invites her to continue their conversation. Jiha writes in a book with a pen and says that he will finish now, while she asks what exactly he is drawing. The girl points to the drawings and recognizes a mountain, a river, and the kingdom of Estram. The protagonist enthusiastically explains that this diagram is not an ideal drawing of that area, but if there is a place similar to this, you need to use the scroll, thinking of Sunhyuk. The picture shows a warrior walking into a dark space. The protagonist claims that if he is nearby, the scroll will tell him where he is. The guy scratches his head and says that he wants to test the scroll himself, but he has used up the last of his ink. Hayin, with tears in his eyes, sincerely thanks the surprised Jiha. He reassures her that he is alive and the hero will help her until they find him. Hayin, with a sad look, calls him a good person. Jiha, with a smile, replies that they are good friends and there is no need to react like that. Hayin gets closer to his face and asks him to tell her if he needs anything. The girl looks at the room and notices that the cat is missing. The protagonist sadly claims that it ran away. Runs quickly through the forest. He deftly turns into a large cat with claws. Stands on the edge of a cliff and looks ahead. The picture shows the eye of the beast. The inscription reads, "Despite the fact that your weakened body was torn apart thousands and tens of thousands of times, stupid and devoted to your cause you defended your position to the very end." It is also stated that the fangs of the god Arctus came for him. In the frame, the pet's muzzle is close up. He, high on a mountain, blazes with blue flames and looks at a huge wolf, who was chained by evil monsters. A ferocious predator looks ahead. The inscription says that this is the one who carries out the will of God. Green goblins surrounded a large wolf. He growls at them and looks at his chains. One of the monsters turns around in surprise. Above him, a huge beam blazes. The cat slowly walks forward while goblins surround him. He looks ahead with fiery eyes and declares that the evil creatures need to get out of the way. The green goblins run away into the distance in a crowd. The cat approaches the wolf and asks what he is doing here, calling him Arctus. Beam easily bites through the chains on him. They fall down with a clang. They slowly circle each other and Beam declares that this is where his meaningless atonement ends. In turn, he is indignant at this. Beam explains that the world tree has begun to recover. The huge wolf lies down and says that only the will of God can command him and the cat needs to leave. Beam bites him viciously on the neck, while he screams asking what the cat is doing. Arctus flies high. The cat holds him in his mouth and declares that he is not going to ask his opinion, because apparently the wolf forgot who is the confidant of God. The cat runs forward, while the wolf in his mouth begs him to let go, but BM demands that he not twitch, otherwise he will be swallowed. The heroes stand in front of a huge castle. The protagonist thanks them because now he can explore tier 3 dungeons. They in response say that he gave them so many potions for free. Sunyoung looks at the protagonist and asks why he is here, because in the ruins-type dungeons there is little to get except for a box with items. Jiha says with a smile that the Knights of the Black Lion helped the survivors of the Kingdom of Estram escape during the Great War, and he wonders if the shelter where they found the work journal is connected to the secret passage. The girl claims that it makes sense, although she did not look. The fighter with gray hair stretches and says that he does not know anything about the history of the destroyed country, but hopes that they will find some amazing artifacts. The picture shows a sword with the following stats: Endurance +5, Dexterity +3 increased stats, Knight's Oath skill, the attack power of party members increases by 7% for 5 minutes, while someone notes that his weapon is also good. The guy grabs the sword and asks if he is talking about this one. Its steel shines and the protagonist explains that it may seem like an ordinary artifact, but it increases the characteristics of sword mastery, and also increases strength, and this is equivalent to the characteristics of most rare artifacts. The fighter turns around in surprise and asks how he found out about this. He in turn is embarrassed, thinking that these windows are visible only to him. He scratches his head and says with a smile that in fact, his ability recently awakened. The whole group asks again. Sunyoung exclaims that this is why he was able to describe the effects of potions so accurately. The guy with the shield and sword asks what's wrong with that, because his armor was found in the same place as the weapon. The protagonist looks at them and states that they are light armor, 10% increase in defense, 5% higher protection against fatal blows, and unfortunately, there is nothing else. The girl takes his hand and congratulates him on finally having abilities. The fighters hug each other and think about how rich they will be now. The other thinks it is priceless. Sunyoung hits each of them on the head with a book. She exclaims that she can see their thoughts, and that they are only thinking about how to make it work. The girl points her finger at him and asks him to be careful because the world is full of people like hyenas. The group of heroes walks along a stone wall and Jiha realizes that he really needs to be careful, as she said. He imagines the leader and realizes that he needs to ask him how he uses his abilities. The guy with the shield points his finger in front of him and finds an exit. There is a huge hole in the wall, and they realize that it has collapsed because of the monster. Jiha and company look ahead, discouraged. There is a blue river in front of them and they notice that it is much bigger than they imagined, and quite clean. The protagonist bends over with a book in his hands and wonders where they made a secret passage, because the river is quite deep. He looks at the recordings and thinks that first of all he checked the back of Mount Apito, so now he will be content with at least that. Friends surround the guy and one of them asks if he is drawing a landscape, because it seems like a picture taken with a camera. Another asks if there is anything he can't do. Sunyoung is sitting nearby, looking straight into the water. The picture shows a scroll in the window says, "Your small wish will come true. A little happiness increases the probability of receiving special items by 70% for 20 minutes. The amount to use is 1/2. Jiha throws all his friends away and demands to stop. The girl turns around in surprise and looks at him. The girl in the same pose slowly falls into the water. The protagonist hurries to her. The water rises with splashes. Sunyoung slowly sinks to the bottom, not understanding why it is her again. She splashes in the water and calls for help. All the heroes rush to her. She dives into the river and asks to help her. Jiha deftly jumps into the water. He swims underwater and mentally asks her to wait a little. He moves underwater, while an unknown creature appears behind him. He turns around in shock. A huge yellow whale helps him get to the girl. He lifts them onto his head with a smile. Sunyoung lies on it and coughs, while the protagonist asks if she is okay. On the shore, the heroes surrounded the girl, trying to help her. Jiha strokes the devourer and thanks him for his help, calling him a baby. The friends call the protagonist. The girl points her finger down and asks to look at it. Not far from them on the grass, a huge magic circle is visible. They do not understand why it is here. Jiha happily looks at it, thinking about something. A group of friends waves at the yellow whale, thanking it for saving them. Sunyoung says tiredly that she was cursed because she always falls somewhere. A guy with gray hair hugs her and says that she did get an expensive brooch after all. The girl holds the decoration in her palm and says that it is handmade, and it probably has some special features. Jiha scratches her head and says that it is an art artifact that increases handicraft skills by 10%. The girl tears a page out of a book. She releases the small dragon from her hand and asks if this is what he means. Her friend is delighted. Jiha smiles and notes that this artifact suits her perfectly. A guy with a shield approaches the main character and suggests that they go back, because the dungeon will close soon. They stand in front of a ruined castle. Someone says that everyone tried their best and they need to see each other tomorrow, while thanking and hoping that they will be able to turn next time. He opens the book, The notice says about the magic circle of movement. He can use the power granted by the god to open the door to the dimension. You can only move to where the magic circle of the same shape is drawn. Jiha hugs the book and thinks about how lucky he was to stumble upon the magic circle, and once he figures out its secret, he will be able to see how the terror drones move freely between Earth and Gehenna. The guy opens the door and says hello to Biam, but then remembers that he ran away. He strokes the non-existent cat and feels empty when he does not see him every day. He turns around with a smile, hoping that the pet will return soon, but for now he needs to do some work. Jiha happily goes forward, telling the guys that he has arrived. The protagonist frantically turns around, not understanding where everyone went. He looks into the bushes in surprise. A huge cat with a wolf in its mouth stands in front of him, and the protagonist asks Biam if it is Biam. He strokes its head and exclaims that it is really him, wondering when it managed to grow up. The guy picks up the puppy, seeing in the window that its name is Growler. A notice says that it carries the will of God and needs his help, asking if he would like to cure it, while the required amount of essence is 1,000 units. Jiha agrees with a smile. A yellow-green light surrounds the puppy. It says that the power of the world tree penetrates Growler, and it begins to recover. The guy sees a yellow-eyed puppy in front of him. It begins to growl at the main character. Jiha hugs it tightly, calling it very cute. The guy lovingly squeezes the pet, while the big Biam watches this. He holds it and declares that from now on his name will be Doggo, and they need to live in peace. Biam mentally talks to the wolf, who asks that the guy has no imagination at all. He replies that you just need to accept it. The cat watches as Jiha picks up the puppy and says that this is his new home. The puppy confidently looks forward surrounded by terror drones. The protagonist noticed that there were many of them with his appearance. The guy looks out the windows and is sure that the reason is his characteristics. Demigod, master's will skills, increased friendliness and leadership skills, while the protagonist wonders about the development of Doggo affects the development of terror drones. They confidently attack the green goblins. Jiha reflects on the fact that the passive skills of the persistent hunter, in which all enemy movements within a radius of 2 kilometers, are very good, and at this rate they will cross the Great Plains in the blink of an eye and reach Mount Apito. The happy guy stands in front of the puppy and praises him for the fact that they did a great job today. The terror drones carry gold essence, and the protagonist gives the puppy a red trout dumpling, stating that this gift is for him. Biam unexpectedly eats for him. They start fighting, mentally calling each other names. The protagonist separates them and says that this is enough, and if they fight, no one will get any more tasty food. The yellow flower makes sounds. Jiha exclaims that they have arrived. The protagonist strokes the pets and suggests that they go on a diet, because they have become quite heavy. The small wolf growls, looking at the door. Hayin, accompanied by an assistant, comes to them and sees all the pets. Jiha greets the man. They shake hands and the manager expresses joy that they contacted him so quickly. The man looks at him and asks if his words about reading artifacts are true. Jiha says that they are. Julian tells the manager that in fact, this is what he expected. The assistant shakes the protagonist's hand and says that they have not seen each other for a long time, and he is glad to meet him again. Jiha starts asking about the hunter. Julian points to Wayan with a smile and states that the guy had previously declined the guild leader's offer, and this time he came as a private person, and the leader personally contacted him. He stands in front of Jiha and claims that the potions and scrolls he created are truly amazing and that he, as an alchemist, envies him, who in turn thanks him. Hayin suggests ending the greeting and moving on to conversation, because he, like the hunter, is curious. They sit at the table and the man asks how much he learns about the artifact. The protagonist sees a window and states that he can clearly see the name, description, specific indicators of the ability and skill, and he learned about it while making potions and checked several times with the help of familiar artifacts. Hayin states that this is amazing. The assistant calls it a high level of awakening. Jiha scratches his head and says that although he has this ability, he is not sure how to use it. Hayin smirks and tells him not to worry, because he will take responsibility and help, explaining that this is the reason he invited the hunter. The protagonist is delighted and states that he would like to use his ability to help, wondering if he knows of any way. Hayin sits opposite and says that the first thing he needs to know is that the appraiser class itself is only available to a few people in the world. There is a huge line around the house. He explains that if it becomes known that he has such an ability, all the hunters in the country will gather here, and this will also bring some restrictions to his life. Hayin says with a smile that's why he prepared in advance. The screen says, learn about your artifact. Wayan sits at the computer and wonders if the appraiser class hunter has awakened. She clicks on the mouse. The announcement says that the working hours are from 10 to 1 o'clock, and for smooth operation they fulfill the order by the reservation system, 60 people per day on a first-come, first-served basis. The location is in the Eternal Flame Guild on the 2nd floor. She exclaims in surprise that it is in her guild. She tears her hair and screams that everyone has reserved while she was reading, asking why no one told her about this in advance. People are standing in front of the entrance to the building. MC sits at the table reading the system and says that when using the rapier witch from the west, there is a 50% chance that haste will be activated every 30 seconds. The girl bends over and thanks the Cap Master, and he says goodbye to her. Holding onto the mask, Jiha finds the job of an appraiser very interesting, although the mask is a bit stuffy. Smiling through the mask, the guy is glad that he asked Hayin about this. The hero scratches the back of his head and decides to go say hello to the huntress Hayin, and he did not expect to end up in the Eternal Flame Guild, although he refused her offer. The girl screams and hits the table. Julian tries to calm the leader down, thinking that if she finds out that the Cap Master is Jiha, there will be big problems. The huntress cries since everything is booked for 3 months in advance, and the man thinks that she was not quick enough. Hayin grabs him by the collar and does not understand how he could do this to her, because he should have warned her in advance. Julian desperately tries to explain that the manager Hyung-suk personally manages the appraiser, so there is nothing he can do and everything was decided yesterday on the spot, so he himself did not know about it before her, and besides he told the girl to use the basement as she sees fit. The huntress points her finger at the weapons and decides that if she continues like this, it will take her more than 2 years to find out the characteristics of her babies, so she asks him to do something about it, asking if there are any special privileges as the owner of the building. The man waves, answering that he does not know and says that he is leaving, since he has a lot to do and one day it will be her turn, so she just needs to be patient and not cause trouble for herself. Hayin angrily sits on the chair and wonders where this Cap Master came from. Her eyes flash, and she decides that even if she breaks into a pancake, she will still find out who he is and make him her exclusive slave. The master sits behind a chair and it seems to him that someone is scolding him, because his ears suddenly started to burn. MC holds a flask, saying that it needs to be shaken well, everything is mixed and it will be ready, and his comrade replies that the secret to making this potion is in the ingredients. The special potion makes the ether consumption for all skills equal to 0 for 11 seconds and restores 11% of physical strength for 15 seconds, and the perfect potion spends ether for all skills at 0 for 16 seconds and restores 16% of physical strength for 15 seconds. Julian carefully watches the guy write down in a book and says that he did the same, but he got 11 seconds, and the protagonist got 16, and he explains that everything depends on the quality of the ingredients from which the potion is prepared. Jiha smiles tensely and thinks that in fact, it is because of the alchemy skill of the 3rd level, apologizing for the lie. Looking at the flasks on the table, Julian thinks that his friend has prepared enough to sell for tomorrow and MC replies that thanks to him, his work has been greatly reduced and the store continues to operate steadily. Holding the test tube in his hands, the guy says that they are planning to hire other alchemists for him and the manager Mr. Kim, because this is too good a product to sell only here, so he and the manager are thinking about increasing the number of stores. Bowing to the hero, Julian asks the master to continue teaching him in the future, but he replies that this is unnecessary and hopes for further fruitful cooperation. The guy exhales at his table, since today was a truly hard day, and he decides that he can go to the garden. Jiha's eyes close. He sleeps, sitting on a chair. MC waves to the animals, telling them that he has come. Hugging the animals, he asks if they missed him. Holding the animals in his arms, the protagonist apologizes for being a little late today, as he had to teach the hunter Julian how to make potions. Looking at the flying bug, Jiha asks the general what happened. The wolf jumps out of the guy's hands. The animal turns to the hero, and he asks if he should follow him. The wolf leads MC and a swarm of bugs. The protagonist sees a message from the system, which says that a monster has appeared on the Great Plains. Growler throws the warriors away with his paw and a sign says that he shows leadership qualities and thanks to her excellent leadership skills, the Terradrone squad has succeeded in driving the monsters from the Great Plains. Jiha, holding BM, sees the bugs flying towards the monsters, when the signs say that the Terradrone Legion has grown to the same level as the demigod Growler, and a new member has appeared in their squad. The protagonist holds a bug on his hand and the system explains that it is a Terradrone scout, and thanks to his contribution, the purification of the Great Plains has begun and a new area, Mount Apito, has opened up. The guy is happy with their success, saying that they all tried hard. Stroking the dog, he praises Doggo for trying especially hard. Growler stretched out his paw and calling the cat a scumbag, asks if he saw what a huge contribution he made. Biam, licking his lips, replies that a real leader does not even need to do anything, and calling the dog a mongrel, tells him to work harder. Jiha sees a dog and a cat fighting and expresses dissatisfaction. Holding the animals in his hands, he suggests that instead of arguing, they go to Mount Apito. MC walks with his furry friends in his hands. Walking through a deserted field, he thinks that it would be good if some clues appeared. The hero is dumbfounded by what he sees. He stands in front of a ruined building, assuming that this is the same place where the Black Lion Knight's hideout used to be. In front of the character is a map of the area. Standing in thought, Jiha assumes that it was south of Mount Apito, thinking that there is an underground passage inside the mountain. He puts his hand on the barrier and the system informs him that the interference effect that allows workers to restore the world tree has ended and physical interference in Gehenna is prohibited, and in accordance with his fate, the effect of God's confidant has been applied, as a result of which communication with creatures from Gehenna becomes possible. The protagonist realizes that from now on he cannot interfere in the affairs of Gehenna, but does not understand whether he will be able to give orders to Terradrone or if there is some other way. The sign in front of him states that he has received the skill of God's vision, and he can inspect the entire area from the position of a god. The system gives him a choice to use the skill and he decides that he cannot help but try it. The guy's legs rise up. He is carried far from the forest, and he thinks that it is incredible. Holding his hair, Gehenna is perplexed by what is in front of him. He finds himself among warriors and monsters. Looking at the man with the sword, the hero recognizes the survivors from the kingdom of Estram. Knights are fighting monsters. Looking at the warriors who defeated the monsters, he does not understand who they are and takes one of the people for the leader. The knight calls Eddie. The protagonist is surprised by what he heard. One of the warriors is standing on the monster, and the guy thinks that this man is Han Sung-hyuk. The leader, standing with the warriors, asks why the orcs did not retreat, and it seems to him that these came from the Great Plains. The man kicks the monster off the cliff and says that if they are going to climb up, it would be good if they still had a lot of food, and at this rate they will soon eat monsters. Eddie says with a smile that even if there is nothing to eat, he will not die of hunger. Sung-hyuk approaches the knight and remembers how he has already said more than once that this pig, Parajak, is in cahoots with Baron Gram, and is also sure that they are stealing all the food. The guy asks the kind prince for permission with a smile to find where they are hiding their food in 3 days, but he politely refuses. Gehenna looks at the warriors from afar and hopes that this blonde guy is Prince Dinskal from the kingdom of Estram. Walking with his friends, Sung-hyuk asks the leader to let him know when he is ready and suggests returning. MC sees that the system gave him some kind of quest, and the signs say that the guy needs to restore the surviving village, and that he found the survivors of the kingdom of Estram, who lost their shelter due to the undead, and the survivors are hiding on Mount Apito and are currently suffering from monsters and lack of food, and this is his first mission. The sword sparkles and the system asks to hand over the seal of the kingdom of Estram to Prince Dinskal and help restore his rights to this prince, the true heir of royal blood. The faces of the people are blurred, and the system informs about the second mission of the expulsion of evil people, where you need to get rid of the forces exploiting the villagers, that is, Baron Gram and Parajak. The hero is excited because he has never completed such quests before, thinking that this is some kind of plot. The protagonist smiles from the realization that he managed to find Sung-hyuk, because this is a huge success. Clenching his fists in joy, he decides to tell the huntress Hayin about this as soon as possible. The guy turns his head, deciding what to do, and thinks that first he needs to think of a way to return it, but physical intervention is blocked, so he needs to look for some other way. Sitting in front of the animals, he remembered the magic circle and says that he needs to talk to them and solve one problem. Gehenna shows the bug squad a map and asks if they know anything about this magic circle. The Terradrone commander looks at his subordinates. The bug stands in front of the warriors with a yellow crystal in his paws, and the guy asks what he is going to do. While the bug holds the crystal, MC explains that it works with the help of essence. A symbol appears in front of the Terradrone squad, and the hero is surprised that it has activated. There is a yellow symbol in front of the green symbol, and Gehenna believes that the first glow is the entrance, and the second glow is the exit. The insects jump into the green symbol. The bug squad flies out of the yellow symbol, which surprises the protagonist. The bug leader gestures a circle, and the guy realizes that this is a circle for moving in space. He imagines people flying into the green glow, and suggests that the survivors of the Estram kingdom escaped with its help, and not through a secret passage. Gehenna looks ahead and says that the exit leads somewhere to Mount Apito, and if he finds the location, he can save Sung-hyuk from this side. Looking at the flying beetle, he asks if Terradrone moved using this magic circle, considering this pattern similar to theirs. The insect gestures a negative answer, and the protagonist asks how then they freely move between the earth and Gehenna. The beetle points in the direction to look. The guy looks at the world tree. MC wonders if the beetle wants to say that the world tree serves as a bridge between Gehenna and the earth. He happily raises his hands and thanks the animals for giving him a hint. Looking at the leader of the beetles, Gehenna asks him to take care of the search for Mount Apito, and as soon as the magic circle is found, let him immediately report it. The people gathered around the knights and their carriage. They examine the provisions in the cart, and say that it will only last for a week. Eddie turns to Parajak, saying that the amount of minerals and food hardly corresponds to what he was supposed to deliver. The man tries tensely to explain that their situation is not very stable now that the monsters have destroyed the arable land. Sung-hyuk folds his arms in disbelief and replies that he hears the same thing every time. The prince asks his comrade to stop. Eddie asks Parajak what he should do to avoid such cases, but he does not know, since he is not the leader of the Wild Elves. The man walks and suggests that perhaps they should give them what they want, such as mithril. The knight turns to Baron Gram. He seriously clarifies whether the man said mithril, and he confirms his words. Eddie sternly explains that because of the monster, it is not easy to get out of the city, and asks how he will order him to get it from where. Grom smirks and says that during this deal he received information from the wild elves. Looking at the distant forests, the Baron remembers how in the past, before the monsters appeared, deep in the Apito Mountains, there was a valley where mithril could be easily found. He says that if they found it, they would be able to make a full deal with the wild elves. Parajack, standing next to the Baron, says that they can definitely exchange such a metal for a large amount of food. John is very angry at his enemies, but Eddie stops him, asking him to calm down. The knight, standing surrounded by people, asks how they should get to the valley. Grom says that he only knows that the path should be kept south to the top of Mount Apito, and unfortunately, the exact route is unknown to him, and thinks that the knight will have to personally go to check everything himself. And in his mind he thinks that if this is the area of the southeast, then it will be suicide, since they can be eaten by griffins before they get there. Eddie holds the hilt of the sword. He boldly declares that they will do so, but John begs the prince not to. With a smirk on his face, the Baron is glad that he will indeed go. The people look at the leader pitifully, and he states that although the kingdom of Estram was destroyed, they are still his people, and if there is a way, he cannot allow those who were with him to starve. Looking at Parajack, the Baron decides to prepare in advance so that they can send everything as soon as they receive the mithril. The prince stands in front of the people and the Baron. He solemnly informs that in exchange he will make a deal with him if they obtain the mithril. The man thinks about it and replies that this will put the wild elves in an awkward position, because they do not allow strangers to enter the city. Frowning, Eddie says that if he is not mistaken, at one time in the past he was just as much of a stranger to them. With a smirk, Grom agrees to the prince's terms and finds it funny how the guy wants to show that his word has weight. Sung-hyuk holds his partner by the shoulder and wants to praise him for his coolness, but warns him, as they are going to a deadly dangerous place, and also reminds him that a very beautiful lover is waiting for him outside. Eddie with a slight smile assures his friend that he will take care of him and that they will return safely. The girl prays on her knees, calling on the almighty god Ark to listen to her prayers. Grom peeks at her from around the corner and says that there is very little time left. Smiling maliciously, he adds that you just need to wait. The pictures describe the history of the kingdom of Estram, where it is said that a long time ago on the continent of Gehenna there was a kingdom of Estram and all its inhabitants were happy. The sword and axe clashed and the good times lasted until the great battle with the monsters began, and the surviving inhabitants of the kingdom of Estram followed Prince Edinskal. The monster drives people, so fleeing from their attack, they settled on Mount Apito. The monsters surrounded the village. As a result, the people suffered from a long famine and many monsters surrounding the settlement. But Baron Grom, who had the right to trade with the wild elves, and the high priest Parajack supported them. Standing in various decorations, these people rather simply took advantage of the situation in order to benefit themselves. Prince Eddie, who had been silent all this time, pulled out his sword. Levitating in the air, Jiha realized how it was. Being in the air, he shouts in confusion that therefore the prince is going to get rid of the orcs. Orcs belong to the fear monster class, have thick skin and fast regeneration, and although they have a low level of intelligence, they crush their enemy with powerful force. Looking at the squad from above, the protagonist explains that the gaze of the god did not come to him because of Terradrone, but the matter is in the surviving inhabitants of the village of Mount Apito, and it will not be easy to help them. The hero introduces the knights and believes that Sung-hyuk is so good that even among other hunters, few could compare with him, and also heard that the prince also defeated everyone in the battle with the Knight of the Black Lion, so they have a good chance to stand against the orcs. MC hears a voice asking to hear prayers from the almighty Lord Ark. The girl folded her hands in front of her chest, and Jiha does not understand who it is, because he has never seen this girl before. She looks up, asking to give her courage for the sake of the villagers. The hero sees a message from the system that Saint Selena is praying for him, asking for help, and gives him a third mission where he needs to strengthen and spread faith in himself among the villagers with the help of Saint Selena. Jiha wonders if this is an additional quest when a sign explains that while Selena is praying, he can talk and exchange things with her for 3 minutes, so the guy is glad that there is a way. Turning around in fear, the girl thinks that someone is here. The protagonist covers his mouth with his hands as he realizes that it has heard his voice. Flying back, he decides that he needs to return to the garden first and come up with a plan. Walking down the path, MC is sure that there is a way to solve this problem. The leader sees a bug in sunglasses and does not understand where they came from. Sitting in front of the Terradrone squad, the guy asks if all the scouts and warriors are here. Raising a finger, the protagonist asks to listen to him, as he has an important task for them. Pointing his finger at the map, he tells the warriors that they need to go around the entire Apito mountain and find the magic circle as soon as possible. The warriors salute as the hero gives orders for the scouts to keep an eye on the survivors and asks to inform the general if there is anything unusual. Holding the general in his hand, Jiha explains that he will stay by his side, as MC has a more important role for him. Putting the sword in his backpack, the guy says that the first thing to do is to deliver this sword to Eddie, because although the weapons of those two are good, they are not reliable enough against orcs. The protagonist goes with the Pterodrone squad. The animals look at the guy leaving and Growler does not believe that he will just leave them, and Biam replies that it is not time yet, advising the mongrel to moderate his ardor. The cat explains that the owner needs great strength to control them, and until then suggests waiting calmly, but the dog does not want to just sit. The animals fight and Biam shouts for the dog to calm down, but he does not understand why he should listen to her. The men sit at the table and Parajak tells the Baron that it would be great if the prince pain in the ass disappears on his own. Grinning, Grom replies that even if the knight is a member of the royal family, he is just a stupid child, and in this world everything is decided by brute force. The high priest laughs and says that it would be better to get rid of that cheeky guy next to him. Looking into his mug, the Baron asks what his friend has prepared and wonders if it will help. Smiling, Parajak tells how he heard that the wild elves used it to hunt monsters, and he also tested it on a live orc. The monster angrily clings to the bars and the man thinks that it was very effective. Looking at the jug, he adds that the orcs will go crazy and come running from all over the mountain just by smelling this smell, no matter how good knights they are. Smiling maliciously, Parajak says that their enemies will be torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Sitting in front of his friend, Grom asks him to speak more quietly and to be glad when it is all over, so he apologizes. Waving his hand, the man says that Parajak can go free, and he replies that he is leaving the Baron. Going out the door, the high priest thinks that his comrade wouldn't have gotten away without him, and, no matter what, he decides that he can get rid of him too. The bugs are watching the man. Standing in front of the window, Grom ponders what he will do once Prince Eddie is gone. Smiling, he decides that he will not be some baron from the periphery, but the new master of Estram. Looking outside, the man adds that the arrogant Saint Selena will also be his, he just has to wait. Gehenna gets very angry when he hears his words. Pointing to the house, the guy asks Selena to pray, because they have little time, but the system warns him that he cannot directly interfere with the quest. Turning his head, MC hopes that everything is fine there. The warriors fight the orcs and Sunghyuk and Eddie hit the monsters. Gehenna watches the battle with alarm and does not understand if they are really going to defeat all the orcs. The monster hiccups and trembles in fear. The orc runs away in panic. The prince stabs the enemy through and through. The warrior cuts off the leg of the fleeing orc, saying that he will not escape. The antagonist fell on his stomach. Stabbing the enemy, Sunghyuk says that he is finished. Standing in front of the dead orcs, the knight turns to Eddie and informs him that this sword is no good and is about to break, so his comrade offers to exchange. The monster reaches out to the character, while he decides that if the sword is not broken, then everything is fine. The orc grabbed the knight. The monster sees Sunghyuk running away. Standing in front of the enemies, Eddie orders everyone to retreat. The prince stands with his sword outstretched, while the orcs run at him. The man looks sullenly. The warrior desperately calls out to Eddie. His eyes widen in surprise. A huge monster comes out of the forest. The prince is very scared by what he sees. Selena prays on her knees and asks to protect the prince and the scouts. The girl's hands are folded and the system reports that this is the first prayer of Selena was successfully completed and offers to send the Apostle of God to help the servant of Ark. MC has a choice to agree or not, because the Apostle of God is Pterodrone General. She clicks agree. A bright light comes from the general beetle. The prince sees how a huge beetle hits the orc. The monster falls from the blow of the insect. The antagonist swings at the general. The beetle's claw grabbed a log. He hits the orc on the paw. The tree fell in front of Eddie. Sunghyuk shouts to his partner to start. The hero looks tensely to the side. While the beetle fights, the knights run at the orc. The guy jumps on top of the enemy. The prince swings at the antagonist's leg. He strikes the leg. Sunghyuk cuts the enemy's shoulder. The monster roars in rage. Jumping to the ground, it seems to the fighter that he did not even touch his bone. The prince shouts at Sunghyuk to be careful. When the guy turns around, a monster jumps on him. Blood gushed from the character's back. He fell backwards. Friends lift the knight and ask about his condition, but he asks them to move away. The orc runs to where another orc is fighting the general. The beetle's claw squeezes the monster's paw. One of the monsters throws the other away. The orc hits his opponent in the chest. The monster jumps on the same orc. The beetle and the prince watch their battle. The leader of Pterodrone winks at Eddie when he asks if this monster is helping them. Looking at his friend from above, Gehenna thinks that being an apostle of God has become much stronger. A little sadly, the guy understands that although such an ability takes a lot of essence, but for now this is the only way to intervene. MC is faced with a choice from the system, whether he would like to increase the time of the God Apostle of General Pterodrone for 5 essence stones by 10 minutes. Yellow lines are emanating from the general, and the protagonist shouts at him to finish with the orcs. Seeing the golden light emanating from the bug, Eddie assumes that it symbolizes the god Ark. Everything is in bright-colored smoke. The orcs look angrily. Sunghyuk, shrinking in pain, thought about trying, but he is too strong. The warrior shouts to his friend if he can fight. Holding the sword in his hand, the knight is confident in his strength, and says that he is ready to join the second round. The wounded orc says that these guys recover quickly, so long fights put them at a disadvantage. Sung-hyuk tells his friend not to worry and promises to finish in 3 minutes. Grinning, Eddie thinks that he is bluffing. The leader of Terradrone hits the antagonist. He grabs it with his claws. The knight runs at the monster while it is recovering and says that even if he recovers quickly, he will finish everything before it regenerates. The warrior's sword handle glows blue. Blue light shoots out from under his feet, and he summons a heist. The guy jumps on the monster and makes a strike. The fighter cuts off the orc's head. Blood gushes out from the antagonist's body and the head falls to the ground. Jiha is shocked to see Sung-hyuk kill the orc in such a state, and as expected, Korea's #1 hunter is very different from the others. The warrior sees his sword crack. The weapon broke into pieces. Holding the broken sword, the knight assumes that he put too much ether. Eddie is blinded by a bright light. Yellow flames come out from the monster as the bug attacks. Sung-hyuk runs away from the orc and doesn't understand why him again. The monster falls to the ground and the guy jumps forward. Lying on his stomach, the hunter says that today is his unlucky day. Approaching his friend, the prince asks if Sung-hyuk is weak after the last battle, but he replies that if only the sword was good, everything would have ended better. Turning to the leader of Terradrone, the guys thank him for his help, because thanks to him they were able to win. The heroes see the beetle flying away and say goodbye to it. The insect is high in the air. Jiha holds the little general in her hand and praises him for his good work. The maid came to the saint, saying that she brought her something to eat, and if she does not do it, she may get sick. Seelan turned around and replied that she is fine, asking to take it to the starving children. The woman holds the tray and is saddened by her answer. The saint continues to pray to Lord Ark, asking to give them some hope. She opened her eyes. The girl looks up in confusion when a voice from above asks if Selena can hear him. Selena looked up in surprise when she heard a voice asking if she could hear it. Tears ran down her cheeks. She said, "Thank you, God Ark. A humble servant can hear his sacred voice." Jiha scratched his cheek, thinking that he was not a god, but he did not have much time, so he would explain the details to her later. The saint opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that he was a confidant of the god. Let them immediately send a person to Prince Eddie and tell him to go to the east. Looking down, the guy said that there was something he should find. Selena laced her fingers together, happily said that she would immediately hand it over to him. The man standing behind her asked displeasantly what she was muttering under her breath. Had she gone crazy? Jiha was surprised to see the system window and exclaimed that there was no time left. It was almost over. Pointing his finger, he told the girl to beware of Barangram. He was aiming at her. Turning around, she said fearfully that someone wished her harm. The system reported that time was up. The guy asked, did she understand him? The saint looked at Gram, who thought that it seemed like it was time to leave. The girl looked back. Raising her hand to her chest, she resolutely said that she would accept his wish. Jiha walked through the forest, saying that he entrusted the main part to Selena. Now he needed to complete his as soon as possible. Someone was bandaging the brunette's body. Eddie asked how he was. Closing one eye, Sung-hyuk answered that nothing. He had received many injuries before. He was just a little tired because he spent too much ether. Looking to the side, the blonde asked what kind of monsters they were. They looked like bugs. The Terradrons were collecting crystals. The hero replied that he himself did not know. He had not seen them in the dungeons before. The prince turned around when he heard someone calling him. A woman was running towards him, and the boy said that she seemed to be the saint's servant. The woman bowed, and Eddie asked if the saint had sent her here. Did something happen in the village too? Wiping her forehead, the woman said that she had a message for him about the saint. The blonde was surprised and asked again. Pointing her finger in the direction, the maid explained that she told him to go to the east. There was something there that he should find. Sung-hyuk, sitting on the ground, asked what she was talking about. He thought the valley was in the north. Holding the woman by the shoulders, the prince asked what he should find there, to which he heard that she did not know this either. The saint said that she had received a prophecy. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Looking into the brunette's eyes, he asked what he thought about this. He answered, what to think about here, the decision is his. Sung-hyuk smiled, saying that maybe the giant bug had something to do with the god of Ark. He pointed his finger back and said that they would go and personally check it out. He meant if the god existed. John bowed when the prince said that only he and Sung-hyuk would be going to the east. It wouldn't take long, so let them wait here. The hero snatched the sword from the warrior, saying that he would lend it for a while. Spinning the weapon in the air, he said that he hoped he could hold on to such a heavy sword. John said with displeasure that he shouldn't break it. With a smile, the boy patted him on the shoulder, saying that he would repay him with the best gift when they returned to their world. He promised. It would be something he had never seen before. White clouds floated in the sky. A girl stood on the porch. Opening the door, Hayin recognized Jiha. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She approached the fence, asking why he was there, and heard that he had a request. Opening the gate, she told him to go inside first. The guy apologized for intruding. The girl put a cup of tea in front of him, and asked if he wanted her to lend him Sung-hyuk's sword, and heard that yes, he really needed it. Sitting next to him, she excitedly asked if she could find out why he needed this sword. Calmly looking at her, the guy explained that he found out the location of Sung-hyuk. Now he is in Gehenna. The brunette covered her mouth with her hand in fear. Sitting opposite, the guy said that he did not want to tell her so as not to give false hope, but he still needed her help. He could not give her a clear answer right now, but he was looking for a way to bring him back here. Resolutely slapping the table, Hayin said that she understood and would do whatever was needed for this. She went to the stairs and asked her to wait a little. Then she held a sword in a blue sheath in her hands and asked him to take it. The system said that it was the sword of the Screaming Warrior, the symbol of the Growler contract. Only the contracted can use its ability. The hero called the sword of the Screaming Warrior incredible. The brunette opened her mouth in surprise, asking how he knew his name. Introducing the guy in the black mask, Jiha awkwardly replied that in fact, that master in the cat mask is him. The girl was surprised. Taking the sword, the guy almost dropped it, shockingly asking why it was so heavy. Looking at it, Hayin replied that the ethereal sword Sung-hyuk is much denser than other hunters. That's why it is so heavy. Forcibly stuffing the weapon into the bag, the hero thanked her for lending it. If he needs any potion, let him come anytime. Standing at the gate, the girl thanked the hero, and he replied that he was grateful to her. Looking down, the brown-haired man said that he would find out how Sung-hyuk could return quickly. Hayin answered that she believed that she would definitely find a way. He was an amazing person. Turning away, the hero said that he would go then. Entering the store, he said that he needed to urgently check on them. He stretched out his hands to the pets, saying that if everything went well, they might have already reached the place. Looking at the cat and dog, the guy asked why they were both here. The animals looked at each other with displeasure. Bium ordered them to go. He answered with displeasure, "Do not order him." Doggo put his paw on the guy's leg. He asked what was wrong. Did he want to go with him? Stroking the pet on the head, Jiha said that it was good. After all, he was a real god. He must have reasons for this. The hero walked through the forest with the pet in his arms. The guys stood at the gate. Sung-hyuk asked if there was something like that under the mountain. Looking ahead, Eddie said that this was the passage he used to escape from the palace. This was where the Black Lion Knights of the Empire used to hide. Pointing his finger forward, the guy said that there should definitely be something there. They will check. 2 figures were visible behind. Looking to the side, Sung-hyuk asked, "Running away?" He went this way. The prince answered that yes, in the dungeon of Mount Apito there are dozens of such passages, saying that these are traces of an ancient race, but this is not certain, not established. Remembering how the blonde crouched next to him, the brunette asked, "So this is one of those corridors, where did he find it?" Looking to the left, Eddie answered that it is true. By the way, when is he going to repay him for his favor? The hunter twirled his sword in the air, saying that he has already defeated a lot of monsters like this. Fighting next to him, it seems that he is becoming a greedy prince. At this rate he will ask to capture the empire in the north. The prince closed his eyes and replied that he was afraid that he might agree. Pursing his lips, the boy said that when there were many people around, he called him his friend, but this was his real opinion of him. The blonde looked down with alarm, stopping him. He pointed his finger, saying that it looked suspicious. There was a cross drawn on the floor. Sung-hyuk said that he thought it was just an entrance. His comrade replied that perhaps they would hardly be kind enough to mark a trap. The boy crouched down and knocked on the ground, asking if there was anyone there. There were cracks in the ground. Rocks were falling down, raising dust. Smiling, pointing his finger, the brunette said that he confirmed that this was an entrance, so let him consider that he had repaid him for all his favor. The interlocutor replied that they needed to go down first. Words were heard that he could not believe that he was using an ethereal blade as a torch. The hero held the sword in front of him, saying that no matter what, he should be paid hourly from now on. The prince asked not to be so picky. What is he going to ask for when he had nothing to give him from the start? Throwing his hand on the blonde's shoulder, the boy asked, "How about it?" The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He asked why he was here. A sword surrounded by a glow was embedded in the stone. Sung-hyuk asked, was it familiar to him? Standing in front of him, the prince said that this was the jade sword of the Estram kingdom. Touching the hilt, he asked, "How?" Eddie raised the blade up. The system reported that Estram's successor Eddie received the jade sword. Mission 1: Restoration of Authority. It is necessary to deliver the royal seal of Estram to Prince Eddie. Completed. If a contractor with the characteristics of a monarch believes in the god of Ark, an exchange will be activated and a dialogue through prayer will be possible. This is the first time he managed to place an item in a dungeon. Blessing of the World Tree Level 3. All stats plus 10, resistance plus 15, ether plus 100, derivative activity efficiency increases by 1.4 times when translated from the ancient language. Observation Level 1 can determine the potential of friendly objects. Objects with potential can acquire awakening skills when certain conditions are met. Jiha read this with a happy smile and thanked Eddie. Looking down at the waterfall, the guy said that this is the Valley of the Griffins, but why is everyone gathered here? Below were insects lined up in rows. The system reported that his Pterodron Corps had discovered the Griffin Valley. Would he help his legion? The hero replied that of course he did. Where should he use his new observation skill? There was a yellow scale above the head of the large beetle. The boy asked, wasn't the Pterodron General the end of evolution? Smiling, the boy thought that he was already green if he also gained the full awakening skill. There were similar scales above the heads of some insects. The hero thought that it seemed that observation was much more useful than he could have imagined. Gehenna threw food to the Pterodrons. Then he turned around to see the pet barking behind him. Turning around, he asked why he called him. Suddenly, Doggo climbed into his backpack, and the boy exclaimed he was going to steal the snacks. He would give him everything himself. However, the dog pulled out a sword, and the boy exclaimed that it was dangerous. Looking at the glow surrounding the pet, the boy was surprised. Doggo opened its mouth. The system reported that the one who transmits the will of God, Growler, is trying to regain some of his lost power. Safe recovery. 2,000 essences are needed. Growler cannot regain power unless the essence is used. A warning appeared that if the absorption fails, the god of nature will return to its original form. Gehenna looked at the information window in surprise, saying that he will have to spend most of the essence. But it does not matter, Doggo is like family to him. The guy clenched the shining crystals in his fist. A bright glow engulfed the hero. Gehenna covered his face with his hands. His eyes were closed. Then he opened one eye. In front of him was a huge dog. Touching its nose, the hero asked, "Is it Doggo?" The dog growled. Gehenna opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that he had been waiting for this moment for so long, the messenger of the Lord. Doggo frowned and asked how he dared to call him by such a cute name. Even though he was acting as a representative of God, he would not forgive him. Sweat covered the face of the flustered boy, who apologized. Proudly turning away, the dog said that it was not that he did not like it, he said it because such an opportunity rarely came. Looking at the sitting boy, Doggo thanked him, saying that thanks to him, he had another chance in this world. Rubbing his nose timidly, the boy replied that it was a little embarrassing. The surprised boy imagined the tree in the city, heard that the future was of utmost importance now. Whether the fate that awaited them would be the restoration of the world or another destruction awaited them, it all depended on his choice. Looking at the glow from above, he said that time was running out. He looked down and told the little boy to hurry up and grow up. The boy stood in front of the giant dog and replied that he was already old enough. Gehenna closed his eyes from the blinding light, hearing that they would see each other again. The shocked hero opened his mouth. He was lying on the ground, his arms spread out. Getting up, the guy said that he came to his senses. Resolutely clenching his fist, Gehenna repeated that as Growler said, "The future matters." He looked at the scenery ahead, promising that he will do everything he can. A flying bug appeared nearby. The guy said that he was worried about it. Taking out a book from his backpack, he suggested finishing the griffin hunt. The guy wrote in the book, imagining the flying griffins. Eddie walked down the slopes saying that he can't believe that he got the sword back. It's a real miracle. Sung Hyuk turned away saying that he was just thinking that it would be nice to get a new weapon. The prince replied that this sword is a national treasure of the kingdom of Estram. Resolutely turning to his friend, the brunette said that perhaps this sword is some kind of sign of action, and he asked what it is. Standing next to him, he explained that he wanted to say that if he did not point his sword at Baron Grom, then he would eventually turn his against him. Who knows, maybe today was that day. Turning with a determined smile, the hero told him to just tell him that he would kill both of them in gratitude for saving him. The prince smiled and said that he understood him, but no matter how badly they acted, they were also his subjects. Closing his eyes, his comrade exhaled, saying that he was not surprised that their good-natured prince said so. Let him continue in the same spirit. Eddie looked up in surprise and called his friend, who asked what this time, and also looked up. Among the mountain peaks, there were bright flashes. The guy asked what was going on there and heard the answer that they should check. Gehenna made notes in the book. He watched the griffins and Pterodrons, thinking that the number of Pterodrons was overwhelmingly large, but their flight skill was not their best side. He presented a diagram of the animals with arrows, thinking that they had a hard time fighting in the air, while griffins could easily change direction and dodge attacks. Holding a pen, the guy thoughtfully said that only a knight of the Pterodrons could fight them on equal terms. The guy noticed a group of insects standing near the cave. The beetles were resolutely pulling small nets. Gehenna happily exclaimed that they had woven a net from grapevines. The griffin put out its clawed paws. 2 insects caught it in a net. The battle continued in the sky near the waterfall. The guy said that at this rate the Pterodrons would cause significant success. Suddenly, the guy closed his eyes from the bright light. The scale above the head of one of the insects was completely filled and a notification appeared that the potential of the Knight of the Drone had reached 100%. He acquired the shockwave skill. The heroes looked at the claws in surprise. A bright glow threw several griffins back. The boy gave a thumbs up telling the Knight Pterodron that it was incredible. The boys in the gorge covered their faces with their hands and asked what it was. They looked up in surprise. The brunette asked if it was that giant beetle. Looking at each other, he said that they probably came first to help them. Eddie added that he thought so. The boys resolutely held their swords, exclaiming that they would help them. They stopped at a large beetle that raised its paws up. The pterodon drew a house in the sand with its claw. The boys looked at it carefully. The beetle pointed in the direction with its paw. Eddie asked if he wanted to tell them to go back to the village. Sung Hyuk looked at his friend tensely and asked if something had happened in the village, and heard the answer maybe. Looking at the pterodon, Eddie thanked him for telling him and said that he was counting on him. Jiha watched the boys in the ravine, thinking that this was the only way to help them right now while leaving the village of survivors in the care of these two. The heroes quickly ran forward, saying that he hoped that nothing would happen. First of all, they needed to meet John. Suddenly Sung Hyuk stopped in surprise. He stood next to the bloody body and said that he finally crossed the line. Sitting down next to the body, Eddie said that the soldiers seemed to be Baron Grom's men. He looked at the brunette gritting his teeth, who said that he was praying for the repose of his friend and would definitely take revenge, and told him to stop joking. Turning around, he hurried his comrade and said that Baron Grom must have taken the saint hostage. The brunette decisively swung his sword, saying that how dare he touch Eddie's bride. He added that it was blasphemy. Looking down thoughtfully, the boy asked where John and the others had gone. The prince replied that they were probably hiding near the village, and that their John was a cautious man, unlike him. The soldiers held the tied people, shouting demands to open the door. They led the villagers by the ropes. John turned around when he was pushed with the words to go faster. Selena stood behind the baron, surrounded by soldiers. Parajak smiled and said that unfortunately Prince Eddie was not there. Grom replied that it was okay, the prince would return here anyway. The soldiers knocked John to his knees. The baron asked where he had gone. Had he left his loyal dogs? The warrior grinned, saying that he had finally shown his true colors. He should have gone against the prince's orders and cut off his head. Grom, towering over him, grinned, saying that he was right, but unfortunately he was kneeling before him now and could do nothing. The man clasped his hands behind his back and ordered the guy to be hanged in the square, and the rest to be sent to prison. Selena held out her hand, screaming at the baron. Does he really think he can get away with this? The god Ark will definitely punish them. Holding the girl by the chin, the villain asked her, would the world look like this if her god existed? He smiled and offered to rid her of these false beliefs. Why not serve him so that he would become the master of this land? Suddenly, a blade approached the surprised baron's neck. Words were heard that they were here. Grom turned around, looking at the soldier. Eddie pulled down his hood and said that he was no longer going to sacrifice his people because of his greed. The man angrily clenched his teeth, calling him names. Parajak waved his hand, asking the soldiers why they froze. There was only one enemy in front of them. Let them save the baron. Sung Hyuk threw his arm over the frightened high priest's shoulder with a smile and asked who said that. The boys held swords. The brunette exclaimed that anyone who showed resistance would be cut into pieces. Turning to John, he asked how much longer he was going to pretend to quickly get up and help him. He replied that he knew himself. The men were kneeling in front of the warriors. Grom exclaimed that if the prince killed him, he would definitely regret it. He thought he could take care of this village alone. Holding the sword, the blonde replied that he gave him the opportunity to serve the people. He squeezed the handle of the blade, saying that from now on. His eyes in surprise, he asked what it was, the royal sword. The prince raised the blade in the air, exclaiming that they would restore the kingdom of Estram on earth. Jiha watched with a smile as the people rejoiced and praised the prince. The system reported that Mission 2 Expulsion of Villains, Expulsion of Baron Grom and the High Priest Parajak was completed. New missions are available. Mission 3 Building a Kingdom from Scratch. Selena, follower of the god Ark, Crown Prince Eddie regained their position. Let them expand the village of survivors. The ultimate goal is to restore the kingdom of Estram. The hero extended his finger to the information window, saying that many missions suddenly appeared. In front of him were windows with information about the third mission. He imagined a girl folding her hands in prayer, and read the information about Mission 3.1 Contract with Saint Selena. It is necessary to spread faith among the inhabitants of the village of survivors by concluding a contract with the saint. After the conclusion, we'll be able to give her predictions from any prayers. Eddie stood, raising his sword. Mission 3.2 Quality of the King. Prince Eddie received the royal sword. However, in order to enlist the support of the outgoing villagers, he will have to prove that he is a worthy king. It is necessary to destroy the monster that seized power over Mount Apito. The level of cleaning is 50%. Find something on the mountain. After completing the mission, the sanctuary will be opened. Touching his temple with his finger, Jiha said that the mission was based on the development of the village. But what shrine were they talking about? Looking at the scenery in front of him, he asked if he was talking about this area covered in fog. The hero looked at the saint standing next to the prince with a smile and thought that he should give instructions using the prophecy. He needed to sort out the contract with the saint. The system reported that the griffin raid was over. The pterodons raised their paws up. The guy said that he should sort things out here first. Inspired by an idea, he raised his finger, saying that they would get rid of the griffins, and the essence should be transferred to the garden. The insects were dragging large golden eggs. The hero looked at them in surprise, seeing that they were griffin eggs with the ability to hatch. He clutched his head in resignation, saying that there were somehow too many missions, skills and items. He thought he needed to rest and put everything in order. His head was in disarray. Gehenna screamed as another information window appeared in front of him. Imagining the blue crystals, he read that the Pterodrons had discovered the rare mineral. The Pterodron worker had been added to his squad. The little insects looked at him cutely. The guy asked, "Is this very good?" He held one of the little ones in a helmet in his palm and asked, "Is he a Pterodron worker?" The system reported that he specializes in harvesting, mining. They can collect useful items in the deployment zone. He was surprised to see the branch extended and asked, "Has he brought everything yet?" The system reported that the Pterodron worker had succeeded in mining, which led to rewards for participating in battles. He can choose one of the following rewards: creating rare, medium and high-level artifacts, or doubling the number of Pterodrons, or 5,000 essences. Touching one of the items with his fingers, the hero said that everything looks attractive, but he is most interested in artifacts. A pink haze appeared. A blade appeared above the guy's palm. The system reported that this is a high-level mineral knife, elemental resistance 30, poison resistance 30, durable, does not rust or deform. Holding the knife in his hand, Gehenna happily said that this is amazing poison resistance. Does this mean it can resist almost any poison? He imagined Sunyoung holding a book in her hand and thought that this is the perfect weapon for her, who is vulnerable to elemental magic. She can be of great help to him in the future, so it would be nice to give her this knife as a gift. The hero turned to the Pterodron knight, asking where he was. The beetle landed on the guy's hand, who said that he covered his wings with mineral. "It looks good." The little one crossed his claws, and the hero replied that he cannot fight alone. Then he turned his head and asked how the survivors' village was doing. Many people gathered around the fire. They held their mugs. Eddie said that they all tried hard. Thanks to them, everything ended well without any casualties. Sunghyuk said with displeasure that he was disappointed with how he was making a plan. How could he get caught like that? John replied that he had no choice but to ensure the safety of others. It was not easy for him either to pretend to be caught. The brunette turned to the cage and asked what would happen to Baron Grom and the high priest now. The blonde replied that he did not know. The Baron angrily gritted his teeth when he heard that he was thinking about driving them out of the village tomorrow morning. Looking at his friend with determination, the brunette said that if he pardoned them, they might attack again later. How long was he going to be lenient? The prince replied that showing mercy was one of the ways to rule. They could not ignore the contributions they made to the village. Sunghyuk turned away with displeasure, holding the mug, and said what a stupid thing he had done. The soldier was displeased to remind him of politeness with the prince. Eddie put his hands on his friend's shoulder, saying that all his advice remained in his heart. However, the brunette told him not to try to use his handsome face. He was angry. Holding the mug, John turned to the prince and said that there were problems with food too. In any case, they still had a chance to make a deal with the wild elves. Thoughtfully looking down, Eddie said that first they should secure the trade route to Mount Apito, and then contact the ancient elves. Selena ran up, calling out to the prince. Approaching her, the guy asked what happened, and she answered that there was something he needed to see. A glow surrounded the praying girl. She raised her hands, over which yellow runes appeared. Looking at the man, Sunghyuk asked if it was some kind of message written here. He replied that the descendant of the royal family must go to a place led by the Apostle of God. The blonde looked at the saint in surprise, who said that while she was praying, the Apostle of God Ark spoke to her and asked him to convey this prophecy to the prince. Thoughtfully touched the runes, saying that this is the confidant of God. Gehenna held the book with a smile, thinking that maybe because she was a saint, as soon as she began to pray, the contract was automatically concluded. Looking at the smiling girl, he read the notice that Mission 3.1 was completed. Saint Selena's faith reached 100% and the contract was almost signed. He can freely communicate with her through prophecies. Touching the prince's shoulder, he asked if the Apostle of God wasn't that bug. It was shining golden. He had heard that it was the color of the God Ark. Someone answered that there was some meaning in it. Surprised, looking at him, the saint asked again. Remembering the monster's battle with the Pterodron, the guy explained that apparently the God Ark really cares about them. When they were attacked by orcs, an unknown monster similar to a bug helped them. Smiling, pointing his finger, the brunette assured the surprised girl, saying that if the confidant of the God Ark spoke to him again, let her tell him her story and say that an unfortunate but cool hunter wanders around Gehenna. Selena smiled and promised that she would definitely ask if he could help him return back to his world. Gehenna, holding the insect on his shoulder, said that he thought they were about done with everything so they could go back. He wanted to take them to the place where the high priest hid the food supplies, but he didn't want to disturb the party, so he'd better come back tomorrow. He walked next to the flying knight Pterodron, telling him that there was still a lot to do, but there was too much to do. They couldn't do it like this. Walking up to the pets, the guy said that he had arrived. Then he slapped his fist on his palm, remembering that Doggo should still be in Gehenna. Gehenna looked at the cat in surprise and asked what was going on. Then his eyes widened in realization. The hero was standing next to a huge pile of crystals and asked what it was. There was a lot more essence here than there was in the Griffin Valley. This is because the battle with the Griffins described in the book got into the Wikipedia world. It would take a lot of articles to waste it all. At the same time, in the dungeon in the Valley of the Griffins, Hayin stood next to the warriors, hearing that they were relying on her and asking her to finish everything quickly. The guy turned to Sonia and said that they were following what was written in the article. She said that they were starting. The book above her palm opened from the use of paper. Sheets flew around. They stuck to the heads of the Griffins, preventing them from seeing. Hayin, along with the guys, rushed to attack, saying that the girl was good. Surrounded by bright rays, she jumped up, using a stormy dance of endless swords. The guy with the shield stood next to the Griffin's body and said that hunting had never been so easy before. The comrade replied that the step-by-step instructions on how to fight Griffins were worth the essence spent. The brown-haired man looked away questioningly. Wayne's staff attacked the Griffins with fire. With a warlike laugh, she put out her staff, saying that she would destroy this target with her firepower. The blonde exclaimed in displeasure, "How could this be? They were colleagues." The second one was wailing in her hair, and the girl asked why they were standing there. Suddenly, the heroes turned around tensely and asked what was happening. Stones were falling on them from above. A cry was heard that it was a collapse. People covered their heads with their hands. Hayin stood in the rising dust, asking what was there? A passage appeared in front of the heroes, and she asked if this was a cave. Walking through the cave, the guy with the shield asked if this was the entrance to a secret dungeon. For some reason, he was scared. Hayin turned to him and said that they needed to explore it. Together they could quickly see everything and come back. Crossing her arms, Wayne asked if they couldn't just clear it. She thought she and Hayin would be enough for that. Looking at her, the brunette said that if this was the entrance to a hidden dungeon, then they should first conduct a preliminary investigation. It is necessary to observe safety precautions. The girl agreed with displeasure. Jiha patted her once with his hands and told her to calm down. They would already gain a lot from the conquest. His foot touched some step. The guy stumbled and began to fall. As a result, Youngbeak fell into some hole. He winced and told the girl who healed him that he got it bad today. Yes, she said that therefore he needed to be more careful. Sunyoung nudged them, telling them to step back and take a look. She touched the drawing on the floor, saying that this shape was definitely it. The heroes were standing in the center of a circular symbol. The girl said that it was the magic circle she found last time. The soldiers were leading the tied-up men, urging them to walk faster. The man turned to Grisha and asked if they were really letting them go. He confirmed. Gram, frowning, shouted at the prince that if they kicked him out of the village, they would definitely regret it. The blonde looked at him silently. Then he looked at the grinning man and addressed him by name. Eddie's hand touched the sword. Leaning the blade against the Baron's neck, he said that he was now giving him a chance at redemption. There was no talk of trading his life as collateral. Looking with a blue eye, the blonde said that in the future, if he suddenly decided to harm his people, he would get him from under the ground, personally by the throat. Hiding the sword, he ordered the servants to untie them. The Baron and the High Priest began to run away. Gram turned around angrily, saying that they would still have a look. Crossing his arms, Sun Hyuk said that he really did not like their prince. John ordered not to insult him. He is a broad-minded person and can be too kind. The blonde looked questioningly at the hero, who asked if John's affection for him could be a disease. He exclaimed with displeasure when he said that it was like that. With a smile, watching them, Jiha thought that Prince Eddie was indeed a wonderful person. After all, there was a point in helping them. The guy touched the system window, asking, "Apply this waste, of course, use the Apostle of God as a guide." A crowd of orcs walked among the trees. The guy thought that since the orcs on the mountain died, similar monsters have become completely wild. But this should somehow help them, right? The guy touched the accept button. Turning to the insect, the guy asked the knight to take care of it this time too. A shining magic circle appeared next to the heroes. A night pterodon appeared from it. A huge beetle raised its paws up. Eddie looked at it with a smile and said that it seemed to be the apostle of the god that the saint spoke of. The brunette confirmed. The beetle pointed the direction with its paw, and the blonde asked, "It says that they should go north." The guys looked at each other. The prince ordered to follow him, and the rest to keep their distance and follow them. Walking behind the beetle, Sung Hyuk asked, "Was it also from the Valley of the Griffins?" It seems he knows something. Eddie said that this route is similar to the one that the High Priest used to climb to the guild. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brunette said that he hoped he would help them find another good sword. John was still too weak for him. The guys stopped at the mountain with the beetle, and the blonde asked why they came here. The knight raised his paw and began to knock on the stone with his claw. The guys covered their eyes with their hands. A crack appeared in front of them. The hero said that there was a camouflage barrier here. That's why they couldn't find anything. Therodron turned to the disgruntled brunette, who shouted that he scared him. At least he warned him. Then he turned to the blonde, who told him not to talk idle, and thanked him for his help, saying that they would figure it out themselves. The huge beetle looked up. John approached the prince and asked if he was okay. They heard a loud explosion. The brunette replied that he was just in time. He chuckled and said that the dust was rising. Eddie would come outside. He and John would go inside and check everything. he asked with displeasure. Why him again? Throwing his hand on the man's shoulder, Eddie said why he could follow the example of the prince, who had grown up so cute. They were two commoners going there. The warrior objected that in fact he was also from a noble family. The heroes walked through the cave. Sung Hyuk chuckled and said that he knew they hid something. Standing by a huge number of bags and boxes, John asked how dare they. The brunette said that he thought this food would last a long time, the locals would not starve. Looking out of the cave, he told the prince that they found the stolen food. This should be enough for some time. He felt relieved. The villagers were pushing a cart with provisions. Eddie said that monsters might attack, so they should move as quickly as possible. Sung Hyuk came out, dusting off his hands, and said that there were no weapons here at all. The blonde told him to finish. They were going back. Throwing his hands behind his head, the guy said that the biggest problem seemed to be solved, so it was time to find this way back to his world. The blonde replied that he would help him. Suddenly, they stared ahead tensely, hearing a scream. One of the guys fell to the ground, asking for help. A huge gray dog appeared from behind the trees. The heroes resolutely put out their swords. Sung Hyuk grinned tensely, asking where he was from. There were no monsters around. The dog bared its mouth. Looking ahead, Eddie said that he would take the other side. The brunette extended his hand, stopping him, saying that he was a prince. Turning around, he continued that he must be responsible for the people. Standing in front of the dog, the guy shouted at him to run faster. He would distract him and buy them time. Turning to the people, the prince ordered to run as fast as possible. He looked at his comrade and mentally told him that he believed in him. Let him definitely return in one piece. The paw stomped on the ground, breaking it. The brunette confidently held the sword, saying that for the first time in a long time he would use his body correctly. Suddenly, he saw an information window in surprise and asked, "What is this?" The system reported that his test had begun. Let him show his strength. The dog jumped up, raising his paw. The hero froze at the information window. Then he looked up in fear. Claws grabbed the blade of the sword. Sung Hyuk tensely held his paw. Then he jumped to the side. Landing on one knee, he said that this was too difficult a test. Resolutely looking forward, he said that he would fight to the end. Lightning appeared around the blade when he used the ethereal blade. The huge doggo standing in front of him growled. The guy rushed to attack, swinging his sword. The dog also jumped on him. The guy fell down, knocked down by the wave. But then he jumped up on one knee. A bright trace remained from the movement of his sword. The dog jumped from the side. Sung Hyuk looked at him in surprise. He blocked the attack with his paw with his sword. The force of the blow threw him back. Wiping his face with his hand, the guy said that he had no shortage of strength. The dog with glowing eyes approached the hero, who said that he was not lower than the rank of disaster. The prince and the warriors fought the orcs. He said that they should not stop at all until they reached the village. The comrade replied that they would definitely break through. Frowning, the blonde turned his head, saying that he must come to Sung Hyuk's aid. Jiho waved his hand in fear, seeing that there were still 22 hours left before the use of God's apostle, and asked if he had activated it too early. In front of him was a notification that an important quest was being carried out. It was ending in 4 minutes 38 seconds. The guy asked what kind of important quest. Scratching his head thoughtfully, the guy said that it seemed like something was happening here in the fog. He couldn't see clearly what kind of quest was there. At that time, Doggo attacked Sung Hyuk. His paws powerfully touched the ground. The brunette jumped back sharply. Looking ahead sullenly, he asked where this monster even came from. A warlike expression appeared on his face. He said that he wanted to defeat him. A blue glow surrounded the boy's legs. Holding a glowing sword, the boy rushed to attack. He attacked the enemy in a wide arc. The dog opened its mouth in a predatory manner. Sung Hyuk dodged the attack, jumping up. Frowning, he said decisively that this was the end. The boy swung his sword, surrounded by blue lightning. However, he was surprised when he flew past the dog. Doggo tried to hit him with its paw. From the impact, the boy crashed into a tree and fell to the ground next to him. Doggo came closer. His voice was heard, saying that he was ridiculously weak compared to the previous generation and was not strong enough to use his power yet. Sung Hyuk's hands trembled as he tried to get up. Leaning on the sword, he said that he was not yet. Looking up with a frown, he continued that he had not given up yet. The dog swung its paw, screaming at the man to know his place. The huge paw pinned the boy to the ground. The brunette frowned, spread out under the claws. He swung his sword, saying that he could not die here. The dog bit off the tip of the blade. Gritting his teeth, Sung Hyuk continued that he must return to where he lived. The system window informed him that time was up. He had passed the growler test. The dog chuckled and said that he would retreat. The brunette looked at him in surprise. Surrounded by a golden glow, the beast said that he was a man born with the destiny of a leader. Towering over the boy, he continued that this was just another chance given to him. Raising his head up, Doggo told him to become the one who lived up to his name. Sung Hyuk looked at the sword that appeared in surprise, recognizing it. It stuck into the ground next to him, and the boy realized that it was his sword. Touching the handle, the brunette said that in the past he received it as a reward for completing a dungeon. How did he end up here? His fingers squeezed the blade. Sung-hyuk raised the sword up. Smiling at him, he said about those words, "Holy, God really exists." The guy turned around, hearing the noise, and said that we need to hurry to help. Resolutely squeezing the sword, he quickly ran, telling Eddie that he was already on his way. Let him wait a little longer. Jiho was surprised to see a notification that the important quest, the Growler trial, was completed. He returned to his arms. The gray dog returned to a small size. The guy anxiously caught him, recognizing him. Doggo raised his paw. The hero said that his cutie was back. It seems he became a little smaller. The dog tried to use his paw to prevent himself from being hugged by the hero, who said that he missed him very much and was glad that he returned safely. The hero cut through the monsters with bright beams. A shout was heard that the village was right around the corner. John turned around, shouting a warning about what was behind him. A monster was running behind Eddie. He asked if they were goblins. The club struck. Holding a sword in his hand, the prince thought that the villagers would be in danger if the monsters broke the wooden gate. A bright beam of attack crossed the bodies of the monsters. One of the goblins raised a club. People were holding the gate. A shout was heard with an order to push. On the other side, a goblin was trying to break it with a club. Several green monsters were holding axes. One of the goblins raised a club surrounded by purple symbols. The red eye looked forward. Then it looked to the side. Sung-hyuk, riding a beast, cut the monster in half. Turning around, the prince called out to him in surprise. The giant's body fell to the ground. With a smile, the guy asked if he was waiting for him. The happy brunette raised his sword. Thoughts ran away screaming. Turning to his comrade, the blonde asked what happened. Where did this wolf come from? Raising his weapon, Sung-hyuk said that he received his confession instead of victory. He jumped down and promised that he would show him personally. He brought the weapon to the beast's face to return. The wolf raised its head. Threads surrounded the weapon with the image of a wolf. Remembering how the beast crushed him with its paw, the hero said that this huge wolf must be his guardian. Looking to the side, Sung-hyuk continued that he attacked him as if he was going to kill him, and then suddenly gave him the sword and said that it grows destinies, saying. Looking at the blade, he continued that this weapon, which he received in another world, the prince asked what he wanted to say. Smiling slightly, the guy looked at him and replied that this wolf guardian deity was able to bring him his sword, which remained in another world. This is the key to being able to return back. Touching his chin, Eddie said that it made sense. Maybe as long as he was considered wicked, the god of Ark could not give him his blessing. His comrade replied with displeasure that he thought it had nothing to do with it. The wooden gate began to rise. The boys looked in that direction in surprise. Selena ran out of the village, worriedly asking if the prince was okay. Smiling, he replied that he was fine. They took care of all the goblins that tried to break into the village. The people were standing by the cart with bags. He continued that they were able to return the provisions that Grum had hidden. Looking at how the girl took the prince's hand, saying that he was doing a good job, Sung-hyuk exclaimed with displeasure, how he suffered the most today. The girl laughed, saying that he must have paid for all his blasphemous behavior today. The hero replied with displeasure that she was saying the same thing. The prince laughed and called everyone to the village. He thinks that they are now looking forward to the food. Sung-hyuk added that he did not think of it that way, but the saint is too cruel to him. The heroes followed Eddie. Selena replied that she was just joking. Doesn't she treat everyone equally? Pets completely in hand, Jiha asked Sung-hyuk to wait a little longer. He will make sure that he can return. Stroking Doggo on the head, the guy said that he thinks it's time for them to go back too. He did a great job. Walking forward, the hero told BM that he just came. He was waiting. The white cat greeted him with a cute look. Jiha showed him the dog, saying that he had become very small. BM took the pet by the scruff. He asked displeasantly what he was doing. Let him go. Jiha watched them with a smile, saying that he was going to take care of him. At this time the cat said that the servant did a great job. The dog replied with displeasure that he never followed other people's orders. Letting go of the disgruntled dog, the cat told him to calm down and just focus on recovery. They still have a lot to do. He replied that he knew it without him. Putting a paw on Doggo's head, BM praised him. He saw, did not pretend that they were close. Jiha turned around, hearing the meow. The pet came closer, the guy asked. He came back, took care of Doggo. Stroking the beast lying on his lap, the hero said that today he was really a little surprised. He did not expect Doggo to hand over the sword to Sung-hyuk. All this is the will of the world tree, yes. Stroking the cat's neck, he offered to talk to Hayin tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the yellow flowers began to move, making a ringing sound. The hero said that it looked like one of the customers had come. They needed to check. The guy asked who was there. The comrades were standing by the window, saying that they were here. Sun Young demanded to open the door quickly. Taking hold of the door handle, the guy asked what brought them all so late at night. He adjusted his glasses in surprise, seeing Hayin and Wayan. The brunette apologized for such a late visit. Wayan resolutely moved closer, Asking what he was doing that he hadn't opened the door for so long, he replied that it was nothing special. The team was going inside when the hero said that it was cool outside and invited them in. Byum was lying with his head on his paws. Sitting at the table, Gehenna spread his arms and asked what brought them to him so late. Tomorrow morning an expedition to the gate was planned, much more important. A magic circle was drawn on the sheet. The girl asked if he knew what it was. They found it last time. Looking at the drawing, the guy replied that of course he knew. It was a magic circle, that there was some problem with it. Looking at the drawing, Hayin said that they found it in the new dungeon, and where the griffins appeared. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when the guy said that if these were griffins, and thought that it looked like they found the weapon of the pterodrons. He imagined Wayan raising her staff up, using a hellish fire cannon. The girl said with a smile that the incredible abilities of this body led to the discovery of a hidden space. Byungbeek asked displeasingly, is it okay that thanks to her they almost died? His life was on the verge of death. Wayan displeasingly said how noisy they all are, and thanks to her they were able to get good loot. Getting up from the table, Gehenna said that he had a request. Could they wait a little? The girl turned to him with her arms crossed, saying that now that he said something like that, she was looking forward to what he would bring. The boy agreed, saying that indeed. What was it this time? The door to the room opened. Counting with his finger, the hero counted to 7. The companions turned, hearing him ask for a little help. Peeking out from behind the door, the salesman said that it was too heavy. There were bright crystals on the table. The boy said that they could take one each. Holding a large crystal in surprise, Wayan said that there was an essence of that size. Looking at her, Gehenna explained that if you put her on the magic circle they found and pour mana into it, a portal to Gehenna will open. He sat at the table, telling the others that they can all go there and bring Sunghyuk back. Tears appeared in Haijin's eyes when she heard the question of whether she would take on the role of the leader of this expedition. The heroine smiled and said that of course. The group approached the entrance of the cave. Wayan walked ahead of the others. Thick grass grew in the clearing. Meanwhile, words were heard in the garden that once the monsters disappeared, grass began to grow on the plain. Holding the pet in his arms, Gehenna told him that after the cleanup, they could settle the surviving villagers here. The guy said that there was a big problem left on Mount Apito. The club-wielding monsters ran forward. The boy said that he didn't expect all the monsters that were driven out of the plain to suddenly rush there. Wasn't there a way to get rid of them all at once? The hero turned his head in surprise. Looking at the two boys, he wondered why they were the only ones coming out. Sunghyuk raised his sword and asked if they were coming. The prince standing next to him replied that if he fell behind, he would throw it away, and the boy chuckled that he would see who would fall behind. An image of a wolf appeared next to him. Stroking its muzzle, the hero said that he was going to ride on Wolfie. Gehenna smiled awkwardly, saying that it seemed that Sunghyuk had no imagination for nicknames. The boy sat on top, holding a sword. Resolutely pointing them forward, he said that their destination was the wild elf village. With a sharp movement, Eddie cut down the monsters. Gehenna opened his mouth in surprise and said that he was really cool. Even if Sunghyuk was replaced by other hunters, the prince would still be in first place. The sword's movement left a bright trace. The hero thought that the more he saw Prince Eddie, the more amazing he seemed to him. His sword skills were similar to Sunghyuk's. The brunette struck enemies while sitting on the wolf and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Turning around with a smile, he asked his friend where he was messing around. The monster swung his hand. And with a sharp movement of his hand, the prince cut off his fingers. Turning around, he shouted for him to go forward and he would catch up. The blonde pointed the blade at the monsters, thinking that there were too many of them. He had to break through them. The guy raised his head in surprise. The monster also looked up in surprise. A huge pterodron knight appeared in the sky. With its claw, it grabbed the guy by the cloak and carried him away from the running monsters. The guy asked if he came to help him. Turning around, Sunghyuk asked why God was so kind. It wasn't even a crisis, but he still came to save him. Touching his chin with a confident gesture, Gehenna said that although this was not a battle, but a breakthrough, it would be much faster this way. Slapping the beast with his palm, the guy said that they could not lose them. Let Wolfie follow them. The monsters tried to catch up with the fleeing heroes. The knight held the prince, who thought that Mount Apito was huge. Looking at the mountain peaks, he thought that there was a village of wild elves there. Wolfie quickly ran with the guy on his back. The hero thought that Sunghyuk was also quickly following him. Turning to the insect, the prince thanked him for helping him every time. He will definitely repay him later. The guy screamed in horror. The bug made a sharp turn and the guy yelled at him to slow down. Sunghyuk waved at the confusedly screaming guy with a smile, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The blonde bent over and in response to the question of whether he was having fun, said that he shouldn't talk to him. He thought he was going to puke. Holding his friend, Sunghyuk explained to the friendly bug that the children here had never flown on planes before, so this was too much for them. Looking after him, he waved his hand and asked. He just flew away again in an epic way. The image of the wolf was hiding in the hilt of the sword again. The guy said that he did a great job. Standing in front of the prince, he asked why he brought him to the wild elves' village. He was sure that he could fight them equally. but negotiations were different. Confidently looking at him, Eddie answered that negotiations were his task. He wondered if the wild elves would know how to return to where he used to live. He introduced UFO standing in a magic seal and said that the wild elves are the oldest hidden race, and among their kind there are rumors that they have their own absolute system of knowledge. Smiling, hugging his friend by the shoulder, Sung Hyuk said that at home he could not without a core. It turns out that he calmed down. Someone answered that he was serious. An arrow stuck into the ground next to the guys. Looking ahead tensely, Sung Hyuk asked if this was too rude a greeting. An archer stood on a tree, telling them to stop there. Seeing him, the prince exclaimed that they were from the surviving village on Mount Apito. He wanted to talk to him. Pulling the bowstring, the elf shouted for them to leave immediately. They no longer associate with people. Sung Hyuk tensely noticed how his friend grabbed a sword. Watching him go forward, the guy asked what he was doing. Crazy. The guy took out the blade. Then with a determined look he put it forward. Many elves were holding bows. The boys were surrounded by wild elves. With his back to his friend, Sung Hyuk asked if he really wanted to go to heaven that much. Looking at the archer standing on the branch, Eddie said that he was the prince of the kingdom of Estram. The blonde elf jumped down from the branch. Showing him the sword, the blonde explained that if he looked at this jade sword, he would immediately understand. The elf repeated, Eddie is the prince of the kingdom of Estram. Frowning, he said that it meant he was the master of Earl Grom and the high priest. The curved blade moved forward. The blade of the sword was directed towards him. The heroes put their weapons to each other's necks. The elf demanded to drop the weapons and surrender. If he resisted, he would be killed. Resolutely looking at him, the prince said that he knew that because of them the relationship was spoiled, and he came here to fix it. The elf frowned and said that it wasn't funny. His filthy servants who took their food were shamelessly using their lives as collateral. The sword fell at the hero's feet, who demanded that Sung Hyuk also drop his. The brunette turned around in shock. Eddie blocked his way with his hand and said that he would do whatever they wanted. The leader glanced sideways at the elves standing behind him and ordered them to close their eyes and keep quiet. They would take these people with them to the village. The elves led the guys away with their hands tied and blindfolded. The heroes had black bandages over their eyes. The elf opened his mouth in surprise. Another one pointed his finger at them. The leader of the elves walked in front of the column. Sung Hyuk, who was walking in front, whispered and asked if it was okay that they surrendered like that. They could have negotiated on favorable terms for them if they had fought them. The prince replied that he shouldn't worry. The guy with his eyes tied said that the wild elves were a rational and reasonable race. He was sure they would give him a chance to talk. The blonde was pushed in the back, shouting for them to shut up and move forward. They were brought to the bars. Putting his hand on his hip, the elf ordered them to lock them. The tied-up Sung Hyuk was pushed into the cage. Sitting on the floor, he was angry, saying that he should have quietly waited for him in the village. He followed him, thinking that a fun battle awaited him, and now he was trapped in an unfamiliar place. Looking at him, Eddie asked if he couldn't trust him and wait. His comrade asked if he even knew how much he was holding back now. He thought that if he couldn't handle it, his anger would tear off this old bar in an instant. The guy leaned back on the floor, dissatisfied, and said that he would take a nap while he had time. The blonde silently looked forward. The leader of the wild elves was standing behind the bars. The man's brows were furrowed in anger. The prince looked at him calmly, wondering what the count and the high priest had done. The stars were shining in the night sky. Elven children approached the bars, saying that they were indeed people. Looking at them, the hero said that it seemed that all elves had once been children. His comrade replied that he had probably never seen an elf child either. The adults who approached chased the children away, shouting that they could be in trouble. The blonde elf pointed his hand, telling the elder that it was them. He looked uncertainly at the leader, asking if he was sure when he heard the order to open the cage. Standing next to the bars, the elder said that if they wanted to escape, they would have broken down the door a long time ago. Calmly looking at the prince, the elf asked if he was right. The blonde was surprised that he called him by name. The elder closed his eyes, saying that when he was little, he saw him from afar, before they lost contact with the kingdom of Estram. Entering the cage, the man offered to listen to his excuse. Lowering his intense gaze, Eddie said that before that, could he hear what Grom and Perajak did to the city of the wild elves. The blonde presented him with a knife, screaming at how dare he shamelessly pretend not to know about the tricks of his people. The elder told Croydle to calm down, and he said that whatever they said, it was nothing more than a dirty trick. Raising his head, the prince said that he did not know what they did, but he would take responsibility for any of their misdeeds. That was why he was here. Looking down, the man asked if he really did not know what they did. Sitting on the floor in front of the man, the prince explained that the survivors of the village on Mount Apito also suffered from the fact that they took away their food. Only recently he recognized them and was able to return what was hidden. The gray-haired elf thoughtfully repeated, saying that that mountain was full of different monsters, starting from orcs and feral monsters. Sung Hyuk smiled confidently, saying that they had already gotten rid of these two types of monsters, although they were helped by a large beetle. He introduced the orcs that attacked and said that there were still monsters there. comparatively their number was significantly reduced compared to before. The elder turned to Croydle, saying that something was wrong. Grom and Perjak led the soldiers north of the river, he confirmed, saying that the cart with the stolen supplies and food was also heading north. Looking down thoughtfully, the prince said that if he thought about it, they said something strange when he chased them out of the village. It seemed like they had somewhere to go and something to look forward to. The blonde elf standing behind him exclaimed that these people can't be trusted. Maybe they're up to something. The prince with his hands tied said that they need to do some investigation to find out. But it seems like they had a misunderstanding with each other. All they want is to renew their trade and get rid of the monsters together. Croydle frowned and asked what he was talking about. Eddie, sitting on the floor, said that they sent them minerals and rock salts from Mount Apito in exchange for food. Did they really not get any of it? Sung Hyuk gritted his teeth angrily, saying that he couldn't believe it. These bad people deceived both of them. The elder opened his mouth, saying that if what they said was true, it meant that they had both been deceived by Grom and Perjak. Somewhere in the north there was someone who had cooperated with them. Looking forward, he continued that, however, they had no reason to trust them. Perhaps, as Croydle had said, they were lying in order to steal their provisions again. A drop of sweat ran down the blonde's cheek. He asked what they had to do to prove their truth. It was dark outside. Standing next to the prince, the elder ordered that they bring them the ore and rock salt that they claimed to have exchanged for provisions. He looked at the prince, saying that Prince Eddie would stay here, and he could leave this world. Turning his head towards him, the boy asked how they knew they were from this world. The elder standing next to him replied that elves were born to rule the world and had a connection with the channels of different worlds. In endless history there were many people who crossed between worlds, and humility like him. The guys looked at each other. Sung Hyuk said that as he said, they know something, Eddie confirmed. Sitting with his hands tied, the brunette agreed, saying that he was going. Looking at Croydle, he asked if he would return the sword he stole. He couldn't break through monsters with his bare hands. The elf uncertainly turned to the elder, and he nodded. With a movement of his hand, the guy tore the rope. He held the brunette's sword in his hands. Giving it to him, he frowned and said that he should know that if he tried to do something, he would not live. Sung Hyuk smugly said that he was funny. Looking forward with confidence, the hero said that Eddie was not such a weak guy. He thought that he would sit quietly since he was tied up. Gritting his teeth, the elf asked if he thought that he was afraid of being beaten by a human. Leaves were flying near the dark sky. The human and the elf looked up in surprise. Jiha smiled, saying that it seemed that a god appeared at the right time. Several pterodrons were flying in the sky. Looking up in surprise, the elder said, "Are there really still workers of the world tree left?" Jiha, who was watching this, said in surprise that this was an unexpected development. Thanks to the two of them arriving in the city of Wild Elves, a new area was opened. The system reported that a new area, the village of Wild Elves, was opened. All skills were initialized as a reward. Mission 4, The Secret of the Wild Elf, is locked. Mission opening conditions: complete all missions of the Village of Survivors. Touching his palm thoughtfully, saying that to unlock Mission 4, they needed to deal with the monsters on the mountain. The elves looked ahead excitedly. A few more were peeking out from behind the trees. Sung Hyuk waved at the beetle, saying that it had returned, and if so, he forgave it for leaving so carelessly. Raising a finger, Jiha told the knight to help Prince Eddie first. Let him give the elves the minerals he had extracted. The elder held a crystal in his hand in surprise, exclaiming that it was a mirror. Looking ahead in shock, he said that the pterodrons had really come for them. Putting his hand on his hip, the boy confirmed, saying that otherwise, why would they bring the mirror here? The elves noticed how the beetle pointed in the direction. There was green grass growing nearby. Looking at it, the elder asked if he wanted it. Jiha clenched his fist happily, saying that this was great. They had done well. All that was left was to finish the missions and he could bring Sung Hyuk home. The grass leaves were glistening. The mountains were thick with trees. The curved knife cut the rope, saying that he was letting him go on the elder's orders. Standing next to the boys, Croydle said that he didn't trust them anyway. If they wanted to earn it, they should bring minerals like they agreed. Rubbing his wrist, Eddie said that his trust didn't mean much to him. Humans and elves would trade with each other what they needed. Patting the heroes on the shoulders, the guy said that they both needed to relax a bit. The misunderstanding was settled, so they could be friends. The elf dropped his hand, angrily telling him to get his dirty hands off him. Someone replied that they didn't like his character. The elder approached them, saying that he was returning the sword. Eddie took his weapon back. Looking at the elder, he asked if he could ask him a few questions, which he allowed. The prince waved his hand and said that his friend had come from another world 3 years ago. As he had said, was there any way for him to return? The man waved his hand and asked if he couldn't just return the same way he had come. The connection between the worlds was still maintained. Remembering the boy lying on the ground, the hero said that when they found him, he was unconscious. He had been carried away far from that place. Looking ahead, the blonde said that perhaps he had fallen from the upper reaches of the river, where the palace used to be. Rubbing his chin, the elder said that he was unsure. The connection between the world tree and the worlds began with the roots. Looking at him, Eddie asked what that meant. Imagining a shining tree, The elf explained that, simply put, the world they lived in and the world his friend came from were connected by the same roots of the world tree. The elder waved his fingers and said that sometimes, depending on the flow of energy in the world tree, a connection could be created between these two worlds. In the distance, mountain peaks could be seen. He continued that the roots of the tree that is on Mount Apito go deep, so from time to time, people from the other side would come here. Pointing his finger at the brunette, the elf said that if they were really close to the Theradrons, it would be good to ask them for help. Introducing the insects, he explained that they said that these Theradrons suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You could say that they are the assistants of the world tree, so they can easily move along its roots. Touching his chin, Sung Hyuk thoughtfully said that last time he saw a magic circle on the ground in front of the village. Smiling, holding his sword, Eddie thanked for the information, said that they would ask the bugs for help. The elder standing in front of him asked what they were going to do about the trade route. The last time they went out to explore they still encountered monsters. Smiling slightly, the prince replied that their strength might not be enough, but they would still try to do something about it. The elf was shocked when he heard the elder's request for help and asked what he was saying. The man smiled slightly, saying that it would be right to send the most reliable person with them to make sure that their words were true. Sung Hyuk smiled slyly, saying that it was a very wise decision. The elves stood behind the elder, who said that Croydle was a very important elf to their village, so they should return him safe and sound. The prince nodded, saying that they would take care of him, and Sung Hyuk said not to worry, he would take this chance to teach this stubborn elf how to lead a social life. Croydle blushed and winced, displeased. The hunter put his hands on his shoulder, telling him that he understood that he didn't like it, but to think of it as the first step to rebuilding the city. The boys sat on the wolf, and the elf ran ahead. Opening his mouth, Eddie asked where he was going. It was a little different from the route they had taken to get here. Turning around, Croydle said that to the northeast of Mount Apito was an underground cave leading to the top. There were dozens of griffins in this area, so they should try to survive. Sung Hyuk chuckled, saying that the bugs had already taken care of the griffins a while ago. Clenching his fists, saying that he would also say that the assistants of the world tree brought him here for some great purpose. He exclaimed discontentedly that he was telling the truth. The guy smiled and said that he would understand everything when he saw it. The wolf quickly ran forward. The stems of the plant intertwined. Words were heard that fortunately the entrance was fine. Fingers touched the plant with the words that he could not believe that there was such a place on Mount Apito. The heroes stood at the entrance to the cave. Croydle said that this passage was used by the workers of the world tree when the world was still safe. Most of them died since the monsters gained power. Standing behind, Sung Hyuk said that he was so grumpy, but he was better than he thought. The elf turned around discontentedly, saying that he was forced to cooperate with them only at the request of the elder. Looking at the garden, he said that it was safer inside the cave than outside, but they should not let down their guard. Explore the place behind it, where the roots of the world tree come out, attracts monsters. Looking at him excitedly, Eddie asked if the world tree he was talking about really existed in the world. He thought it was just a mythical story. Raising his palm, the archer asked what kind of stupid question is this? I mean, hoping that people who are nothing more than specks of dust compared to the world tree can understand something. The sword glowed brightly. Looking at the glow, the boy asked what it was. Croydle turned around in surprise. Sung Hyuk reached for the sword when he heard the request to let him look at it. He pulled the blade out of its sheath. The boys had to close their eyes from the blinding glow. Holding the sword, Croydle said that he thought so. It didn't seem to him that he felt something strange when he touched it. The hero asked what he meant by that. Handing the weapon to the owner, he explained that this sword and one of the god's tools that contain the energy of the god Ark, the guardian of the world tree. It was created by the god himself to maintain balance in the world. Raising the blade, Sung Hyuk said that he knew that this sword was incredible, but he didn't expect this. Why did it suddenly start to glow? The blade brightly illuminated the cave. In the darkness, the silhouette of a monster with horns appeared. The elf noticed it tensely, saying that perhaps this means that somewhere in the cave he should use it. Hayin sent a volley of fire forward, using an explosion. The flames blew away the monsters. The skeleton bared its sharp teeth. Then it jumped up, swinging its sword. Hayin quickly moved, attacking it. The boy asked why there were so many of them while covering himself with his shield. The second one left a bright trace behind his attack. He said that they were climbing endlessly. He thought that it was just a passage. Where did the hatred-class revenant warriors come from? Bright symbols appeared next to the staff. Hayin said that she would simply sweep them away with one blow. Let them be patient for a while. Spiral beams swirled around the round stone. The girl looked forward with determination, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. She sent a stream of lava wave fire forward. The monsters engulfed in flames screamed. Youngbeak joyfully exclaimed that it was amazing. The brown-haired man clenched his fist with a smile. Relief was visible on the girl's face. Sunyoung said that it was incredible. Hayin's laughter was heard, asking for more praise. Swords were visible from the lava. On the other side were the bodies of monsters. Hayin coquettishly put her hand on her hip and said that they would wait a little while until the lava cooled down. Looking at her tensely, Hayin exclaimed, warning that there was something behind her. The red-haired girl turned around. Behind her stood a huge monster with an axe in his hands. It was a Calamity-class Revenant King. Hayin looked up in surprise. A scream was heard. Run. Hayin blocked the axe strike. The attack left a bright mark. The girl crashed into the wall. The monster behind Hayin swung an axe. She thought, no. The guy stretched out his hand, calling out to her. He quickly grabbed the leader, saving him from the blow. The monster turned his gaze. The guy with the shield called out to Gyeongbik in fear. His fingers were holding a book. Sheets of paper were floating around Sunyoung from the use of a paper curtain. The glowing sheets surrounded the monster. Turning around, the guy asked his comrades if they were okay. The blonde guy fearfully held the girl and asked her to come to her senses. Purple flashes tore the pages. Sunyoung clutched the book to herself and said that it was too strong. The monster lowered its axe. The girl with the staff healed Hayin, asking if she was okay. She replied that she was still holding on. Frowning ahead, Hayin asked how it was that a calamity-ranked Revenant King appeared in a place like this. The monster's red eyes glowed. Suddenly, an information window appeared in front of the surprised girl. She saw the information that the blessing of strengthening was received, and the item scroll of the divine wind protected her body was received. The radiance broke the system windows. Looking ahead in surprise, the girl asked what was all this. She held a sword, surrounded by a bright radiance. The system reported that the movement speed was increased by 100%. Attack speed was increased by 50%. Wind protection allows every third attack on enemies to be converted into physical power in the amount of 7% of the last damage. Hayin smiled slightly and said that she didn't know what was going on but thought it was worth a try. Jiha looked down worriedly and asked if it was enough. The system said that the essence spent gave Hayin a blessing of enhancement. He could provide additional help by spending more essence. The girl ran towards the boss. Jiha looked at the situation with fear, saying that if he was a disaster class, it didn't matter how strong Hayin and Hayin would fight. He wrote down notes in the book with a frown, saying that he was very lucky to get the green herb from the wild elves. He needed to make a few more enhancement scrolls and develop the skills of others. The monster was attacking the guy with the shield. The guy stood in front and asked Hayin how she was. She replied that everything was fine. She was just a little surprised. The monster appeared suddenly. He suggested moving forward to help, because Hayin was already at the limit. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that after, although it was a large but still an ordinary skeleton, she was going to burn it so that not even ashes would remain. The heroes resolutely ran forward. The brunette attacked, leaving bright traces. The boss held an axe in his hand. There was black armor on his body, and the girl thought that it was impossible to pierce it with a sword. Looking ahead carefully, she reasoned that it would be better to target the joints first. Standing next to Sunyoung, Hayin shouted for them to distract him to give Hayin a chance to attack. The girl opened the book, agreeing. The sheets penetrated the armor. The monster swung the axe. The red-haired girl put out her staff, shouting death wishes. Frowning, she shouted, explosion. Bright fire surrounded the enemy's body. The monster's joints were engulfed in flames. The guy chuckled, saying that it worked, and the girl screamed in fear that it was too early to rejoice. The armor on the monster's body was burning. Hayin smiled, thinking that the damage was not enough, but the effect was achieved. Several swords were hovering next to her. The heel came off the ground. Light flashed on the tip of the blade. Jumping high, the girl attacked with bright rays. Her eyes widened in surprise. She asked if it worked. The monster put out his fingers with claws. He swung his hand. The girl screamed when a shockwave flew at her, and she began to fall down under the screams of her comrades. Hayin glanced sideways at the blonde with displeasure, saying that she knew it would happen. He exclaimed that it was not his fault, and the brown-haired man said that now was not the time for jokes. They must somehow stop him. Jiha touched the information window in fear, saying that everything was getting bad. They needed to stall for time until Hayin and Hayin recovered a little. The boys were surprised to see the information windows in front of them. One said that the item Iron Blood Scroll was obtained. The blood of an Iron Man flows through his body. The second said that the item Divine Wind Enhancement Scroll was obtained, protecting his body. Pointing his finger, Jiha said excitedly that with this, he was not sure if they could hold out for long. Beads of sweat were running down Wayne's face. The boy looked at her standing in the cave, thinking that the last hope was only on her. A bright beam was flying in the darkness. Watching this, the boy asked in surprise what it was. The monster stretched out his hand with an axe. The fanged mouth opened. Wolfie bit the boss. Seeing this, the hero exclaimed enthusiastically. The wolf's teeth sank into the monster's hand. Sunghyuk jumped to the roof of the cave. His brows were furrowed in determination. With a wide smile, the boy shouted his name. Attacking from above, the boy pierced the boss with a sword. The severed arm fell to the ground. Gyeongbik looked forward in surprise, asking what it was. Wayun's eyes widened in surprise. She said that this person. The guy turned back, shouting about canceling the summoning. The girl recognized Sunghyuk. Gritting his teeth angrily, the brunette asked, was it not enough? The monster raised an axe in his other hand. The powerful attack made the hero jump back. In his hands, the guy held a glowing sword. Then he turned his gaze to the side. On the ground lay a girl who was being healed by her friend. The guy recognized Hayin. Looking at her excitedly, the guy wondered where she came from. The girl's eyes were closed. He turned around, looking at Wayan, who was running towards him with a scream. Sung-hyuk looked at the girl, surprised, asked how they all ended up here. She replied that they would talk about everything later. The huge monster towered over them, and the girl said that she also had many questions, but first they had to deal with this pile of bones. Purple rays emanated from the axe. Many skeletons rushed to attack. Turning around, the brown-haired man asked how Hayin was. The girl replied that she used healing magic, but she was still unconscious. Turning to the white-haired man, he said that if there were 2 people here, then they could try to go against the Revenant King again. They just needed to hold out here until Hayin woke up. Bright flames from the staff grabbed the skeletons. The hunter struck with his sword, leaving a bright mark. Sung-hyuk dodged the attack of the axe. The sword's movement left blue beams. There were crack marks on the armor, and a cry was heard that it couldn't be defeated with a normal attack. The monster swung the weapon from top to bottom, leaving a mark. The sword with the image of a wolf was shining. The guy said that it couldn't cut it in half. Sung-hyuk determinedly knitted his brows, promising that he would cut it into pieces. The bright attack beams collided with a flash. A bright purple explosion was shown. The shockwave threw the guy back. He wiped the blood on his face with his hand. The boss raised his axe again. Part of his armor was broken even more. Sung-hyuk thought carefully that it was only a disaster rank in words, but in reality it was no different from a destruction rank. The monster moved forward rapidly. Wayan raised the flaming staff, using an explosion. The fire engulfed the monster's body. The girl said in surprise that it was impossible. The boss swung his axe at the hero again. He thought he wouldn't have time to dodge. A powerful wave spread from the attack. Rocks fell from the walls of the cave. Sung-hyuk covered one eye. The axe pierced the wall next to his head. Eddie stabbed the monster with his sword and asked if the guy was okay. Getting to his feet, the brunette said that he had been waiting for a long time. The prince looked up in surprise, hearing the words that the Revenant King's weak point was the core in the center of the body. The guy recognized the assistant. Waving his hand, the prince shouted to his comrade that he had just received a message from the deputy god. They needed to split the core to defeat the Revenant King. He imagined a purple core in the center of his chest. Gehenna held a book, saying that thanks to the observer skill he was able to see the boss's weakness, and yet they needed to destroy the shield to attack the core. The guy with the book turned to the side, seeing a message that the number of blessings remaining was 1 of 4, let him point to the person who needs to be blessed, and said that it meant that there was only 1 left. Squinting, the hero dipped his pen into the inkwell and asked for something good that would help them. The symbols on the pages glowed. Seeing them happily, Gehenna exclaimed that this was great. Reaching out his fingers to the system window, he said that it would be perfect. The hero looked ahead tensely. In front of him was an information window. He asked, "Is this a worker's blessing?" The system reported that the acquired item glowed with concentration. He can see the enemy's weakness through the eyes of the worker. The attack will last for 5 seconds, an additional effect of weakening the enemy's defense. The monster tried to throw Eddie off with his hand. He looked with glowing eyes and roared. The prince jumped, saving himself from the roar of the monster. The guys covered themselves, trying to hold back from the shockwave. Eddie closed his eyes tightly and heard a request to hold on a little longer. Sung-hyuk's sword shone brightly. He said that it was enough. The boss turned his attention to him. Swinging his sword, the brunette approached him. The movement of the sword left a bright mark. The tip of the blade touched the purple core. A crack appeared on it. Purple smoke emanated from the monster's body. Sung-hyuk looked at him tensely, saying that this was the end. The heroes turned around. Looking at the purple smoke, the guy said that they all disappeared. Gehenna clenched his fist, exclaiming happily. The girls hugged each other, shouting that they won. Sung-hyuk sat down on the ground tiredly. Eddie looked at him with a smile, saying that he saved his life again. He owed him. He displeasedly told him to forget. Someday he will repay him in kind. Pulling the boy by the hand, the prince said that he seemed to know these people. Shouldn't he say hello to them? The hero smiled sweetly and thanked him. The comrades surrounded the lying Hayin, and someone asked if she hadn't come to her senses yet. The girl opened her eyes, hearing her name being called. Tears appeared in her eyes. She rushed to hug Sung-hyuk. Closing his eyes, he asked if she had been waiting for a long time. Hugging the girl tightly, he said that he had returned. Gehenna blew his nose on a sheet of paper from a book, saying that it was really very touching, and the beetle did not understand what was wrong with him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared next to the boy. It said that the hidden path had been cleared. The blocked flow will be normalized, and the restoration of the world tree will accelerate. In the distance, Arkfoot's cry is heard, who sensed the energy of the world tree. It is necessary to return to the garden of the world tree. Happily reaching for the system window, Gehenna asked if this was another god of nature. A white unicorn with a golden mane was hovering over the mountain. The white unicorn jumps across the sky, while the pet does not understand what just flashed. Noticing it quickly, the other replies that he has come all the way, but does not understand how to catch a foal. Biam washes himself with his paw and tells the sitting doggo that his specialty is catching game. He replies that that is why he asks how to do it. The picture shows their dialogue, in which the cat advises him to think about it himself, because he is sure that the unicorn came from another continent and smelled of the ocean. The wolf says that he does not want to admit the absence of a god and therefore is furious, and he does not understand at all how to stop him. Perhaps it is worth trying a trap. Biam mentally says that the target will see him from afar and gallop away. The other notes that they can attack when he gets a little closer, but he objects to this, saying that it will be dangerous. They watch the shining unicorn and understand that they must somehow pacify him, but the wolf is not sure of success. Gehenna reads with a cup in his hand and looks away in surprise, hearing doggo barking. The surprised protagonist looks ahead and asks what they are doing here. Yellow energy forms near them and the guy wonders what happened to doggo, because he heard his bark and immediately came because he was worried about him. The unicorn gallops past them and Gehenna thinks that it is a horse, and given the reaction of doggo and Biam, most likely it is another god of nature. He sees a warrior riding a unicorn and understands that it is Arkfoot, and he read about it in an old book. It is the god of nature who accompanied the god Ark everywhere. The protagonist points at the miniature mountains and wonders if he should establish contact with it. The unicorn rushes around at a crazy speed and Gehenna is clearly surprised by this. The stallion rushes around the field like yellow lightning, and the protagonist cannot keep up with it. It loudly tramples the ground with its hooves. The surprised protagonist looks opposite, seeing it. The stallion rushes towards him at full speed. Gehenna screams in horror. He covers himself with his hands. The unicorn looks at him with interest. A warrior in white Arkfoot armor strokes a happy stallion. Gehenna looks at it, and is surprised that it suddenly calmed down. The guy touches it with his finger, and notices that it has a soft mane and is so calm, most likely due to the influence of the world tree. The pets look at the happy protagonist, and notice that he caught it, and they wonder what name he will give the unicorn. A small stallion stands next to Gehenna, who shows him the garden and suggests a nickname Painy. The guy looks at the running pet, and wonders if they are all so beautiful, or only him. He thinks about the unicorn and notices that there is a huge difference between how he is now and when he is a god, but he is beautiful anyway. The pet brings a leaf to his feet in his teeth. Gehenna looks at him with a smile and asks where he managed to run away alone. A red plant appears in the picture. The main character claims that you can make red ink from it, but the roots are alive and it can probably still be planted. The guy strokes the pet with care and thanks him for the opportunity to do something good, wondering if the unicorn is hungry, because he ran here and there and therefore can eat something from the garden. Painy happily gnaws a carrot, lying on the grass. Biam and doggo carefully peek out from behind the trees. They approach the unicorn, but it jumps up in fear and gets angry. Gehenna watches them swear at each other. A little later, the pets are all sleeping peacefully around the protagonist. The guy collects the red plants in a bag and thinks that now he will try to make ink. The picture shows a warrior against the background of this plant, and Gehenna imagines his image, wondering if the flower can increase attack power. Red ink flows into the jar. The protagonist closes it with a cork and is happy that the job is done. The protagonist lies with his pets and ponders how to explain to others where Painy came from, because in Seoul you can easily meet dogs and cats, but a stallion is a rarity. The events unfold the next day. Gehenna sadly realizes that the store has a lot of shelves, customers often come, but there is no free space at all, and in such an environment Painy will be uncomfortable, because he needs a lot of space to develop, but in the city it is almost impossible. The protagonist looks at the huge purple gates in the middle of the store, and says that he thought so until they appeared. Gehenna looks inside them and realizes that there is a huge meadow there, and besides, they are open 24 hours a day. The guy sees them in fear and realizes that this is again some kind of help from the world tree. The bell rings loudly. Hayin is standing next to the young man and tells the protagonist that they have not seen each other for a long time. Gehenna sees her with a smile and says the name, not knowing her companion. Sung-hyuk happily greets the protagonist, who finally recognizes him. The girl bows to him and thanks him for helping her friend return. Gehenna shyly asks them to look up, because he did it just because he had to. The girl notes that he helped her with something dangerous, and that remains the same. Sung-hyuk also says thank you. Gehenna points to the side and states that he would still be glad that they were able to return safely. While asking if they would like a cup of tea, the heroes agree. Hayin leans over to the unicorn and says that she hasn't seen it before, asking if the protagonist cares about it. She pets it and calls it cute. Gehenna happily talks to his friends at the table. The inscription says that he had a great time discussing the accumulated stories with people he met not long ago. The interlocutor told him that sometimes that other world appears in his dreams. Gehenna is surprised to see a bird and thinks that looking at them he thought that for some time he would have a calm everyday life. But there is one but. The protagonist looks at the creatures and the vegetables they have not understanding what they have done here. Jiha looks at the griffins on the 4th day of hatching and says that he still cannot believe their fast growth. The flying pets are annoying Doggo and Biam. The protagonist says that they have reached their limit and nothing can be done. He is running out of meat and that is why they have started to go crazy. Jiha looks at the pterodon and thinks that they need to be calmed down somehow. The knight looks at the guy who asks him to move the griffin cubs to another place, because they are getting big. He points his finger down and asks if he could move them to another place, thinking that the mountains are the most favorable environment for them. The pterodon looks at the cubs. He clicks his claws. The birds pay attention to this. They look at his antics with delight. Jiha watches the griffins fly after the insect and once again realizes that he has excellent leadership skills. The protagonist is surprised to see a notification that his squad is leading a purified monster to the sanctuary, which is the Gehenna plane. The guy feels the appeal of the world tree. A new notification says that the skill blessing of the world tree has been increased to the 3rd level, as well as the skills of friendliness to animals, and the skill of developing a 1st level shelter has been acquired. The window contains the characteristics of the ability blessing of the world tree, all characteristics +10, resistance +15, ether +100, success in production, ancient interpretation, observation. The notification says that observation is an opportunity to awaken the skills of objects friendly to him. The warrior holds a fighting stance. Above him is a window with information about the awakening skill. The conditions for acquiring are different. After using it you fall into a state of exhaustion. Jiha looks at this with a serious face and wonders if this means that he can see the skills that can be awakened in others. The protagonist watches the insects with vegetables and wonders if the pterodons can have abilities that he can trigger in others, while thinking that they have an awakening skill of the ability to absorb. The picture shows a monster that is fighting a green mass. The window says that if the pterodons succeed in destroying the monsters, they will be able to absorb the enemy's ability. However, if he has a skill that is not suitable for his body type, then he must learn metamorphosis from Logos to adjust the skill to himself, while the protagonist is confident in how to do this. He imagines all the hunters and thinks about how he can help them gain awakening skills through observation. Jiha thinks about it and is going to try to use it to give a hint to the people close to him first, but first, he needs to check the development of the shrine. Against the backdrop of the mountains, there are notifications about the development of the shrine. You can view everything that is required for it. You can purchase everything in the garden, but you will need essence for this. The next window asks if you want to use 500 units to gain access forever. Jiha looks at the miniature mountains, agrees, and then notices that the fog has cleared and now he can personally intervene if necessary. He touches the water with his palm. He is surprised to see a notification that says that as a result of the impact, a small earthquake occurred, damaging the shrine and he needs 100 units of essence to restore it. The guy is outraged that he was not warned earlier and understands that he can still influence it himself. Jiha thinks about the offer to pay 100 units of essence, use the skill and find out what is needed for development at the moment. A new window says that the soil in the shrine is not fertile and earthworms are needed to solve the problem. The protagonist thinks about them, not understanding where to get them. The guy turns around to look at the pterodon. He is shocked to see them collecting worms. He pets the knight, calling them the best and thanking them for their help. Against the background of the mountains, a notification pops up about the partial dispersal of the fog and the opening of a new world. The protagonist sees a red outline of a monster. The frame shows a huge mantis shrimp. He remembers that in Korea they became real monsters. The protagonist watches the news about the shock wave of a monstrous shrimp that can destroy everything around with one swing. While it is known that it takes 6 to 7 hunters to catch one individual, the guy heard that many specialists are needed, but will the pterodons be able to defeat them all? An army of insects flies forward. The notification says that the army armed itself with the bark of the world tree. The surprised protagonist notes that they are going to use it as a shield. The pterodon's army flies towards the mantis shrimp while Jiha is confident of their victory. The monster prepares its claws for battle. It throws several small warriors aside with one blow. Jiha is surprised by their strength, thinking that the legion retreated to recuperate, but does not understand what to do in this situation. The protagonist turns to the open door and realizes that there was a potion made from the fruits of the world tree in the hut. He pours a yellow liquid into a bowl and asks the little ones to drink it. A bright yellow light appears. The pterodon's army looks ahead with an unperturbed expression. They confidently fly to attack the mantis shrimp. The monsters shoot back with their claws. The knight covers himself with a shield and continues to advance. A huge explosion occurs. The pterodons jumps out of a cloud of smoke and flies on. The surprised mantis shrimp looks ahead. The little knight, glowing yellow, delivers a quick blow. Jiha watches the battle and happily declares that with the help of the potion they can win, and the shock wave of the shrimps comes from their claws and the pterodons will be able to outnumber them. The knight, in the background of his warriors, raises his paw and this means the complete victory of the insects. The protagonist notices that the knight's body is glowing and this means that he has mastered the ability of the shrimps, and the guy praises them for their work. The main pterodon bends his knee in front of him. He hits the sand with his claw. A powerful explosion is heard around him. Jiha watches this with delight and declares that he must have absorbed their ability. The protagonist begins to write in a book. He enthusiastically writes, starting from the awakening of the pterodrones and ending with their victory over the shrimps, calling today very productive. The window says, the shockwave has a significant delay between attacks, so if you find this weakness, you can count on winning. In addition, shrimp are powerless against attacks from behind. The events unfold in the Jiha store. Someone is interested in going to the beach, realizing that summer is almost over and you can't sit at your workplace forever. The protagonist is talking on the phone and tells the other person that he is right and the guy would not mind going to the sea. In response, they declare salvation from continuous work. Then Jiha asks when they are leaving. He is surprised to hear the answer. Sung-hyuk, sitting behind the wheel, is standing next to the store and shouts that right now. The car is racing down the road. The protagonist is holding Daegu, sitting in the passenger seat, and says that he did not expect such a fast trip. His friend replies that there is no reason to postpone, because the summer is so short. The rest of the hunters fit in the back seats of the car. They exclaim about the beauty of the full. Someone asks if Jiha will eat. The driver thinks that the more people, the more fun the trip. The guy with glasses turns around and mentally agrees that it will be much better together, and he was a little surprised that they also agreed to go. Julian and Wayan are laughing in the back seat. The protagonist means them. Sunyoung smiles and asks Jiha how he found such a cute unicorn. As it is rare to find such a breed in Seoul, the guy replies that he just stumbled upon it in the dungeon, while realizing that the pet, as expected, attracts a lot of attention. The car drives on the asphalt. The girl names the protagonist's pets, and he notices that she is, as usual, very perceptive and has accumulated a lot of questions. The guy steps onto the sand in slippers. Jiha smiles and looks ahead and admires the view. In front of him is an endless sea with a charming sunset. Pets are running around and friends are settling down. The protagonist turns around with a smile and says that he is going to the offer to go first to the house. While he thinks that it was the right decision to come, and perhaps this is because lately he has not felt so relaxed. The friends are hugging and talking at the table, and he realizes that this friendly atmosphere and conversations together are really the happiest time, and sometimes it's nice to go out like this, and he hopes that these moments will continue to appear in life. Jiha looks forward with a happy look, leaning on the fence. The red-haired girl turns to him and says that she came out because she heard him go for a walk. Wayan in a chic swimsuit says that she found him, while Jiha is surprised to say her name. The protagonist stands in front of her and is surprised that she went on a trip with them. She in response calls it inconvenient that she squeezed in, but the guy denies it. He wonders if the guild members did not follow her. Wayan replies that they were jealous, so they said that they would not let them escape and followed them. The protagonist laughingly states that her guild members are always cheerful. The girl looks at him and says that sometimes it's a little annoying, but they're all really cute. The huntress turns around and doesn't understand what's going on. The notifications say there's an emergency and a horror-ranked mantis shrimp monster has appeared, recommending everyone to evacuate immediately. Wayan says that he's on vacation for the first time in a long time, but some shrimp decided to ruin everything, and the girl asks him to trust her with this matter. She looks ahead in shock. Jiha sees a beam of fire in front of him, and the red-haired huntress exclaims his name. She pulls back her sleeve and shows the mark. A huge explosion occurs. Smoke billows everywhere. She holds him and asks if he's okay, and he thanks her. Sung-hyuk and company rush to their aid, exclaiming the protagonist's name. The guy loudly asks him to answer if he's there. Wayan looks at him and asks if he is okay and if he is hurt. The guy with glasses assures him that everything is fine, asking in return. She replies that she is too. Sung-hyuk excitedly asks what kind of attack just happened. The girl calls the shock wave of the mantis shrimp. The monster swims on the water. She continues to explain that the attack was from the ocean. The mantis shrimps swim underwater and the girl assumes that they must have reached the beach by now. The hunters with weapons in their hands line up and Sung-hyuk orders everyone to prepare for battle, because they must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Jiha calls the red-haired hunter, who at this moment advises him to evacuate to a safe place, at the same time talking on the phone asking him to check where the guild members are. She insists that everyone come to the beach because there is a horror-rank monster here. Jiha watches her and realizes that he can't participate in the battle, so it's better to go to a safe place. The picture shows a pink potion and he realizes that he can help them. He just needs to quickly run to the hotel. The shrimp shoots out its claws again. The shockwave flies at the hunters, but one of them resists the beam. Sung-hyuk, furious, tells the shrimp to come to him. It shoots out a shockwave, but he deflects it with his shield. The group of hunters attacks while the guy holds the defense, realizing that they need to aim for the claws. The frame shows the shells of the monsters. The hunters deal deft blows to the enemies. The gray-haired guy looks up in surprise. In front of him is a huge mantis shrimp. It sends a devastating shockwave straight to his chest. Youngbeak spits blood and someone calls his name. Sunum throws gold paper, insulting the enemy. The notification says that she used paper missiles and the curtain's skill. Many golden shells damage the mantis shrimp. The window says that the barrage begins and it can temporarily immobilize the enemy. The picture shows missiles and she understands that the horror rank monster is difficult to restrain and besides, it clenches its claws to avoid a deadly hit from the paper shell. The girl bravely continues to attack, realizing that she can use up all her mana and fall first. The mantis shrimp explodes brightly. The girl covers herself from the fire, not believing in magic of such a large scale. Hayin stands with the guild behind him and states that he understands their fatigue, but they need to get rid of the monsters and enjoy the rest of their rest. The hunters run towards the shrimp, intending to attack. They shoot fireballs at the monsters. It says that after the Eternal Flame Guild joined, the morale on the battlefield began to rise and the flow of endless shrimp began to slow down, and it seemed that the hunters would be able to stop the wave of monsters without much damage. The fighter rips the shrimp's body with his sword, declaring that this is enough. Sung-hyuk looks up and is confident that at this rate, they will quickly finish them off. Huge rocks begin to fall to the ground and the participants shout that they are magical meteors. The bloodied hunters scream in pain under the flying projectiles, some are unconscious. The window says that at the calamity rank, monsters appear unnoticed, depriving them of hope for salvation. A huge shrimp monster appears in front of them. The notification says that the king rock mantis shrimp has appeared. Sung-hyuk looks ahead in horror. The red-haired girl and the others open their mouths in surprise. A vicious monster looks at them. The inscription says that the stone mantis shrimp shows hostility towards humans. It is much larger than the other monsters. It is explained that it used gravity magic, throwing stones. It stomps on the ground loudly. The stones fly towards the hunters. The hero realizes that the shrimp has increased the speed of throwing stones with its shockwave, calling it madness. Sung-hyuk loudly asks for a buff. The warrior decisively deflects the flying stone with his shield. He screams in pain, blood pouring out of his mouth. The fighter flies on, the other hunters excitedly shouting his name. He lies in blood and unconscious. Hayin confidently walks forward, leading the fighters, and orders them to gather to capture the monster as a united front. She calls on fire magic, looking at the huge king shrimp, while thinking that she can repel the attack with her firepower, and then there will be a chance to counterattack. The girl holds back the flying stone with a large fiery vortex. A powerful explosion occurs. The red-haired huntress looks at herself and realizes that she does not have any artifact at hand and therefore all the load goes to the body, and it will not be able to use it more than twice. Another stone flies at her. Someone shouts at her that it is dangerous, but she wants to make another shot. Hayin clenches her teeth and desperately decides that she still has mana. A huge night pterodon reflects the stone with its claw. The girl looks up in discouragement. She sees the protagonist, who is controlling his large pet. He sits astride the pterodon and asks if she is okay. She replies that everything is fine. Hayin catches the potion with his hands and hears that she needs to give it to him. The girl asks what it is. The red-haired huntress strokes the bottle. Jiha explains that it is an elixir that provides first aid, but after that it is necessary to send Sung-hyuk to the hospital. She in turn asks what about the protagonist. He answers that it is necessary to catch a large shrimp. The next inscription reads, "When everyone loses hope in the face of disaster." Monsters attack the pterodon and Jiha realizes that the boss's body is most likely covered in stones, and although the guy bravely declared that he would catch him, he does not understand how to do it. The inscription reads, "There is a person who will raise his head and firmly resist disaster when someone like this appears." He sits on top of the pterodon and understands that he must at least hold out until the others come, and he also has a knight and a potion. The guy and the pterodon prepare to attack. It is written that such people are called heroes. The events that happened 10 minutes ago are described. The protagonist takes out a lot of elixir from his bag and thinks about quickly taking a potion that enhances magic and running back. He runs out of the house and understands that he must support the hunters as much as possible in order to prevent damage and catch shrimp. Jiha is surprised by the sudden wind. A large knight flies towards him. The guy asks if the situation on the shore is really that bad. The shrimp roars ferociously. Jiha, riding on the knight, confidently strikes. The surprised hunters watch the battle. Sunyoung sits next to the wounded Sung-hyuk in tears. The monster opens its mouth. A notification says that the rock mantis shrimp is very angry. It throws a huge rock towards the heroes. The protagonist on the pterodon finds it impossible, asking if the best hunters really fight in such situations, and as expected, the monster is very strong and no wonder they couldn't handle it. Jiha pours the elixir into the pet's mouth and states that it will give it strength, suggesting that with all this, it will be possible to deal with it. The frame shows the monster. A notification says that the rock mantis shrimp demonstrates its rock-throwing skills. The knight sees a stone flying in front of him. It is written that he is ready to use his awakened skill of shockwave, the ability absorbed. Pterodon counters the shrimp's attack with an energy beam. A notice says that the effect of the elixir leads to a change in skills and it temporarily strengthens. The shockwave turns into an explosive blow. The monster uses the skill of gravity magic of spatial reflection. Hayin thinks it is impossible, because this boss is incredibly strong and how the bug was able to destroy it with one blow. The hunters see stones flying at them and hear an order from Hayin to help get rid of the remaining mantis shrimp. The huge monster is seriously injured. A large yellow hole is smoking in its body. Someone says that it can make a final attack. The red-haired huntress looks at the pterodon and says okay. Gehenna sits on his pet and realizes that the knight's stamina has dropped significantly. But this is still his first attack after awakening the skill, and he needs to buy time for the hunters to finish. And he has time to recover, and in addition to the boss, there are about 14 more mantis shrimp. The weakened king stands near his subjects. The protagonist is sure that their boss is badly injured and therefore the rest are confused, because now they are defenseless. The fighters deftly inflict deadly blows on the small monsters, using their opportunity. The shrimp bodies are badly fried. The protagonist looks at the girl in a swimsuit and understands that she still has firepower, and therefore there should not be big problems. Sun Young bravely throws paper projectiles. Gehenna thinks that she copes well with falling rocks. The guy looks ahead with an unperturbed look and is sure that if everything goes the same, they will be able to safely finish the fight. An octopus head appears from the water, and someone shouts that the kraken has arrived and everyone on the seashore needs to evacuate to a safe zone. Gehenna, riding a pterodon, sees a giant monster that is tens of times larger than the king shrimp. The guy wonders why it is here and why a destruction rank monster has appeared here. The protagonist watches the situation and understands that if this continues, the monster will destroy everything and the hunters will not be able to cope with it in such a situation. The octopus began to be sucked in by a huge whale. It is written that Gehenna heard a quiet and booming sound, and then saw it. The protagonist does not believe that it is the devourer of worlds, assuming that it wants to swallow the whole kraken. The octopus's tentacles are sucked onto the underwater rocks. The devourer of worlds sucks in water while the guy thinks about what to do. The pterodon begins to attack. Gehenna questioningly calls its name. The notice states that the knight is about to use the awakened absorb ability shockwave skill. The insect deals a strong blow to the giant octopus. The kraken is horrified to see it in front of it. Its tentacles gradually detach. The giant whale sucks the kraken into its mouth. Gehenna sits on the pterodon and watches what is happening, not believing that the world eater just ate the octopus, shrimp and left. The fighters on the beach rejoice in the victory. Gehenna tells the happy pterodon that he is a good boy and did a great job. It is written that after the world eater swam away, the hunters took care of the remaining monsters and the injured were taken to the hospital, and the emergency was quickly resolved. The red-haired girl exclaims Gehenna's name. He asks what happened. She replies that she came because she heard that the cleaning was finished. He in turn says that it is necessary to remove the stones first. Hayin states that he didn't have to clean. He sheepishly says that he needs to help at least one more person. The girl asks with a smile what kind of bug it was. The guy says that it happened by accident, and he is just being friendly to people. Then Gehenna asks how their friend is. Sung-hyuk is sitting in the hospital. The girl explains that thanks to his elixir, his life is not in danger, and he said that he will return after treatment. While wondering what he added there, that all the people on the verge of life and death could recover. The protagonist laughs and says that he was just lucky to find good ingredients, and he is glad that everything is okay. Sun Young and Gyeongbik drink the elixir with a smile. The huntress thanks Gehenna for his help. He in turn claims that everyone tried their best. The red-haired girl calls him a modest man. She stands next to him and says that it has been a long time since she was last on vacation. The guy with glasses notes that she still has time to have fun and enjoy the sea. She calls him an optimist. Hayin asks her sweetly how to have fun, because swimming in the ocean is probably the best thing to do. The interlocutor replies that if she does this now, there will be big trouble. The girl looks at the smartphone screen and asks what time it is. The screen at this moment shows 4:30 in the morning. The dissatisfied heroine says that even though she is wearing a swimsuit, she wasted her time. Gehenna says that he is sorry, but she looked good in it. The girl approaches the main character and says that he has taste. He in turn asks not to come so close, because he does not know where to put his eyes. At this time, someone is watching them. A fierce monster with large fangs calls his master. The picture says that the trip ended without problems. Sung-hyuk drives the car and advises the protagonist to sleep, because he must be tired. He answers with a smile that the passenger should not sleep. The fighter thinks it is true, and even if he slept, he would drive alone, listening to ASMR. It is written that everyone was tired, so on the way back in the car was not like a calm sea, and he hopes that he will be able to travel with these people again. Sung-hyuk, holding the steering wheel, says that he is grateful to him, and if not for him, the fighter would not be able to drive the car. Gehenna turns around with a smile and hopes that next time there will be no such adventures. Against the backdrop of the mountains, the protagonist is glad that everything ended well. The car moves forward and someone asks him not to be embarrassed. The events unfold in the store. Gehenna says that he relaxed only after he arrived here and he feels sleepy. He hugs his pets, mentally thinking that Sung-hyuk asked them for something. He looks ahead and makes it clear that he needs a potion that will strengthen his body and restore his strength as much as possible. There is a call from a girl on the phone and the protagonist wonders what happened. He picks up the phone and asks how Sun Young got there. She replies that she returned home safely, asking if he had a good rest. It says that the girl found something, but she was unable to translate it, and if she can find out what it says. The picture contains incomprehensible symbols. The protagonist talks about runes of destruction. Attacks will cause fatal wounds to your enemies. Jiha hears a loud objection that this is a scroll of physical damage enhancement. He replies that he needs to be completely sure and try to write it himself. She asks if he can check and make her another one. He says that he will take care of it. The protagonist goes to the shelves and states that the red ink is good for a scroll of destruction. He writes with a pen, thinking about testing, because if he writes down the runes now, it might work. The picture shows a scroll of physical damage enhancement. Jiha is glad that it is him, noticing that the scroll is different from the magic enhancement, and it can be useful for most hunters. The guy looks at them and realizes that if the scroll goes on sale, hunters from Korea will fight to get it. The protagonist imagines the strongest hunters and beasts, realizing that as the fighter's strength increases, monsters strong enough to need to use the scroll may appear. Jiha looks at the paper and realizes that he needs to help the hunters grow and become stronger. He turns his attention to Penny, who is lying next to him. He sees 3 sleeping pets and is sure that if he succeeds, he will be able to ask the little ones to help him. He closes the book and intends to go lie down. The events unfold a few days later. Jiha is walking through the forest and notices that the air in the garden is very fresh. He looks at the mountain in surprise and notices people. Jiha, lost in thought, sees the hunters and wonders why they are gathered here. They are walking below at this time and Hayin claims that they need to go a little further east. Jiha asks excitedly if this is Tao Tai. An image of a monster appears in the picture. The protagonist heard that this monster destroyed a Chinese province, and its appearance, size and abilities are almost unknown, and therefore attacking it will be very dangerous. A group of hunters walks through the forest. Someone wants to go faster because the day when the enemy can wake up is not far off, and if it is Tao Tai, he does not know if they can stop him at all. Jiha notices in surprise that the bridge is broken. Teradron heads towards him. The protagonist first wants to help them safely get to the dungeon and get out. A group of fighters walks among the green trees. The girl asks if the bridge was broken. Another fighter also thinks so. They see the perfect construction and assume that someone else was here. The protagonist at this moment praises the night. A group of hunters are going down the stairs. They are talking about not knowing what the monster looks like. But according to the few government reports, it is a 4-legged animal, and the task says to check the iron seal, so they should pay attention to this first. Jiha, lost in thought, looks down and realizes that they keep walking in circles and looking for something related to Tao Tai. The protagonist is puzzled why they do not see the dark energy in front of them. A green mirror appears in the frame and Jiha assumes that it is related to the seal, or this is the role of an indicator. He holds out his hand, thinking that they will not find it, and that this pile of stones needs to be removed. The fighter in armor raises his head in surprise. He sees a giant human finger and screams. He is sure that if this thing does something now, it will be bad. The notification says about a sword wrapped in ether, from which the ether of horror emanates. The fighter delivers swift blows. The other hunters ask him what was there. He wonders why they didn't see the round piece of flesh. Jiha blows on his finger and claims he was scared, then exclaims that the monster has been released. They look down at the red mist and a pop-up window says that Tao Tai is sealed in a mirror. They don't understand what it was and assume that he will wake up soon. The fighter wonders if the current best hunters will be able to stop the enemy, and if they fail. He is horrified by the insult. The huge monster stomps its paw and asks how dare they awaken evil. He towers over them and declares that he will personally stop them from doing evil. The ferocious enemies are called Gamdang, the guardian of this temple. A notice says that the guardian of the sealed mirror is ready to stop the intruders. They are horrified and state that they have not heard of such a thing. The guy calmly orders everyone to take their places and not to panic. The monster claims that they entered without permission and he must now kill them. The swordsman states that the enemy does not want to move out of the way and the others will have to cover while he attacks. Gamdang calls them stupid humans. They spew fire from their mouths towards the fighter. He jumps up, raising his sword and exclaiming the word light. He furiously strikes after strike, slicing through the enemies. He jumps off the ground until the monster realizes where his strength comes from. The swordsman thinks that it was easier to repel the guardian than he thought, guessing that it is because it is an old stone statue. Notifications appear about the mortal wound of the temple guard and the inspection of the sealed mirror, then the quest is complete. Jiha happily exclaims that Sunghyuk is very strong. The pet at this point is sure that the people notice Tao Tai waking up. The wolf asks what is the point of finding out, because they will take care of it anyway. Biam replies that it has been a long time since he saw him last, then they intend to leave. Jiha turns around and sees an empty place, thinking that the little ones were here. The protagonist with a happy face says that now is not the time for this and all the hunters are working hard and he also needs to try and first of all he needs to write the scrolls intuitively and effectively. He sees them in the forest and is sure that he needs to make ink from green grass for the scrolls and he is lucky that he recently found such a place in the village of Wild Elves. He thinks about how he can get it, because if he does it with his hands, everyone will think that they were attacked by a monster with fingers, and using terror drones is inconvenient. He sees a large city. In the building, a white-haired girl is sitting on the floor and praying. She is sitting with her eyes closed. The girl wakes up when she calls Selena's name. The girl looks up and asks if he is the deputy. He says that they have not seen each other for a long time. There is no one in front of her, but the voice asks how she has been and claims that he has a favor to ask of her. Glass test tubes with green liquid at the bottom stood on the table. The man put a fountain pen on the table. The deed was done. He took one of several scrolls, believing that this would be enough. Selena folded her hands and asked what the request was about. The green grass grew in the elven village, and he asked the girl to go get it. She sat on her knees on the floor, asking if this was all. She was told that they would not give the grass for free. Somewhere there was a green forest. The elves lived where there was no salt, and they could exchange the grass for the necessary goods. A deal had to be made. Selena was inspired, calling the man amazing, but he was embarrassed because he could only find out because of his status as a worker of the world tree. The protagonist sent some salt in a bag for the deal. Selena and Eddie went to the village. The guy held out a bag. Thanks to Eddie, the hero could trade with the knights without problems. The eyes of the elf elder shone at the sight of a small bag of salt. MC folded the scrolls, realizing that for now he could not worry about the green grass. In an instant, he found himself in the forest, asking what happened. In front of him was a bunch of small creatures, terror drones. One of them looked at MC with fear. He understood that they finally did everything. The hunters opened the chest. Because recently dungeons often appeared in Korea, the hero could slip boxes with rewards at the end. They were disappointedly silent, looking at the contents. The reward was very meager, except for the ether stone. Everything is useless. This is due to the decrease in compensation for cleansing, so it is difficult to meet the supply and demand for the necessary goods. MC clenched his fists, realizing that he needed to launch a new option. Those cute creatures caught his attention at that very moment. Now he looks at them, asking if everything is okay and if they want to continue doing the same. MC sat down, watching them drag the logs themselves, chop them, melt the metal in their mouths, and after processing all the materials, make a chest. He looked with interest and asked what's next. The kids were carrying rewards in a crowd. The hero watched as they threw everything into the chest, not expecting them to decide to add rewards themselves, thinking about it. He praised the kids, saying that they were almost finished. He remembered the disappointed hunters, realizing that this would not be enough for them. He thoughtfully sits in front of the chest and thinks about what to do. MC slapped his hand on his palm. An idea came to him. There was good weather in the forest near the dungeon. The girl looked at the guys and asked Yakun to catch some monsters. He was asked if he would be scared again. The hunter in armor replies that he will try today. The girl noticed something in front. She asked the others about the sign. There was a sign with a shield in front of the entrance. This is Jiha's plan, according to which the item description will increase the chances for a suitable hunter. The guys assumed that those who have shields can enter, and decided to check. Blood splashes flew into the dungeon. The team was exhausted. They asked Yakun to try a little harder, to which he apologized. One of the monsters roared, then Yakun was told to finish it off. The man covered himself with a shield and trembled. The monster pounced on him with a roar. The girl dealt with him, perplexed by his fear, and the man apologized. There were a bunch of dead monsters on the ground. Yakun was praised for his actions at the end. After gratitude he cried. Everything shone in front of them. They decided to see what was in the chest. There were several chests in front of them. According to MC's plan, this would make the hunters feel awe when opening, but they thought it was strange. There was a chest in the cave. 2 essences were needed to open it. This surprised the hunters. The girl took a solar apple in her hand. A guy behind her took out a glowing shield. Everyone decided that it was for Yakun. He awkwardly took it, saying that he could not accept it, but he was convinced. There was also a scroll with runes and a candle with an incomprehensible aroma for them. Yakun cried, pressing the shield. The guys decided to go to the cat master. Jiha lifted one pterodron up. Everyone was jubilant about the good work, because the rewards will please the hunters and help them grow. Taking his dark mask, he understood that he needed to prepare. On the table were a shield, a scroll and a candle. In the end the shield was the only one that needed to be assessed. The runes were in an ancient language, and the candle had an incomprehensible smell. Jiha took a look, assuming that it was talking about the awakening skill. Yakun awkwardly stood in front of the table with items. The awakened skill strengthened and reflected the attacks of the nearest enemy. It can be achieved under certain conditions, but the side effect was exhaustion. The team and Yakun asked about this skill. Jiha replied that the scroll said what kind of skill it was and how to get it. Yakun could reflect the enemy's attack and deal a lot of damage if he awakened it at level 1. He cried, asking if he could catch monsters without directly attacking. The team was happy for the man who was crying with happiness. They asked how this skill could be obtained. The big warthog was the one Jiha had talked about. If you catch it, there is a chance to get this skill. Yakun looked up, saying that they should catch this monster, and also asked about the shield and candle, and after evaluating it, the team left. The candle and shield remained. With the help of the first one you can learn abilities through sleep, and the wearer of the second will be protected by an arc. This is what MC had told. Deok-hun tried to give all the gold to MC, but he rejected the offer and forcibly returned the gold to him. The hunter cried, but was happy. Soon night fell. Deok-hun was at home. He was lying with a lit candle, remembering MC's words about the effect of the candle, and wondering what his dream would be like. The man woke up, wondering how realistic the dream was. The man saw a white knight in front of him, wondering if he could cope with all the undead. He attacked. Deok-hun was surprised that he did not retreat, and assumed that he was protecting his colleagues. The knight noticed him, while Deok-hun was thinking about his fearlessness. The man's entire body lit up. Deok-hun woke up with a scream, gaining the skill of a pure-blood holy knight of the first level. The room lit up blue. He was confused. Sitting on the bed, he noticed that he had obtained this skill. The man stood up, not believing that he had obtained a new skill. The white knight was holding a sword in his hands. The man understood the problem. After all, he is a shield man, and his skill is a swordsman knight. Deok-hun sat down on the bed, wondering if he should have acquired a suitable skill after going to the dungeon. Soon, the news host showed Deok-hun and talked about the awakening skill as the hottest topic of discussion. There is a crowd behind the man. He is standing in front of a monster. The host said that the manifestation of the skill is different for everyone, but the first hunter is in Korea. The men watched him. It was the Hunter Association. Deok-hun stood in front of the giant warthog. The host suggested to watch the first owner of this skill together. The man stood in a pose and prepared to attack. He was supported by the Hunter Association. The warthog prepared to attack, but the man was at the finish line. The monster rushed at the man. Deok-hun frowned. The warthog crashed right into the shield. The man was able to stand still. He looked straight at the monster, and the monster looked at him. Deok-hun held on with a battle cry. At that time his awakening skill was activated. The warthog was on fire. In an instant, everything around them caught fire. The men from the association were shocked. His team covered themselves from the fire with their hands. The girl shouted his name. Deok-hun stood intact and cleared his throat. He was surprised to see the leaves, at first thinking they were flowers. The man noticed whose figure was in front of him. The man carefully touched the grown tree with his hand. The knight in white armor looked at him. Deok-hun thought he was a real god. The man stood in front of him, realizing the reason for his large body and fear when attacking monsters. There were people standing not far from Deok-hun, but he thought that everything was for this moment. He should obediently follow the will of the god. His path is clear to him. His team was worried about the man. The girl asked if this was the awakening skill. Hands clasped together. Deok-hun bowed to the ground. No one understood him, assuming that he was injured. The girl saw the man get up, asking what he had acquired if not his skill. Deok-hun looked at them with a smile, saying that he had acquired the path he should move on. A few days later, a post appeared on the posting board about this event, confirming the fact of having this skill shocked everyone. All the hunters were discussing it, and it could serve as an incentive for them. MC stood with a hammer, finally finished his job. He was sitting near the book, having found it in the garden shortly after the hunter woke up. Curiosity played on him. MC was standing with the book and supervising the construction. In it he learned about buffs and what benefits they bring to hunters, deciding to make trial versions. Pointing to the side with his finger, he was about to install a statue in the dungeon. The hero looked to the side and something caught his attention. MC chuckled, realizing how timely everything was. Hunters were walking along the path. Their target was the water dragon and ivy. The guys discussed the annoyingness of the ivy and its attacks, but they could only listen to the actions and avoid them in this way. Hayin looked at Sunhyuk, asking if everything was okay. There was a magnificent statue in front. It could heal well if you touched it. It was Selena. Sunhyuk stood and did not understand who could do all this. Looking up at the sky, the guy noted that again he did not understand anything. Sunhyuk fought the water dragon. The statue made their task easier, and they cleared the dungeon. A colleague touched the statue after being poisoned and was immediately cured. That night, a candle was lit at Sunhyuk and Hayin's house. The guy fell into a dream, noting how unusual it was and how everything was different from a real dream. He noticed Eddie and Selena in front of him, being sure that it was them. Sunhyuk smiled, noting how nice it was to see their faces. Then he looked away and doubted. In front of him stood a mysterious knight, whom he had seen for the first time. The guy took his sword, thinking that he could gain its abilities by defeating him in a duel. The glowing blade appeared right in front of his face. He immediately held back the knight's attack with his sword. The knight appeared near his face, telling him to hold his posture straight. The boy jumped back, asking what those orders were and if he knew him personally. Sunhyuk frowned, knowing that his opponent wasn't going to answer his questions. His hand holding the weapon was shaking. He had a rough idea of his strength from the previous attack. A magical aura appeared around him. He was about to use his magical attack, knowing that otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. The opponent said that humans were weak now. Sunhyuk pointed his sword at him, asking what he meant. to which he was told that humans were unable to withstand the future. Sung Hyuk remembered Tao Tai, asking if he was the one they were talking about. The knight stood in front of him, answering that this was just the beginning and humans would be wiped off the face of the earth. But the boy didn't believe it. Sung Hyuk lowered the blade, asking who he was. It turned out to be the Eternal Sword of God, a commander acting solely for him. Raising his hand, swords appeared from the ground, and he introduced himself as the Holy Sword of the Legion. Hundreds of glowing swords are aimed at Sung Hyuk. He prepared to strike, saying that the enemy knows him too well for such a manner of speech. The knight took out his sword, saying that he has been watching the boy for a long time and believes that he is the strongest and most worthy of all people. Sung Hyuk took a pose, using the skill, asking why he appeared only now, receiving in response that after the appearance of the Apostle of God, he can also act. The guy was surprised, asking what kind of creature it was, but received no answer. Selena raised her hands to cast the spell. Eddie was nearby. The guy assumed that it was related to them. The knight prepared to attack, telling the hunter to show all his abilities, otherwise he will be absorbed until enlightenment. Lifting his feet from the ground, he realizes that this cannot be simply said, and so the enemy evades the answer. There was a small blue light in front. The opponents attacked each other. Sung Hyuk was going to defeat him and get the necessary skills. The knight raised his hand and ordered the opponent to defend himself. All the magic swords flew straight at the hunter. He closed his eyes, clutching the sword with both hands. His eyes lit up. He swung such a blow that he was able to break all the swords at once. Suddenly, the enemy was behind him, and he assessed how the guy parried the initial attack. The knight swung at him. Sung Hyuk barely held the attack. The hunter jumped back, asking him about the said technique. The knight mentioned that the storm blade technique is the first form. Fire whirlwinds flew from his sword. It was a whirlwind strike. A huge flame attack was directed at the enemy. In the mansion of MC. In his lab, the cauldron was boiling. He was almost done. Jiha was pouring everything into bottles. This was the last step. The guy capped the bottle, saying that the portion of potions to increase strength was finished. Julian applauded him and praised him for the work done. Jiha wrote something down while he was thanked for the opportunity to observe the work. He made excuses, thanking in return for the visit. Julian was shocked looking at the elixir, because now it restored even more in less time. Jiha improved it. The guy with glasses looked at him, admiring. Jiha worked, and the man watched it from the side, surprised how he knew all the proportions, doing everything accurately, noting his talent. The man went to the exit and said goodbye to Jiha, who wished to return safe and sound. In response, he promised to come more often. Night fell. The light was on in the mansion. MC stood in the workshop, realizing that his alchemy skills had risen and the potions were much better, getting ready to sleep. He found himself in the forest, enjoying its clean air. He thought, because he had not seen his kids for a long time, wondering if something had happened. Turning his head, MC noticed how the bells began to ring. The guy looked to the side, noticing strong tremors of the earth. Due to the earthquake, the iron seal was damaged enough. He received a notification that the seal would soon break due to a strong earthquake, and his little ones went there. He watched as the Terradrones erected a barrier, indignant why they did not fight. MC saw how they tried to erect a barrier, trying to understand the reason. Suddenly, a black lion, Taotia's minion, appeared. The hero panicked, asking the Terradrones what was going on. They opened portals, as if they were chasing something. He looked after them, not understanding where they were going. Nothing happened, because it opened in another place, and the little ones went to deal with Tao Tai. Jiha tensed up, realizing that he should not waste time either. He must do everything in his power. The guy began to brew potions for the hunters, wanting to help in the upcoming battle. He signed scrolls and prepared other items needed to awaken skills. The battle between the Black Lion and the Terradrones did not go unnoticed. He collected data about it. People began to notice a huge dungeon entrance one day before the autumn. Hunters were gathered around the huge purple portal, gathering to take a look. A man saw the notification and was shocked. He informed the man behind him that the rank was a big problem for them. A cigarette fell to the ground. It was a dungeon of rank 6, madness rank. It was in the 7th area. But he needed to quickly notify the Hunter Association about this. People were surprised that the portal was actually rank 6, wondering whether to lie to the Hunter Association when the system reported the difficulty level of rank 6, calamity rank, and the complete destruction or sealing of Tao Tai, with 47 hours 50 minutes and 20 seconds left. Purple stripes fly past Sung Hyuk, and he thinks that this time if this becomes known, then other countries may just want to get rid of the 7th district, and someone asks not to say it even jokingly, and tells Sung Hyuk that the aura around him has changed recently. The hero turned around and it seems to him that they all have also changed a little and seem to have finished their awakening. The team of lone hunters, who occupy from 1st to 9th place in the hunter ranking, looking at the guy and Wayan replies that it is all thanks to Jiha. The knight holds a flask and Hayin agrees with the girl, saying that they received a test tube from Mr. Jiha, but he does not understand what it is. The guy looks at the potion and is told that it is an elixir that will help them, and the system says that it instantly restores 52% of maximum stamina, energy and ether, and all stats increase by 23% for 132 minutes, as well as invulnerability for 7 seconds, and Sung-hyuk thinks that with this he does not even need another potion. When the guy puts the test tube in his bag, the huntress thinks that this is a real treasure, but he offers to formally thank him later. Heading to the portal, the warrior calls the team of singles. The protagonist looks in surprise. The warriors walk down the street and the guy sees that the guys have finally arrived. He looks at everything from above, deciding that he will observe the situation here. The Pterodrone squad is watching from above, and MC decides that if it becomes dangerous, he can support them from here. A huge lion monster roars and Jiha thinks that Pterodrone is capable of subduing the black lion, even if their strength is not enough for Tao Tai. But that is a different story. Looking from above and holding his fists, the guy believes in the guys and that they can do it, and Sung-hyuk says that there is a seal here, so he asks everyone to be careful. Wei-in passes by and sees a sculpture, and the warrior clarifies if this is the statue that Sung-hyuk was talking about. In front of the heroes are destroyed buildings and the knight says that everyone should get an upgrade and move on. The man holds a potion and finds it strange that the characteristics have almost doubled, but even in such a situation, attacking Tao Tai will be almost impossible. Flames go around the huntress, and she says that therefore they must make it possible. Putting his sword behind his back, Sung-hyuk agrees with her, asking everyone to be ready. The monster's paw stepped on the ground. The squad sees demons emerging from the rocks. The knight, gritting his teeth, says that they are coming. The black lion leaps forward. It slashes at the humans with its paw. Sung-hyuk shouts that he will take the black lion's attack on himself, and the others will be on them. The girls hold their weapons at the ready when the guy orders them to kill them all. The huntresses cut down the lions with a wild dance of endless swords and a crazy phoenix dance. A yellow light comes from Wei-in and she calls for a lava explosion. Everything in front of the girl is on fire. The knight tensely holds the shield. Purple energy comes from it to the lion. The antagonist's eyes sparkle red. The lion stands in front of the fire. Sung-hyuk sees that there is only one left, and uses his skill of the first sword technique of the storm blade. A large flame comes from the hero's sword. As he leaves, one of the warriors says that he has never seen this technique before, and the knight replies that it is a new skill that he acquired through a dream, which surprises the people and they cannot believe that he was able to injure a black lion with it. But for the guy it was much easier than he thought. Sung-hyuk watches tensely. The blood lion sits, preparing to attack, and as the hero expected, the black lion is not all. Hayoung-suk is confused when he sees that it is a blood lion. The girl screams that the monster is a level higher than the black lion. The antagonist stands in front of the squad of hunters. There is a red light around his paw. Sung-hyuk clenches his teeth tightly from tension. As the lion's paw rushes towards the guy, he manages to tell everyone to drink the potion and take their positions. Hayin calls out to Sung-hyuk in confusion. Blue flashes come from the knight's sword and the system reports the use of the ethereal blade skill. While hitting the lion, he shouts for everyone to act quickly. The warrior, holding a yellow vial, turns to Hayin, understanding how she feels, but asks to help Sung-hyuk after they heal, because now he is the only one who can face the blood lion head-on. While the hero fights, the girl replies that she knows that only he can do it. The guy's face is gloomy, and she adds that since then she feels that he can disappear somewhere again, and now every time he overdoes it, she always has to be nervous. The huntress trembles and decides that now is the time to act according to the situation. Turning to the other hunters, she says that they need to look for some information about the blood lions while Sung-hyuk holds him off. But the man replies that the blood lion is a top-class monster among others of the calamity rank, and there is almost no information about it. Hayin looks at the tablet, asking everyone to prepare, after Hayoung-suk sees that information has appeared on the hunter's website, and Wei-in asks who posted it. The hero strikes and as expected, he is a level higher than the black lion. The warrior uses the skill of the wide area of the shield, and the girl explains that after using the storm sword, it takes a lot of physical strength to maintain the ethereal blade, so they need to be patient. The antagonist rushes forward and the huntress is confused why the warrior suddenly used the shield. A red flash appeared in the distance. The lion is knocked off his paws by the blow. The man menacingly shouts for his friends to attack now. The girl aims her bow. A large green explosion is formed from her arrow. The monster breathes heavily. It flies back. Hayin strikes a stormy dance of endless swords. The lion menacingly roars and the warriors decide to do the last. A huge paw was handing out the antagonist. Sung-hyuk is stunned by what he sees. The warriors are in shock. The big growler has come to the rescue. Wei-in shouts and points out that a new monster has appeared. Hayin swings his sword and realizes that even though they battered the blood lion, it killed it with one blow, making it a strong enemy. Growler barks menacingly. The heroes are shocked when they hear the call to stop and think that it is a mantra. Looking at the warriors, the dog says that he is not their enemy. The huntress angrily asks who he is if not an enemy, and asks him to introduce himself. Sung-hyuk approaches the dog when the others ask what happened and if he knows this monster, to which the guy replies that he knows this guy. Holding the hilt of his sword, the knight tells Growler that they have not seen each other for a long time. The dog walks towards the characters, and the hunter asks how their leader knows monsters. Smiling, Sung Hyuk explains that he is not a monster, but a god of nature who signed a contract with him. As the boy stands in front of the beast, Wei-in is surprised that the god of nature signed the contract, and Hayin is confused about what is happening, but the boy asks Growler what happened. Opening its mouth, the dog informs the boy that the contractor Tao Tai has woken up and will bring his escorts. The knight is tense upon hearing about the escorts, and Growler explains that they are a kind of his guards, and Taotia's escorts are different from normal monsters, so it will be difficult for them to deal with them right after they somehow got rid of the two lions. Extending a paw, the animal decides to share its ether with Sung Hyuk, asking him to use this power to prevent them from reaching Tao Tai, but the hero asks if they can't protect him, then what should they do? Putting a hand on his paw, a blue glow comes out and the dog assures the boy that they will take Tao Tai on themselves, offering to just accept it. Blue energy comes out from the boy. Behind the hero, a blue flame glows and he feels full of energy, asking if this ether is from the god of nature, and the dog explains that it will somehow protect them, and wishing good luck, he asks the contractor not to die. In front of the squad of hunters, there is smoke and the girl sees that the god of nature has left, and Hyung-suk asks if it is a joke that Tao Tai has escorts, but Wei-in believes that this will be a truly amazing battle, so he is a little worried and believes that everything will be fine. Taking out his sword, Sung Hyuk says that he cannot do this alone, so he will clearly need their strength. The squad stands ready for battle and the leader says that they will all stop them together. The lions menacingly report to the owner that these insects have simply gone wild, but he replies that he will take care of it, ordering them to go and conquer the sky. The monster chews the lion, and thinks that very soon he will become the ruler of the sky. Breaking the bones under his feet, he leaves this place to his henchmen. Tao Tai sees the animals in front of him, thinking that there is also a rather annoying obstacle here, but tells them that they came to their doom in vain. Growler stands surrounded by his partners and tells the antagonist that the crack he made with his howl was quite large since he climbed out, which means he must have been very hungry, since he howled like that. The monster frowned and called them fools, telling them not to stand in the way of his father. BM, grinning, asks who he calls his father. The enemy laughs and replies that since there are only 3 of them left, it seems that the others could not heal their wounds, so he asks them to retreat here to earn at least a few decades of life. Painy's hooves are on the ground and he doubts that the enemy can handle the 3 of them alone. The dog and cat run to attack. Tao Tai stands ready for battle, thinking that this is a simple trick to buy time. As lightning rushes down on the antagonist, he threatens to kill them all and then destroy everything they want to protect. Painy slams his horn into the enemy. A large explosion sends rocks flying. Punching his fist into the enemy's chest, the beast tells him not to resist and that he should retreat, because they will return his soul to its place. The cat sank its teeth into the monster's skin. The dog bites the antagonist. The monster furiously charges forward. His eyes flash in anger, and he calls them fools. Standing on his hind legs, Tao Tai throws the animals away, saying that they cannot defeat him. The barrier cracks. The monster sees debris raining down from the sky. The unicorn reports that the dimensional wall has been broken. BM screams in fear that he needs to go back quickly. The dark forces go up. Smoke rises in the valley. The characters fall into Sichuan province, China. The antagonists pause amid streaks of fire, and he screams for them to get out of his way. Green smoke comes out of his mouth. The animals jump over the green beam. The cat strikes with her paw, saying that he is the one standing in their way. Blood spurts out of the monster's mouth, and he does not believe that this is possible. Growler hits him, saying that the enemy will die. Sparks come out of Painy's attack, and he says that they will stop him as long as it takes. Tao Tai emits a blue glow, but he does not believe that this is all that matters, and does not understand how the animals manage to recover their strength so quickly, because it is not fair. The monster disappears and manages to remember his father one last time. The barrier collapses shortly after Tao Tai and the 3 nature gods disappear. There is a thick fog over the field. Jiha is shocked to see that the babies and Tao Tai have disappeared, not understanding where they went. He quickly looks at the plains and says that no matter where he looks in the miniature world, he does not see any big upheavals or skirmishes like before. The guy glances at the mountains. Then he looks at the village. A monster breaks through the ground. Looking at the flowers, the protagonist hears a buzzing bell suddenly ring, not understanding what is happening at all. Running to the miniature battlefield, he decides to find out how things are with Sung Hyuk's group. The monster's paw scrapes the ground. Protector roars and MC thinks what it is. Flames come out from its 2 heads. When the monster breathes fire, Jiha guesses that it is Protector. Tensing, the hero thinks that Protector is a guard who was supposed to protect Tao Tai, so he is not an ordinary opponent. Looking at the fighting knight, he hopes that Sung Hyuk will be careful. Seeing the monster in the distance, the warrior shouts that he is coming. The flask with the potion falls and he relies on Kangmin. 2 knights prepare to attack. A large flame rushes forward. the boy holds the fire back with his shield. He shouts to the leader that he won't last long, so they need to move forward. Sung-hyuk quickly rushes towards the enemy, using the mana blade skill. The warrior points his sword towards the door. Striking the antagonist, the hunter uses the first sword technique, Storm Blade. The explosion throws the hero back. Scratching with his paw, the monster says that the man's sword is quite sharp and cannot believe that he is seeing it again. Standing in front of the warrior, the monster asks what relation he has to this knight, and the boy assumes that he is talking about the Legion. Holding his sword at the ready, Sung-hyuk replies that it is none of his business and that he will soon turn to ash and disappear. Fire prepares to come out of the mouth of the protector, and he calls his opponent an arrogant human who will become ash. Spewing flames, he says that this is his destiny. As the knight raised his sword, the system announced the use of the mana blade skill. Sung-hyuk used the Storm Blade technique, the first form of the whirlwind strike, to strike. Protector laughed evilly and asked if he thought such a pathetic wind could stop him. The antagonist created an earthquake with his paw and declared that another 1,000 years would not be enough. The hero jumped in front of his foot. Bright flashes flashed. Jiha called out for Sung-hyuk in fear. The knight screamed in alarm. Panting heavily, Sung-hyuk heard that he was finally able to use the whirlwind strike. Standing in the room with his sword, he was told that it was pretty good, and he knew he would go this far. Standing in front of the knight, Sung-hyuk asked him to tell him about the third Storm Blade technique now, but the knight replied that he should not even think about it, because a person who cannot yet use the second technique should not think about the third, since he can barely handle the first technique. The heroes are reflected in the water, and the knight adds that the third technique requires even more ether than the second, and as the technique level increases, the amount of ether consumed also increases. But the hero wants to know what will happen if he does forcefully use the second technique. Blue streaks go from Sung-hyuk, and the character explains that if he does this, he will inevitably die from ether exhaustion. Protector watches closely and seems to be familiar with the feeling. Growler appears behind the guy, which shocks the antagonist. The monster screams in rage that this is impossible and asks who he is. Using various powers, Sung-hyuk rushes past the monster. Protector roars and the hero remembers the knight's words that if he is at a crossroads in fate, he can use it at least once. The warrior bowed his head. Standing in front of the enemy, he used the Storm Blade technique of the first form, Tornado Spiral. The sword falls to the ground and Sung-hyuk realizes that he did it. He sits with his head bowed in front of the dead protector, as the antagonist has lost. Jiha along with Terror Drone rejoice in the victory, and the guy says that it is really amazing, because they defeated the protector. Something caught his attention, and he decides that now is not the time for this. Pointing the bugs in the direction to fly, the protagonist asks those who can move to help restore the seal, and the rest to focus on taking care of the hunters and 2 or 3, including the knight, to help him find BM and the others, since the protector was defeated and the babies are still nowhere to be seen. He hears crying. Jiha stands up, looks and assumes that this is definitely a foggy forest. He walks. Animals are reflected in his eyes. The hero is happy to see large animals in front of him. As the pets lick him, the guy is glad that they returned unharmed, replying that he missed them too and asks if they were hurt anywhere. The sunset over the forest. Jiha pets BM, saying that they all fell asleep after eating. Sitting next to the animals, the hero thinks that they must be very tired. Stretching, the boy thinks that it would be great if the peaceful time continued like this. He looks a little sad from the realization that if monsters like Taopai appear in the future, he will have to borrow power from these little ones again, and for them, he must become a safe place where they can return and rest in peace. Continuing to stretch, Jiha decides that he needs to try hard. Giving BM medicine, the hero told him that he would recover faster if he drank it, and talked about how he had to treat 3 nature gods. Jiha noticed that they weren't around, so at first they ran around in every possible way, not wanting to be treated when he told them it was time to drink the potion. The hero was a little annoyed, wondering where they were running all the time. Later, the pets looked at their bowls, and after a while, after a little blackmail, they finally agreed to make concessions and start being treated. BM hit Growler on the head with his paw, and although it was a bit of a dirty move on the guy's part, but in any case, for their own good, it's better to get cured and start having fun again. Jiha stroked Painy, thinking that their recovery was going quickly, because, after all, they were gods, and he was worried, but now everything is fine. The reporter was reporting, so the air of people, victory, began to subside, and all attention was focused on discussing who defeated him. During the battle, a helicopter with a Chinese correspondent took pictures close up, in the area of Sichuan province, and broadcast them on the air. This became a problem, because, in addition, 3 more large silhouettes were filmed. A man stood in front of the beast. There was a man. People were worried about unidentified creatures, when it became known that they were nature gods, and one of them made a contract with a Korean hunter. This became an even hotter topic of discussion. The streets of the city were illuminated by the bright sun, from various problems and issues, and in South Korea, an urgent secret conference was held. The man brought the microphone to his mouth. They say that he will explain the situation, and although they know all the rumors, but the nature gods who fought a fierce battle with Tao Tai in Gehenna apparently came from China. The man standing behind the podium said that he assumed that the powerful energy that resulted from the clash between the gods and Tao Tai made this possible, but he did not know the truth. An image of mountains appeared on the screen, and he also noted that the claim that the hyena seal was very close to the Chinese border was confirmed, and the only question that remained was why a dungeon was opened in Korea, and there were many opinions on this matter, the most popular of which was that it was an accident. Despite this, the South Korean president clarified that these were all traces of a battle. Showing these traces on the screen, he replied that they were, and that they were left after a battle between Tao Tai and the nature gods, and one of them seemed to be left from a roar attack, and that drilling through mountains with a roar was a terrible force. Taking his hand away, Hyung-suk said that China launched a surveillance aircraft with the aim of using tactical nuclear warheads, if necessary. They were shot down, and the location of those who left a glow, is unknown. The guy presented a green sphere, hearing the question of whether they were dead, answered that it would be so, then, the stones of the section would remain, although none of the sources of information have confirmed to them yet whether the cores remain after them. Lowering his head, Jae-sung said that in this case, they will consider the case closed, and asked the commander of the operation to decide the issue of canceling the evacuation order. The girl looked at the president when he asked her how the United States assesses this battle. Raising his eyes, Ashley said that their opinion is not much different from the Korean one. However, the United States has no information about the 6th-ranked dungeons opened in Korea, and also about what was happening inside. Hyung-suk introduced various monsters, but he was surprised to hear that the United States wanted Korea to share information about the 6th-ranked dungeons. A silhouette of a monster appeared on the screen. He said that it was certain that the hunters had seen a wolf, and it turned out that it was a nature god who had signed a contract with the hunter Sunghyuk. The god told him to take charge of the guard. He, in turn, took care of Tao Tai, and other forms were seen behind the fog, but they could not recognize them. Looking to the side, the president asked about whether it was worth sharing information about the battle against the destruction rank monster, because he had heard that abroad they were theirs and did not have the courage to engage in such a battle. Sighing, Ashley replied that America was no different from other countries, and firstly, the destruction rank monster is not the kind of monster that can be destroyed without the cooperation of the military. Then, folding his hands, Jae-sung clarified that the hunters had managed it themselves, and asked Hyung-suk what he thought of it. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Putting his hand on the documents lying nearby, he said that he should first say that all this was thanks to the support of one person, the hunters, Jiha, who, the owner of the green shop, was very helpful. The heroes who were taking things off the shelf here, when the boy also said that Jiha kindly gave consultations on awakening skills, and even supplied scrolls, and also provided top-quality elixirs to all the hunters, and without the support of this hunter, they would not have dared to attack the dungeon. Raising his hand to his face, the men remarked that he was a very talented person whom they should definitely protect. The many dark hands that reached out to Jiha pointed out that they couldn't constantly monitor or control him, but they still had to remember that there might be those who wanted to use him for their own gain or get rid of him, and in any case, they had to do something. Jae-sung slammed his finger on the table and said that they could leave it to him. With a confident smile as he looked at him, Hyung-suk, thought that the fact that the president had volunteered meant that the Korean government would protect the hero with all their might. However, this could already be considered a fruitful result of today's meeting. He moved his hand to the side and added that they shouldn't prepare for the next time a destruction rank monster appeared. Ashley folded her arms and thought that this was a hint for her not to interfere and wondered what kind of person Jiha was. Meanwhile, he held the green sphere in his hand. It sparkled brightly in the sun. Oh, the hero noted that he had never seen an ethereal stone of such a size. Biam approached him, and the guy wondered if his mind, Tao Tai, was made here, and also, why was he giving it away? He noticed the falling leaves and thought about taking it to the world tree. A tree branch reached out to the ethereal stone. The tree took the stone from his hand, and he was surprised that it lowered a stem to do so. The stone began to emit light. Victor became stronger. An aura surrounded the world tree. Jiha opened his mouth in surprise. Animals also watched what was happening when he said that the tree glowed from within. The clatter of hooves was heard. The hero looked behind him. In front of him, he saw a goat with small glasses. Crouching down, Jiha good-naturedly asked where he came from so suddenly, and whether this was connected with the glow of the world tree. A portal appeared in front of the animal. The guy was surprised that perhaps this was another nature god. Apparently, he asked to follow him. You are on the other side of the portal. He asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. Jiha found himself in a large library. The goat approached one of the books on the floor and responded to the question of whether he was the one who controlled this place. Looking at him with a smile, the guy thought about what name to give him. After, he put his hand on his head, saying, from now on he will call him Youngie. Jiha leafed through the book, thinking that after he gave him a name, they looked through the library together, and it turned out that to read a book, you need to pay essence. The pages were shining brightly, The book that the hero took from the dungeon last time was originally stored in this library. The hero noticed a creature flying past. Several of them were flying over his head. The guy held out his hand and asked why they were here. One of the flying ones just looked at him questioningly, and the hero noticed that they were a little different from the others. Two more flew by, very close. The guys noticed, dark green color, and a different size. The man looked at the pterodrone with admiration, realizing that they belonged to the world tree. Noticing how they were writing something, he also wondered what exactly. Youngie handed him one of the books. Opening it, he saw a formation about Margaret being born, at 42 years old, from the creation of the world, and never kneeling until she went out on the battlefield, and noted that the pterodrone, it turns out, write down everything connected with Gehenna. Leaning over to the goat, he asked if there were any books about the states in the empire. Several books fell to the floor. Gehenna said he would borrow them for a while. While putting the books in the bag, he also said he wanted to check something. The sun's rays illuminated the tree trunk, so some time ago, the hero said that it had become bigger than last time. Raising his hand, he thought that it grows as people become stronger, and perhaps receive pure energy after catching Tao Tai. He heard sounds behind him. So, a view of a waterfall opened up in front of him. A bee flew past him as he spoke. He had not noticed it before because of the thick fog. Looking up, Gehenna noticed a hive above him, as well as a lever inside one of them, and thought that perhaps the pterodrones had done this. One of the creatures touched the lever. Drops of honey fell onto the leaf, and the guy called it robbery. One of the pterodrones looked at him in surprise, and the hero noticed that the bees were not attacking them and that they seemed to be working together, the system notifying him of the discovery of a new ingredient. Another message appeared, saying that this was imperial honey, which gave a permanent increase in physical strength by 10%. A drop of honey sparkled on the leaf. Gehenna looked at the system message, noting that such a boost was rare, and also noting that this was the best delicacy for the pterodrones, and that it seemed that they were cooperating with the bees because of this. Afterwards, the guy extended his finger to the honey, asking for a little and thanked him for it. Looking at the jar of honey, he thought that it would be better to keep it as a value in a treasure chest than to sell it, because if he started trading in strange lands, the flora would cause unnecessary suspicion. The bright sun illuminated the treetops. With a satisfied smile on his face, Gehenna said that it was time to work. Think about the fact that, first, you need to release more worms near the lake. So after the victory, the sanctuary was heavily damaged, and the hero focused on restoring it. In the middle of the forest, a large lake was visible. The worms improved the quality of the soil. A lake was created to diversify the landscape. Thanks to the increase in the number of creatures in the garden, the ecosystem developed. The presenter on TV talked about the appearance of new gates, and it was noted that, although all this required a huge number of sanctions, but with the constant opening of the dungeons, there were no problems with supply and demand, but one real problem appeared. Watching the little creatures, the boy thought that he had enough salt. Kim imagined an elf chewing grass, reasoning that at first he thought that only they suffered from this. Then he remembered Eddie's face, and that the villagers also needed it. Then the boy said that they mined it, searched for it, or used the heart and blood of animals. With annoyance, clenching his fist, the boy heard the question then, whether the king had salt mines, answered that no, and therefore they were forced to comply with Gamark's demands. Thus, salt became a strategically important commodity. During the prosperity of the kingdom, the lack of something always became a pretext for interfering in the affairs of other countries. Eddie raised his head when the hero thought that therefore he tried to solve this problem, telling the boy that he would try to think of something, for which he, thanked him. Now, Gehenna opened the book. Looking at it, he thought that, according to the map, the location of the mine was indicated inaccurately. Putting his finger to the page, he exclaimed that he had found it. But here, a mixture of local language and slang. Then, showing the records of Pterodrone, the hero told the scouts to focus on these zones, and in one of them, there should be a stone with salt. The creature, a bright beam, rushed forward. Pterodrone flew over a herd of animals. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, Gehenna asked what kind of herd of cows these were, noticing that they were obviously raised here, but all the cattle were lost after the Great War. Guard only raised her head, and he decided that, in any case, they would lead them away. Nearby, Bium and Growler were fighting among themselves. The guy wondered which of them would cope with the herd. The beast's paw touched the ground. Growler looked forward when Gehenna said that it was his turn. The hero ate popcorn, saying that it was very tasty. Growler was guiding the herd, and the guy said that there shouldn't be any problems with the escort. Wheat was sprouting in the field, so the scouts found an abandoned granary. The grain was lying around, creating a mess, and the Pterodrone harvested the crop. Gehenna offered the honey he had received earlier, when at first they said it would take 7 hours, but after a compromise, it was completed in 2, and after that, the guy talked to Selena. Having informed that soon the beetles would bring bags of wheat, and also that they needed to build a thresher, and that not only wheat would arrive, but also a herd of cattle, the interlocutor could not believe that he would give them such valuable resources. Taking his hand aside, the hero said to this that if they grow cattle and wheat, it would benefit him in the long term, so he asked to take care of this, to which she agreed. There was a lot of food on the table. Soon after, the village was delivered the promise, who said that this was their tribute, although it was nothing compared to the grace given by the Lord. So the villagers, read the mercy of the Lord, brought food to the altar. On the altar appeared 2 jars of honey, with the words that if you give it, greatly suffered noise, he will quickly recover. In response, the glory of gratitude was heard, so, the words of praise of Selena and the inhabitants, for some time, filled the page of the endless book of spells. The bright sun illuminated the high house. Someone asked the Lord to grant salvation and healing to brothers and sisters, as well as trust and mercy to those who suffer. The guy, folding his hands in prayer, also asked the enemy's eternal regret and suffering. In front of him was an open book, and he said that, as he thought, the Holy Scripture speaks of myths and legends, but it feels like there are not enough details. Keep your hands in front of you, thought about how this kind of teaching itself has its limits, and therefore it needs a teacher. I imagine a large army, about how it is impossible for such a person to exist on Earth, and also, there are records that the main religion of the hyena has declined, under the oppression of the Empire. Sitting in front of a bright light, he thought about what to do with his faith in the future. Someone's voice told him that he can do what he wants. Getting up, the guy answered that this is true, because such was the honorable teaching given to him. He put on his armor. Having put on the armor, he thought that if he cannot find a teacher, he must move forward on his own. In the dense forest, someone's request was heard for Diokun to finish. Covering himself with a shield, he threw the animals away from himself. The living wasp, the girl, looking at him, said that thanks to him, clearing the dungeons goes much faster, and he replied that, lately, he tries to work harder. Their comrade, raising his head, flew into the flying pterodrone. The 3 of them watched as it flew on, noticing that this baby flew through an invisible wall. The comrades nodded, hearing the offer to follow him, because they were almost done clearing the dungeon, so they had a lot of time. Diokun looked confused. He and the others stood in front of the entrance to the city. Houses were visible behind the wall. Among them, they saw people, surprised by this. Pterodrone were digging in the field. The guy in armor, looking at them, did not understand, but why they were doing this, and asked what kind of place this was. He took a step forward. He said that he would go take a closer look. Someone, opening his mouth wide, shouted for him to stop. Armed men appeared in front of them and called them invaders. 2 people, looking tense, switched that all this should be quickly reported to the prince and the saint, and also, everyone gathered behind the pterodrone. The villagers hid behind the giant beetle. The 3 guys, not understanding, looked at them, surprised that they were like this, because of them, although they did not show the intention to attack. Diokun, he said that even if they do not want it, then for the locals everything may look different, and it seems, they are from the destroyed kingdom, so, naturally, they should be on guard. Someone's footsteps were heard. Selena stepped forward. Surprised, opening his mouth, the guy with blonde hair said that this girl looks like those statues, and his comrade agreed, adding that they are the same person. Screaming, another man asked, what happened? Eddie, as if surrounded by flowers, asked who these people were, and someone remarked that he was very handsome. The comrades gathered in a circle, discussing that the prince of the helmets must come on a white horse, and that perhaps the woman was the Princess Eddie, and told them that he was pleased to meet them. Diokun was visibly surprised to hear the question, that perhaps they were from the same place as Sunghyuk. Extending his hand forward, the interlocutor said that the guy had lived here for several years, and had recently been able to return to his hometown. Recalling the notes, Diokun thought that the report that the hunter submitted upon his return indicated specific names, and named them the prince, Eddie himself, and Saint Selena. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering how he knew their names, and said, about what, in any case, Bain Sunghyuk asked, about whether they are hunters in this world? Diokun nodded in response. After, falling on his knees, hearing the conversations of the prince and the saint, about what Sunghyuk told about them after returning, and that Eddie, hope that the girl will not act so frivolously in the future. Sitting on one knee, the guy in armor said Selena, and that she really is a saint, and asked to enlighten those who lack knowledge. Raising her hand to her face, she then asked him what he meant, and Diokun replied that he wanted to know everything about the Lord, so, although belatedly, he decided to address her as the voice of God. He presented a cross, saying that on Earth, deep study is almost impossible. This happened because humanity is already saturated with various religions of the past. It needs a teacher like her. Putting her hands behind her head, Selena called him a believer, with a great thirst for knowledge, saying that she had no choice but to conduct a short ceremony, and welcomed him into the ranks of believers. Giving him her amulet, she asked him to continue to keep faith and love for the Lord. Squeezing it in his hand, the guy thanked her. Where they communicated with the steel ones, so after Diokun accepted the blessing, the saint of his group had a long conversation with the villagers, Eddie, and the saint treated the hunters favorably. Therefore, the ordinary residents became friendlier. The sun illuminated the entire village. Their communication began. Questions about how Sunghyuk lives in that world did not end. A discussion of the return of the poor village to normal life. People waved after him, time flew by unnoticed, and the hunter had to return to the dungeon. Saying goodbye to the villagers, they left it. Deokun looked at them with a smile, thinking that when he meets Sunghyuk, he will definitely tell about what happened today. So, the report published by him, his group, became a subject of discussion in the world of hunters. The door to the shop opened, and Jiha greeted the customer. The heroes, surprised, looked down. But on the counter lay a book and an amulet. Deokun said that he received these things from the saint. When he simply hoped to join this religion, it accepted him and blessed him. The guy told his interlocutor that it was very cool, because he, more than anyone, wanted to know the faith, and he replied that he was really very happy. Putting his hand on the page, Jiha noted that this is one of the stages of becoming an apostle, when a deeply religious person gives his shrines to another, and naturally, most people do not know this. Deokun lowered his head, clarifying about the apostle. Then the hero introduced a man in a white cloak, saying that this is a way to spread the teachings of the Lord. His interlocutor hit himself in the chest, thinking that the saint had entrusted him with the mission of preaching, and thanked Jiha for teaching, and that now he had a clear understanding of what he needs to do. Later, the surprised hero found himself in the forest again. On the ground, he saw Pterodrone, asking why the queen was here. Leaning towards him, he asked what happened and why she was here. The beetle closed his eyes and made some sounds. The video of the extra ones appeared to the families. He raised his head. Jiha saw a description of how it was able to absorb ether, making the land fertile. His harvest grows quickly, becomes large, noting that it works as an approval. He took it in his hand, noting that this came from the lips of the queen, and it was a little strange. A branch hit his leg. The guy then asked what he was doing. The beetle drew several objects on the ground. The heroes realized that if you mix imperial honey and elixir, you get jelly. Pterodrone happily nodded to him, Jiha, when he suggested that in this way, Hello would better absorb ether. The sun's rays illuminated the crowns of the trees. The iron jar stood on the ground. The hero said that everything was done, although it was a little more difficult than he thought. The beetle handed him a flower pot, offering to plant everything in it, and the guy agreed to try. Inside, he placed a seed and ethereal stones. After opening the jar, drops of jelly fell on all of this from above. Sometime later, a sprout appeared in the pot. The hero was surprised at how quickly it grew. Taking the pot in his hands, Jiha said that if you make a lot of this, you can spread it throughout the country. A group of comrades looked down carefully. In one of the dungeons of Korea, the guy asked the others if such small chests get in, and everyone answered that they saw such a size for the first time. Above the small chest there was a message that viewing costs 10 essences. The guy also noted that the reward will not be particularly valuable, given its size. Standing nearby, the girl remembered that in another box there were only 2 essences. Their comrade remained a question, that there might really be a lot there. The blonde threw the essences, saying that there was no need to doubt, because the dungeon had never deceived them. The system said that they were deducted as a fee for viewing the chest, and it opened. Frustrated, she took the seed in her hand. Looking at her, the guy said that this thing helps to grow crops faster, and there is no such seed on Earth. Sun Young grabbed it differently. I guess if you plant it in the ground, something like a monster will grow. Well, the comrade replied that most likely this will not happen, and treasure chests have always rewarded hunters well, continuing to return. The news anchor pulled his hand away, saying that the government and the company said that they will contribute to the fund to purchase the newly discovered seeds, and that they can only be found in the dungeon's treasure chest, and they were also told that it helps to accelerate growth and fertility after planting it in the ground. Someone put a plate of food on the table, suggesting, Hayin, to try this. The girl looked at her with distrust, specifying, not satisfied with the food, and Jiha and replied that in its raw form the new strange, when fried becomes quite sweet. Hayin put a piece in her mouth. With surprise raising his hand, he noted that it was delicious, and a pleasant texture, and also that it was quite unexpected. The hero noted relief, because he was worried that she might not like it. Then, she asked to cook another one. Turning her head, the girl asked the guy, wholesale, is this new seed important? While cooking, he replied that it would be very useful to collect them together, and use them in agriculture, thinking that initially he was going to scatter them on the ground. The food was being cooked on the fire when Hayin told her that she had recently been on a business trip to Japan, and there their Ministry of Defense made a proposal that if the Eternal Flame Guild accepted citizenship, they would be rewarded with a generous attitude. She threw her hair back when the hero answered that he had never been abroad, so he could not say anything, and asked how Japan, answered that during earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and among the invasion of monsters, life became even more difficult than before, although now it is much calmer, and therefore they are busy purchasing. Then, the guy asked her answer, the Ministry of Defense. Hayin touched something stuck to his face. After removing this small piece, she replied that if she accepted the offer, she would not have come here. At first, the hero's mouth was slightly open in confusion. But smiling widely, he replied that he was glad to hear it. Hayin was very surprised. Covering her face with her hands, the girl did not understand why he was happy and tried to calm herself down, and the guy told the pets that he had prepared something for them to eat. The bird sat on a branch. Putting the low one on the table, Jiha heard some sound. Turning around to look at it, he asked if it was a scream, and Wee-sun wondered that, among the nature gods, there is one who screams like that. The animals looked at each other, saying that it seemed that some guy had appeared, Growler, and added that if they met him, he would catch and eat him. The guy rolled up his sleeves, and when asked about what happened, he replied that he just thought that he would cook something else for them, thinking that it seemed that Wayan did not hear anything, and later he would need to go to the garden. Black smoke was coming out of the window of the house. When he asked the girl about whether he respected people of green onions, she agreed, noting that for some time it smelled like something burnt. Finding himself in the forest, he thought that he needed to figure out the reason for that cry earlier. Jiha looked to the side. Raising his head, he saw a bird. Biam ran past him, when he later thought that this was a strange cry for a parrot. The animal quickly climbed the trunk of a tree. The parrot opened its beak in fear. Jiha thought about the fact that as soon as the bird made a sound, Biam immediately pounced on him, wondering what kind of relationship they had, and were they really sworn enemies? Showing his teeth, Biam reminded the parrot that if they met again, he would die. But his paw slipped. The hero watched as his pet fell. With a slight smile, he noted that Biam was not as good at climbing trees as he thought, and asked if Growler knew the bird, and then thought that the two were just having fun together. Watching the cat try and get the bird, he thought that she, too, wasn't it, a nature god. In that case, it would be better to give it a name. Thinking, he noted that the sound of his cry was unique. Too bad the parrot was surprised to hear the name Hong. Smiling widely, the hero said that he would call him that. Where, on the ground, a few feathers flew. Hong happily sat on his shoulder, and the guy said that it was nice to meet him. Biam watched them with displeasure, so when the bird sat on his shoulder, Jiha, the beast, immediately stopped chasing him. Now when he is in the garden, they will not meet often, and the hero hopes that everything will be fine with him. Several seeds lay in front of the parrot, when Jiha became interested in if he had some kind of mission, so he asked Hong to show what he can do, and it turned out that he is wonderful, distinguishes them, does not have a habit of storing them in his warehouse. Coming out of the portal, the guy was surprised, thinking that it was difficult to call it a warehouse, because it is quite small. The hero stood in front of a mountain of seeds, noting that the bird, like Youngi, was able to open the gate, behind which there was a huge number of seeds, folded in a large pile. Thanks to this, he was able to study all the seeds that the parrot collected out of curiosity. The street was lit by lanterns. Several days passed. Jiho was typing something on the keyboard. The search bar said about the seed storage. Imagining a meteorite approaching the Earth, he thought that its purpose is to preserve the seeds of all plant species in case of global catastrophes such as nuclear war, asteroid collisions, extreme climate changes caused by global warming. After imagining a powerful explosion, he thought that it is needed so that survivors of the disaster can restore vegetation on the Earth. However, the seed vault in Korea was destroyed during the Great War and lost its function. Video, article on the screen, he drew attention to the fact that Spitsbergen declared its refusal to participate in international seed storage operations. Imagining reservoirs in the snow, he said that they also refused to work together. If he could transfer Hong seeds there, he could keep them safe and sound. Again, typing something on the keyboard, the guy thought there was a problem. Imagining, globally down, noted that this seed vault is located on the Spitsbergen Islands. After stretching, he also noted that it was near the North Pole, and said that it was better to just find another place. The pets studied the map. The parrot pulled Jiha by the hair. Trying to wave the bird away, the guy said that it hurt, not understanding what was happening, and he replied that they needed to go. Looking completely confused, he was surprised that he spoke. The parrot pulled his hair again, and when asked if he could talk, he replied that he could. Putting his hand on his head, Jiha said that it hurt and asked where he needed to go. The video got to the street, did not understand where the bird was going at night. But he looked ahead in surprise. Hong became much larger. George, the heroes that would climb on his back. The parrot raised his head, hearing the question of where they were going, and answered to Spitsbergen. Among the snow-capped mountains, the entrance to all the storage facilities was visible. Surprised, Jiha raised his hands and asked the pet Tom if he knew where it was, noting that it was 1,000 kilometers from here. The bird spread its wings, answering that everything was fine, he could land. The guy sat on the bird, thinking about how he would fit in here. After a moment, he had to try to hold on. Hong flew up into the sky. Closing one eye, Jiha thought that the flight was generally comfortable, except for one jerk, and he was glad that it was not cold at all, because the feathers were warm. Ahead was the shore, and the guy was surprised that this was already Spitsbergen. He took one of the potions in his hand, reasoning that later, when he descended, it would be cold, so it was better to drink a cold resistance potion in advance. His paws touched the ground. Getting off the bird, he thanked it. You? Asked the others when they managed to get here. In front of him he saw a Terrorone Knight, and other smaller ones. The seeds were in tightly sealed jars, and he said that in this case they would start. The beetles moved forward. His attention was drawn by something. Silhouettes of wolves were visible among the fog. The werewolves growled, opening the plate wide. The terror drone stood in front of him, when he thought that he could not believe that monsters were being brought into such a place. But everything was fine, because he had the beetles with him, and said that everyone should gather around him, but later, he noticed that it was better to split into groups. Several beetles, smaller ones, gathered around the night beetle, listen, about him leading the group, and guarding the area from the outside, not lowering the messengers inside. He is large, so it will be difficult for him to penetrate the storage, so several terror drones will go with him. Introducing the storage rack, he suggested that they quickly sort everything out and return. The werewolf pounced on the night when he said that if everyone was ready, they could go. Footsteps were heard in the dark corridor. Gehenna raised his head and said that thanks to the potion, he wasn't cold, but the atmosphere here was creepy, and it looked like the facility hadn't been used for a long time. He walked behind the other bugs, worried about whether there were any undamaged seeds left here. Suddenly, a werewolf pounced on him from behind. But something hit him in the face. One of the terror drones struck the werewolf, so the hero was surprised that, and one of them was internal. Sighing, saw a muffle, he said that the werewolf could have survived if he just didn't move. Sounds echoed through the corridor. Hong looked at the guy, saying that now they could go, and he agreed. Passing by the monster lying on the floor, he also wondered if any of the seeds were still intact, because there were monsters here. The hero touched the door, when it was noted that he was being mocked. Leading, he saw neat shelves and racks, so all the storage conditions for the seeds were at the highest level. Walking forward, he wondered when it would all be collected, and the bird said that everything was in order. Later, terror drone flew and through the gate, so, leaving behind the dumbfounded Gehenna, Hong and the beetles, began to work hard. First, the parrot opened the gate of the warehouse, terror drone, and began to move quickly, with boxes of seeds. The guy watched them work, thinking that about 4 million types of seeds were stored here, and it would take a long time. He would like to help them, but if he starts acting in such a chaotic environment, it will only reduce the efficiency of the work. Hong turned to the hero when he suggested leaving the gate open and going out for a while. His foot stepped on the snow. Gehenna looked around and wondered if there really was nothing around here and maybe everything was covered and hidden under the snow, but Hong suddenly said that the world of people would soon end. The hero thought that if the parrot noticed, it would be difficult to explain where he found it. Scratching it, he also thought that it was not just a bird, a phoenix, and how he could explain it to others. Ahead, the body of a werewolf fell. Terror drone played them in a pile. The hero noticed that they took care of all the monsters, noted the excellent work, noting that when they finished, it would be possible to return inside, with which the pet agreed. Later, several beetles held boxes in their paws, so, returning to the store, Gehenna took advantage of their help to share the seeds with the villagers. Hayin took out a jar, take off the box, which the hero handed him. Later, a man with glasses gave a report, so, the residents planted and grew seeds, and Hayin presented the seeds he received after his return, and the existence of these seeds quickly spread among the people, and turned into a business. The host said that the company announced today that it was striving to create a full-fledged, smart company. At a press conference that morning, Hayin, as the head of the strategic planning group, said that, and a smart farm does not need soil. The sun's rays illuminated the windows of the store. Someone, stroking BM, said that the trading platform is gaining popularity. I do not understand why it is, because the market is a market, but still, this is the progress of the digital era. Later, a 2-story building was presented, and it was noted that the HunterNet trading platform is literally an online trading system through which hunters buy and sell artifacts or items that they have. Later, the entrance to this building was mysterious. As time passed, hunters stopped visiting it, due to the weak system and limited assortment. Leafing through the book, Gehenna said that the site looks so attractive that he thinks it will soon turn into a stock exchange or something similar, and Sun Young would like this system to become more perfect, to which the guy said that in this case they will not be shopping non-stop. The girl, looking at her watch, was surprised how much time has already passed, saying that it was time for her to run. The hero waved at her, telling her to be careful. The girl replied that she was healed thanks to him, and will definitely come back to see BM. Thinking, the guy lowered his head. Holding the book, Lessons, he tried to find some clue in it, about the stock exchange. The book was surrounded by a soft light, and the boy was talking about how he had recently borrowed another one from the Youngie Library, an ancient work authored by a god, called The System, which described in detail the system used by hunters. Introducing people in armor with weapons, he noted that it covers the status, characteristics, skills, dungeon structure, and the HunterNet system in one place. It was difficult to decipher because it was written in an ancient language. The system, confident that the skill of the system, the structure, received some time ago. At that moment, happily holding the book in his hands as if next to him, that now he can read it, thanks to constant attempts to decipher the text, he had a new skill that allows him to understand the book without any problems. Opening it, he said that with this it will be possible to create an auction house. It will also be possible to reorganize the market using the mere wiki structure, and use essences as a currency, and the delivery of all this is possible using Terradrone. Gehenna took notes, thinking that this is a really good idea, and it is worth starting with a potion, scrolls, and if this is not enough, you can add artifacts. Closing the book, he also decided that for everything to work out, the organizers must have some artifacts. Later he will go to the garden and ask Terradrone. The guy was standing in front of a bug, saying that in this way, he was going to turn the South African grima into an auction house, and as a currency, he would use essences, and was thinking about selling potions, artifacts, or something like that, asking if it was possible. Terradrone drew a sign on the ground, and the hero clarified that they should stop putting these things in the treasure chest for a while. The bug pointed to the side, hearing that there was another way. Another Terradrone was forging, and the guy noted that they do it with great skill. The bug again pointed to the drawing on the ground, and he gave him honey, realizing that if he gave it, everyone would work harder, thinking that the beetles were working overtime, and because of this, he was a little ashamed. Terradrone put his claw to his head, hearing that he would take the honey and share it with everyone. In exchange, artifacts would have to be left in the free territory of the garden. Later, Gehenna looked at the objects in front of him in confusion, because since then, every time he came to the garden and left it, more and more artifacts accumulated there, although he thought that this was just mass production. The sword was surrounded by a bright aura. The description said that it adds 5, Xenia, 10, clubs, bones, and other characteristics. The beetles were tired, offended each other. The price of these things does not correspond at all to the food that Terradrone received. The blade of the blade sparkled brightly. Looking at it, the hero thought that this was a very high-quality artifact, and the babies were amazing. They tried. He turned around, hearing a sound behind him. The pets were heading towards his side. When he asked about where they were, his attention something caught. So he noticed Brown Fur asking, "About what is it?" Behind the others, a bear cub appeared. Gehenna was shocked. A small bear was playing in the clearing. Watching him, the guy did not understand where he came from. The hero clenched his teeth. Squeezing his hand on his chest, he thought that the bear was too cute. After, he took him in his arms, saying that he was a cutie, and thought about what name to give him. The bear cub raised his head when the hero said that Winnie sounded great, reasoned about what to feed him, given that the red bear, then it should be meat. The new pet hit him in the face with his paw when he asked what food he liked the most. Biam lay down on a tree branch, thinking that now he could sleep a little. The animal opened his eye. The little bear pounced on him. Biam responded with a blow with his paw, saying that he scared him. Winnie landed on the ground, and the guy did not understand why he suddenly pounced on the cat. The engine number immediately rushed to the pony. With a hoof, Penny threw him away. Imagining the bear as a bully, Gehenna wondered that he was the main specialist in fights. The guy picked him up, asking him to stop arguing with others, and let him look at the garden instead. The bright sun illuminated the dense forest. Rising shoots were visible. Winnie smelled something when the hero said that there were many delicious vegetables here that looked delicious, and he could eat it if he wanted. Spoiling the garden was impossible, and thought about where he was looking. The bear looked admiringly at the streets above them. After, he looked at his name with big eyes at Gehenna, who thought that the love of bears for honey was not a prejudice, and asking him to listen carefully, then said that the imperial honey can only be eaten when he gives it, and it is better to be able to eat it periodically than to eat it at all, because he will decide to eat everything at once. After, he handed over some honey. Winnie pointed at something. The gates opened in front of them. There were many different weapons on the shelves. There was armor on the other side of the room. The hero looked around, thinking about all the swords, axes, spears, armor, gloves, and everything else. Looking at the bear on the floor, he told it that he thought it was just a bully, but smoking, it turned out to be a warehouse guard. On the table lay a shiny helmet and an axe, so, another surprise is that there are variants of all the artifacts. In addition, most of them have a special rank. We must, in your hands, reach for the bill. Did not he think that if these items suddenly went to auction, immediately, the reaction would obviously be violent? Looking at the pet, he asked if he could take something? Gehenna pointed to the sword. The system reported that it was a demon destroyer. The hero thought that except for the hunter Sunghyuk, few hunters use the ethereal blade, so those who use normal balls will try to get it. Winnie bowed when the hero said that he had to pay to read the books in the library, so it was unlikely that he would give that sword for free, meaning that he would have to pay a certain price for it. The bear extended his paw. The system reported that the owner of the warehouse was asking for 10 essences as payment for renting the goods. The plague. The hero was surprised, because it was even cheaper than he expected. Before offense and patting him on the head, the guy also clarified that this was a price based on the fact that he would not use it. Holding the blade in his hand, Gehenna thought that the price of 10 sensations, and for such a magnificent weapon, is simply nonsense. The commission he will take from the hunters will be the same 10 essences. They can quickly replenish them through auction fees, and this is perfect. Later, one of the hunters looked at the monitor screen in shock. In front of him was a picture of a demon destroyer sword. He said that it was amazing. Others were also delighted. Many eyes were looking at this sword, so one item was sold in the sanctioned. Immediately after its opening, people were delighted, and the same, before they took off to participate in it. Put a coin on the table, the price of a successful bid steadily increased, and the people watching this were in anticipation. Soon, someone offered 10,000 essences, and the bids on this were closed. The walls of the White House were brightly lit by the sun. On the phone screen, the news was visible that a new channel of the auction hall was opened, on which one exhibit was presented. Someone said that yesterday's auction was very noisy, and the interlocutor agreed, noting that perhaps 10,000 essences for a sword is too much. Looking up, the guy replied that it was if you look at it now, but it was a good price if you look at it in the future. He imagined the sword in his hands, saying that in addition to the skills he needed, he could use it. He now had an ethereal blade. The girl folded her hands and agreed with him, and the guy also said that this morning, as soon as he received the sword, he was going to share his impressions with the Cat Master, although he did not know if he would work today. Pointing to the phone, Hayin offered to tell him something interesting, that in fact, the Cat Master was Gehenna, and that she learned about it last time. Then Sunghyuk happily offered to go to him. A drop of water fell from the ceiling. The monster rushed forward. Well, a bright light split it into two. It was the hunter who swung his ethereal ball. Raising his hand to his head, Hyung-suk said that this is really a great power. Sunghyuk held the sword in his hand when the man asked if it was really a demon slayer. Looking at his weapon, he replied that it was much more amazing than it seemed, and even nicer that there was a stealing skill. He smiled a little awkwardly when the interlocutor mentioned that he had not seen anything like that, but an option, and explained that the Cat Master told him this. The guy remembered how he gave flowers to Gehenna, but the interlocutor noted that he had not been active lately, to which he replied that he was just lucky. The hero slept hugging his pets, and Sunghyuk thought that he would definitely be repaid. Gehenna planted plants, wondering what forests, the marriage of the world tree, could grow well on this land. He decided to conduct an experiment, and check if the seedling he planted for the land could take root and begin to grow normally in the new ecosystem. Wiping his forehead, the guy said that if you think about it, this is a special seedling, so there will be no problems. And now you need to go to the garden and sort things out there. The sun's rays informed the crown of the trees. The hero walked through the garden. Something caught his attention. Pterodrones flew over him with boxes, and he thought that it was no wonder that today was colder than usual, because the number of beetles in the garden had significantly decreased. They were all heading to the city. Perhaps due to the opening of the auction house and active trading, these little ones had more work. The pterodrones looked tired. Gehenna noted that some were busy with delivery, and others with production and packaging, also noting their fatigue. He glanced at the hive, thinking that it would be nice to increase the reward, given the intensity of the work, and wondered what he could do. The pterodrone knight looked at him. Gehenna pointed at the hive, asking if it was possible to move it to Estram and raise new bees there. These words shocked the beetle. Taking off, he began to wave his claws. The guy tried to calm him down, saying that he was not going to give the hive away completely. The bees multiply and will create an even bigger hive, and then he will be happy if there is more imperial honey. Pterodrone looked at him intently, and he promised to return it later, so he cannot worry. Taking it, he thought that it would be much faster to multiply a bee in Estram than in the garden, where space is limited. The lady of the village were illuminated by the sun. Selena was filling a mug. Bringing it to the cardboard, she heard her name. Surprised, raising her head, the girl recognized this voice. Looking at the sky, she asked that it was the gardener, and he replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Eddie approached her. Both looked at the sky when the girl asked what happened. Gehenna, raising his finger, replied that he would like to make one offer. He would give them the honey obtained as a result of their breeding, and if they agree, then in exchange he would give as much sugar as he gets honey. Confused, Luca answered. The guy clarified whether the hero would really give sugar. A bag appeared in front of them, when the girl was surprised that they were given something so expensive so easily. Eddie tried a little. Looking confident, he said that it was sugar, and asked the gardener where he got it, him. And Selena noted that the hero, in the garden, is only world-class, and also asked you to try it. The girl, with admiration, tried the sugar, saying that it was very sweet. Gehenna inquired about the fact that sugar is more expensive than honey, and Eddie answered that sugar here is almost worth its weight in gold. Usually it is obtained from sugar beets, but its quantity is too small. Both clenched their fists in victory when they heard that the hero would give it to them in exchange for breeding bees. You replied that they could be trusted with it. The man was recording at the American headquarters of the Hunters Association. Heard the question of whether he worked here all the time? Frowning, Hyung-suk replied that they had been talked about a lot lately, overseas, and they said that Korean hunters enjoyed special privileges. But although no one wanted to lose their rice bowl, sometimes you had to give it up to get a new one. Folding his arms over his chest, Sunghyuk noted that the new bowl should be a little bigger. Putting his hands on the table, the other man replied that that was why they came to the meeting, to find out what kind of rice bowl they could offer. The guy noted that they had begged him to come to the meeting, practically dragged him in by force, and 2, noted that he was not very interested in this meeting, although sometimes it was nice to just watch from the sidelines. Later, the two of them walked along the corridor, and Sung Hyuk answered that he is a person who is good at only one thing, and that is ball equipment, to which his comrades said that now he is clear about only one thing. He introduced Jiha. With many artifacts, they say that the conversation about inviting a hero will definitely come up at this meeting. In addition, people do not know that he is a cat master, so perhaps he will also be discussed, and naturally, for the outside world, these two are very special, although they are the same person. Smiling, the hunter said that it would be funny to watch this, and suggested to see how this person will affect the hearts of people, but Hyung-suk replied that this is impossible, because he is one of those who wants to live peacefully without revealing himself. In front of him, they did not see a large door. The guy agreed, saying that they will wait and see. Ashley looked away from the exit, hearing the question of whether she would be leading the meeting today, and replied that they had finally arrived. Smiling, Sung Hyuk looked at her and said that he wanted her to understand their side if possible, and asked if it would be difficult. Slightly lowering her eyebrows, the girl replied that she represented the United States, but did not take sides, because the fair negotiation process was her goal. Looking at her, the guy replied that he hoped that it would be so. Sitting down at the table, he heard the question of whether it was really necessary to do this, and replied that perhaps this would reduce the number of cases where they were discriminated against as Korean hunters. Approaching the podium, Ashley said that from now on, she would begin a meeting on the agreement on the exchange of hunters, and first of all, reported what they should pay attention to at this meeting. Looking ahead, Hyung-suk thought about how this was about letting everyone speak, not interrupting, and respecting each other, and it was unclear how long this rule would last. Someone slammed their hand on the table, asking for one question. The men brought the microphone closer, saying that they were asking for confirmation that everything they were saying was actually happening in Korea, and asked if they knew the identity of Hunter Jiha and the Cat Master, and also, were the dungeons really being improved? One of the people present raised their hand when the man next to him wondered if it was true that an auction house had opened and that Drone was handling the delivery, and he asked why it was only happening in Korea, even though it was true that Korean hunters had special advantages. Smiling, Hyung-suk replied that it was true, and was asked if everything they said was true. Andrea, with his finger on the table, answered that he saw no point in lying or hiding anything when everyone already knew perfectly well. Then the interlocutors inquired about the fact that Korea intended to block all information. Looking at them intently, he answered that the United States was doing the same, asking why they hid, here, a small ether reactor? The man, on the contrary, pointed at it, clarifying that the manufacturing industries related to ether were no different from information from the world of hunters. Folding his arms, the man said that, in essence, it was the same, since information played a key role for countries. He imagined a stone hitting a monster in the chest. They say that China hid the highest level dungeons until they discovered it during the cleansing. As if surrounded by a bright aura, Hyung-suk said that the fewer people who knew such information, the better, and that the rest would not deny it to you. Another man slammed his hand on the table, noting that everyone present was a hunter. Loosening his tie, he suggested that they drop the mutual accusations of hiding information, since each of them had a secret they wanted to hide. The people present lowered their heads, hearing that they all wanted to know about the quota system here, and that they wanted the Korean government to invite a certain number of hunters. Sung Hyuk's aura, was even brighter when he said that they were not here to be painted over, and he would not repeat it twice, asking what they would give if their proposals were accepted. The sun's rays illuminated the highest building. Hyung-suk, smiling, looked at his comrades, saying that it was amazing. He could not believe that in this way they now had a prototype of a small ether reactor, as well as 10 developers, noting that he turned out to have a talent for negotiations, to which he replied that ignoring them meant ignoring Korea, so he had to try his best. He took the cup. His hands heard that the replacement would not send hunters by plane every month, and it was a mutually beneficial option. Still, Hyung-suk was upset that they were the only ones who benefited, and Jiha got nothing. On the table lay documents with his photo. Sung Hyuk noted that no matter what he was offered, she would hardly accept it. Taking the documents in his hands, the comrades still noted that it was somehow awkward. Then the hunter offered to send a full container of snacks for Biam, because he was sure that he would like it. More joyfully, looking at the documents, Hyung-suk also offered to set up a container next to his store, and provide various alchemical ingredients. In addition, a fee would be charged from each hunter entering the country, and the funds would go to academies, orphanages, and part would be available for personal use, Jiha, if he wanted. Looking at his comrades, the boy said that it sounded good, which meant they would do so. The sound of hooves was heard at the entrance to the village. Marretta was sitting on her horse, saying that something had changed here. The girl looked away. Imagining the woman in the kitchen, she thought about what she had heard, that their food problems were much more serious. Frowning, she thought again that something was wrong here, and heard a question, what brought her here? Eddie was standing in front of her, and she answered that they had not lost contact with the Baron and the High Priest, so she was here to find out what happened. Asking if he knew anything about it, The prince replied that he did not, because those two left with the soldiers, leaving them, and that was all he could say. Looking away, she repeated the words about leaving with the soldiers. There were cows grazing nearby. Margareta asked if they had left them there. The interlocutor replied that those people were hostile to them, so it was difficult to fulfill their demands. He remembered the fleeing men, saying that in the end they did not agree on anything. They separated after that. They drove the cows, apologizing with agriculture. Sighing, the girl noted that those people were not the kind of people who would simply leave because of disagreements. Eddie, frowning, thought that she was right, but he did not want to tell him that they were driven out of the city, so they needed to somehow change the subject. Whistling, he replied that it was so. Margareta looked up. Several terror drones appeared in front. Frowning, she wanted to say that it was impossible, but the prince asked what her impressions were, seeing the soldiers that God sent to help them. Seeing a beetle in the field, noted that there are those who help with agriculture. Looking at him, Margareta said that it was simply amazing, remembering that, leaving the kingdom, the prince said that he did not believe in God. Eddie closed his eyes, hearing the question, about whether he deceived me then, answered that he was very sorry. But there was no point when it came to this, and he would tell everything. The village was a threat, high walls. He said that this was his land, and he signed a contract with God, so hoped that the girl would not do rash things. Looking closely at the interlocutor, she clarified, about whether people were now at odds with them. Not, he answered that in this peace, necessity. The street was filled with people, and he said that he just wanted everyone to live their own lives. The children were playing happily with each other, so he noted that they would live their own, Margareta, and as he wanted his own. Selena stood behind the prince, hearing the girl's question that they were no longer needed, and the prince's answer that they were under the protection of God, and that it might be difficult to cooperate with those who denied their faith. Margareta looked at him silently. She turned her attention to the saint standing next to her. You noticed that she was wearing this uniform, noted that this meant that she had completely turned away from them. But Selena said that she had never turned away from anyone, and that if they recognized faith in their God, she would treat any person with warmth. But she had heard that this was impossible. Margareta stood next to her army, talking about the stupidity of asking to recognize a non-existent God. A tired beetle lay on the ground. Selena was surprised that her interlocutor said this, even after seeing it, but she replied that she did not know how they were tamed, because there was no evidence that this beetle was a servant of God. Raising her hand, the blonde agreed that there was no proof, but she could prove his existence. Margareta and the warriors laughed, saying that they should try if they could. The bright sun illuminated the forest. The girl added that if it rained from the sky right now, he would admit the existence of this god. Pterodon twitched, the hero from the shirt. The beetle pointed to the village. When the guy asked, what did he want to show there? He noticed the new people, saying that he had never seen them before, and that they might be from the Empire. Leaning over, they were theirs. Gehenna thought about why he suddenly came, and also, I wonder what they were talking about there. Did not hear the word, that there was no proof. He opened his mouth in surprise, listening to that if it rained from the sky right now, she would admit the existence of God, and was surprised at such a desire. There was a watering can nearby, and the guy decided that this should work. Water, drop by drop, fell on the village. She knocked the soldiers down. They began to ask for help. Margareta watched in confusion, wondering that perhaps God really exists, although it is meaningless. Eddie looked at Selena when in the war they asked for help from the deputy commander. Light was visible from the windows of the houses. Margareta opened her eyes. Getting out of bed, she asked where she was. Then, lowering her head, he asked what happened, why she was lying here, and Growler, she said that she lost consciousness after a drop of water fell on her. The girl remembered the water from the sky, asking what it was. Gehenna confidently looked at the village, and the interlocutor said that it was rain that God caused. Covering her face with her hand, the deputy commander agreed that the rain really did come. Smiling, looking at her, the saint said that now she would have to join the religion, and believe, as she promised. Her clothes were lying on the table. Margareta asked if God had really done it, but she replied that she had seen it with her own eyes. Then, going to the door, Selena invited her with her, and she would show more convincing evidence. They entered a large hall, and when asked where they were, the saint replied that this was the place where she usually prayed. Kneeling down, Selena turned to the Lord of Heaven, asking him to show his power to greet the new apostle. Putting his hand on his belt, Margareta thought that he would become a real god. A large hand reached out to them. Shocked, she opened her mouth, hearing that this was not what she asked for, but still, this was evidence that would help her believe. Selena turned to her interlocutor, telling her to sit on her hand, because they wanted to show her something. The sun shone on the blue roofs. The next day in the Empire, someone said there that the Baron, the high priest, went somewhere, from the village, the trunk, quite developed. Lowering her head, Margareta said that it was so, and her interlocutor noted that he never thought he would hear such a report from her, especially from her. Bolander, frowning, said that this was some kind of nonsense, but since she confirmed everything, it meant it was not a lie, and asked if she had talked to the soldiers. Margareta answered that she had not yet, and then he noted that it meant there was still a chance to fix it. Slightly opening his mouth, he interrupted her, saying that the existence of God was not an important issue, because for them, order was important, and the survival of this garrison. Margareta pursed her lips, hearing that there would be chaos, and if she just honestly told everyone about what she had experienced, so she should remain silent for a while, which she agreed with. Later, the hand closed the book. She leaned over it, asking for forgiveness and acceptance of the disbelief that had lived in her all this time. The documents with Jiha's photo were not a pity on the table. In the American headquarters for the management of the Hunters Association, no one asked about what kind of proposal North Korea had made. Taking notes, the man said to pass it on to the psychers. A shadow hid his face as he said that they should become well acquainted with the peculiarities of the Korean hunting society, and especially with the hunter. The rays of the sun illuminated the glass facade of the building, and someone asked if the report on the case had arrived. The guy stood in front of the table, saying that the psychers reported that all the rumors related to the Korean hunter community were actually true, starting with the HunterNet trading system, awakening hunters, and ending with the cat master who evaluates artifacts. The man with the scar smiled, specifying about the owner of the store, with all sorts of different goods, named Jiha. He laughed loudly, saying that everything was as he expected. In the folder were several photos of the hero, and he said that the more he learned about him, the more he wanted to get him. His interlocutor, leaning close, said that he could become a member of the Korean Hunter Association. Looking closely at the interlocutor, the man with the scar suggested that he think better about the advantages of his arrival in the United States, and the damage, and if they lose in Korea. He tapped his finger on the table when his interlocutor clarified that Jiha was a special person, and replied that it was true that he liked the awakening of the hunters and the new auction house system. Afterwards, he introduced various potions, saying that all of this was incomparable to scrolls, potions. Over time, such a system could be implemented in every country, but if such a hunter and exceptions were found, they could say that he was a rare saint. The guy became a little nervous when asked if he understood, and replied that he would try to contact the hero. Many seagulls were flying over the sea. An avalanche and a large fish were underwater. A withered tree was visible on the shore. Many different monsters came out of the forest. Looking at this, the whale thought that he could not leave this place in such a state. He opened his mouth wide, deciding that everything that lives in the shot is precious. The dead are filtered out, the living go to a safe place. A large wave headed towards the shore, thinking that preserving and bringing more life with it is what he should do right now. He took a large mouthful of water. Then he jumped out of the water. The blows of his tail created large waves. Jiha was reading a book. Raising his head, he heard the sound of a bell. Closing the book, the guy asked BM if this was related to him. The beast began to pull him by the shirt, and the hero decided that this meant that he should go with him. The rays of sunset light illuminated the sky. The guy continued, his pet, to walk a little. Jiha held the cat in his arms, saying that the wind was very refreshing, and he had not been here for a long time. The parrot repeated the words. In the distance he saw a huge whale, wondering if it was a world eater. The hero looked at the full system message in front of him, wondering what he was doing here. The system notified that the world eater was currently moving untouched islands from the polluted sea. With a smile, he removed this blue window, also seeing that the world eater was taking care of many lives to match his position, understanding what was going on. There were several chests on the shore. The hero thought about the whale moving the world itself, consisting of land, sea and ecosystems, and he wondered why he was called a world eater, and perhaps these treasures were a fee. The whale splashed water when the hero told him that all he did in the sea was catch fish and swim, asking if this was okay, realizing that he left him lands with a clean ecosystem. Jiha sighed and decided that everything was fine and said that somehow, tried to manage the island. Seeing the tail sinking under the water, he decided that the world eater was already leaving. The guy waved after him, shouting that he would take care of the island from time to time, and invited him again. Seeing the whale jump out of the water, the guy also told him to take care of himself, so, it was the day when Jiha got a new job. There were many books on the shelves. The man, hitting his finger on the table, said that his interlocutor has recently become obsessed with a strange faith. Margareta lowered her head when asked, "What about this?" Someone hit the training dummy hard, a few hours ago, in the Empire. Another blow left a bright mark. Margareta held a sword in her hand, conducting training, wiping sweat from her forehead. She heard that she was training hard today. Bartok stood surrounded by knights, asking the girl how the training was going. He put his hand on her shoulder when she answered that everything was fine, and demanded to come to his office later. The girl asked what his business was. Well, he answered that nothing special. Sinister, smiling, he added that he wanted to talk about God. There were many books in his office, and then he said that lately she had become attached to a strange faith. Looking at the man, Margareta answered that she did not understand what he was talking about, but he demanded not to lie. He presented an amulet, saying that, knowing those round ornaments that she put, her jump, and that it was a symbol of religion, and also he had been watching her all the time, so he easily figured everything out. but it would be difficult for an ordinary person to do so. The girl shuddered, thinking about these words. She imagined herself surrounded by eyes, thinking that Bartok was watching her all the time, what she usually does. Clenching her fist, Margareta realized that she had goosebumps from him. Standing in the large office, she heard that the interlocutor had not yet told the other knights about this, because if they found out, there would be trouble, so they kept it a secret. Frowning, she realized that she was hooked. Feeling like a puppet, Margareta wondered if this meant that he wanted obedient submission from her. But, hitting his finger on the table, the man said that she could go, and if he had business with her, he would call her. Later, she found the leaf path, a few days later. The girl sighed heavily and said that he had been sitting behind her for several days since then and thought that she had never been in such situations before. But something had definitely changed, and she would have to be careful for a while. Seeing the light in the windows, she also remembered that she had definitely turned it off before leaving. She opened the door. Bartok opened his mouth wide and shouted her name. Margareta frowned and put her hands behind her back, indignant that he was now showing up at her house of his own free will. Looking at her intently, the man noted that she had been returning home lately. Very surprised, the girl replied that her training had dragged on a bit and wanted to know what he was doing at her house at such an hour. But she was trembling from what she saw. Holding the book in his hand, Bartok said that there was also clear evidence that the curtains, the king of the empire, dared to bend. I believe in God. Shocked, she heard the question of whether she liked the loose lifestyle. God was so struck by the ridiculous myth that he created several species of tribes and had affairs with several women. He noticed the claw between the pages, thinking that perhaps he should read it. Margareta heard the mockery when the interlocutor said that this was a true love story between the incarnation of God and the silver bird, and also that the winged species was very beautiful. Stretching her hand forward, she decided that this could not be anymore. But in front of her crossed weapons, with a question about how dare she. The knight of the front told her to be detained, and politely. Looking at him, Margareta heard that this was dangerous and reckless, because she understood who should be loyal to the empire more than anyone else, and she took an oath, did not admit that their empire was born to rule the continent, and not God. The soldier standing behind them, Bartok, said that this was the reason why the girl was able to join the knightly order, and she agreed with him. Frowning slightly, he also asked if she had forgotten the oath given by His Majesty, calling it short-sighted, and that perhaps Bolander had made a mistake in choosing a person. Margareta imagined the years of this man, heard that he had raised her since childhood, but it seemed that he had chosen the wrong sprout. At this point, she angrily looked at her interlocutor, turning to him. Bartok smiled nervously, hearing the question of what he wanted. I answered that she should come to him every night, and he would make her reconsider her views. Many people were visible on the streets of the city. Closing his eyes, Bolander told Margareta that he did not want to force her to go to that man. The girl looked at her interlocutor in confusion when he said that he wanted to know why she had brought that medallion with her. Now was not the time for that. They needed her to pack her things right now. He would prepare the rest. The man put his hand on my cheek, saying that he had raised her since she was a child and out of a compromising and honest nature, he expected that one day she would get into trouble. But he did not expect that at this time and in this way. Turning away, he concluded that it would be better for her to run away, in any case, Bartok, and needed his help, so he would not do anything to him. But the girl, bursting out, said that it would be better to just put up with the situation, and then her father asked her if she wanted that. Gritting his teeth, he asked her if she was sure that she could accept him as her husband, because even if she was considered a wife, it was obvious that she would be treated as a commoner or a mistress. Margareta pursed her lips, hearing that the interlocutor did not want to see this. Bolander put the dagger and the bag on the table, telling her to get ready. If she climbed over the fence, then his people would turn a blind eye to it, and also, with the skill of the Knights of the Sun, they would not catch her. She must leave here and go to the place where she believed in a miracle. With tears in her eyes, the girl thought that someday she would gain strength and return. Having imagined the sinister face, Bartok also decided that one day she would kill him with her own hands. One of the knights noticed something ahead. Margareta was wearing a dress. The man noted that she had dressed up a lot today, and now she should follow them, because Bartok was waiting. Bright stars were visible above the roofs of the houses. The girl lowered her head and said that she needed to go to the toilet for a while, and the knight, noticing that she was nervous, also told her to hurry up. Watching Margareta leave, they discussed that she would be beautiful if she dressed up and that Bartok would have a lot of fun today, and also that the man now, considering what he had planned, and then they decided to argue how long his interest would last. One of them suggested a week, but two answered that it was a long time, and a maximum of 5 days. Seeing the open door in front of them, the ponies had been waiting for it for 20 minutes, not understanding why it was taking so long, and one of them told the other to go check. Entering inside, the knight asked not to do anything stupid and go out. But in front of him he saw only a hole in the wall. The bell rang with cries that Margareta had escaped. The guard pointed to the silhouette ahead, shouting that someone was riding south on horseback. Bartok climbed onto his horse, telling the soldiers to catch up with her, and that he would personally reward whoever caught her. Ride forward, he added that they must try to catch her without hurting her too much, and force her to kneel before him. Margareta looked behind her. Many people had set out in pursuit of her. She saw Bartok leading the army, thinking that if she did nothing, she would be caught, and whether she should have immediately headed into the forest, because it would not be easy if she encountered a monster there. But if she continued to gallop across the field, she would definitely be caught, because her horse was smaller and weaker than the Knights of the Sun. The man's hand was already reaching for her, when she thought about what to come up with. But between them, lightning struck. Bartok, who fell to the ground, did not understand where the lightning came from, if the sky was clear. A unicorn ran in front of him. Jiha watched Terradrone, Deception, thinking about what they were writing and that they seemed very busy. Still, the guy looked at the records. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, asking, "Is it true?" Snatching the records, he read that Bartok interrogated Margareta with the help of Bolander. She managed to escape, and now he and the Knights of the Sun are chasing the girl. Turning around, he said that if this is true, then a problem. We, leaning towards the mountains, said that we do not know what can happen to her, and if they leave everything as is. Looking around the forest, he noted that she was not visible near the village. Then he looked around the Imperial City, and although there was chaos, she was not visible. But he found that an army was chasing Margareta. Penny looked at the hero when he said that his help was needed without asking Margareta to help. A gate opened in front of the pet. After passing through it, he became a large unicorn. Lightning came from his horn, one of them struck the ground. Penny ran across the sky in front of the army. Frowning, Bartok did not understand where this white horse came from. Now they were separated by an abyss, and one of the soldiers said that a huge crack in the ground formed from the lightning strike, which they could not overcome. Penny approached the girl, who was surprised that this horse came to take her. Touching her muzzle, he asked if she was flying for her. Mounting him, Margareta apologized. I am a black horse, looked at the girl when she thanked her, because she could not have gotten here without her, and asked to go back. Margareta grabbed the mane. Like a bright beam, they rushed into the sky, and the man only cursed. Surrounded by a bright aura, the horse rushed forward. Surprised, Margareta did not even imagine that the world was so small, did not give up, asking herself the question, at what speed will we gallop? A village appeared below them. The girl looked ahead, not believing that God had arranged all this, and someone said that the knight who was here the day before had arrived. Anna, blurry, with barely visible people in front of her, who were talking about calling the prince. Eddie rushed towards her when she fell from the horse. Jiha raised a finger, sending the system, driven by the fact that Margareta swore allegiance, saying that he was glad that she was able to safely reach the village, thinking that the last thing she thought of was God. The girl was lying in bed when the hero decided that from now on he would have to look after her. The clatter of hooves was heard. The boy petted Penny, asking if she was hungry and offering her some food. Holding a carrot in front of him, he thought that although it was unexpected, he had done a good job of taking care of the village, and now he needed to prepare to go to a certain place. He later looked at his watch, saying that there was still time. Walking along the street, he added that if he went now, he could reach the place without rushing. Looking at the sky, he also wondered what kind of education system they had chosen. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the Hunter Academy. Sunghyuk was fighting a monster. The students were sitting at their desks. As for the safety of the people, the government had created the Hunter Academy to raise young awakened ones. The boys were wearing armor, and it was noted that starting from the low-ranking hunters to the highest, the goal was to raise young fighters with more advanced abilities. The students were training and sparring, and one of them noted that the other was too ruthless. Jiha watched them practice. Standing by the window, he thought that everything was more simple than he expected, and in this case, the effectiveness in real combat would be greatly reduced. One of the students raised his hand, wanting to answer, although the theoretical knowledge and basic courses seemed well organized. The instructor praised the student, and the hero noted that the training system was lame in terms of real combat experience, and perhaps it was because they were still students and could not deal with real monsters. Looking at them intently, he also thought that it was safer to educate them like this, but they would not know what real combat was like. Imagining how one of the students hit a wall, he came to the conclusion that sooner or later they would run into it. Smiling, the guy, holding a heavy ball in his hands, said that a change was needed. Still, Jiha smiled and decided that he needed to find out if there was a way to improve this system. He turned around when a person approached him asking for his opinion on the academy, and the hero replied that it was pretty good, and he thought that all the facilities were well equipped, from the classrooms to the training ground. Gyeongbeek clenched his fist happily as he heard her thank him for inviting him and that he didn't know the guy worked here. She asked to see if he was feeling well, to which he replied that he and the guys help out here when there's nothing else to do and suggested that they check out the next facility, to which the hero happily instructed him to be his own guide. The sun was shining on the crown of the trees. This was the moment when Jiha left the garden, asking the pets not to rummage around here. The animals looked at each other. Growler commented that it was a busy day. Winnie said that people living in Seoul are very busy, Biam suggested that they do their own thing. Painey sniffed the grass in front of him, and was asked to find out what the nature gods were doing in the garden while Jiha was away. So the horse, the stomach poison. Biam tried to attack Hong, and it was noted that they were having fun with each other. Growler was expecting a bear attack. They were playing in the water on the lake. After all together, the bedroom was a friendly afternoon nap. One of the pterodrones watched them. Beetles flew out of the cave. One of them was collecting leaves in the water, cleaning the lake. The rest were trimming the leaves. Another beetle was collecting leaves, taking care of the trees in the garden. Several more pterodrones headed deeper into the cave. A real city appeared in front of them. This was their kingdom. One of the beetles was forging a weapon. Another was making a handle for it. The pterodrone happily raised the sword above its head. The tree branches took it, a bright aura surrounded the blade, and a message appeared that a unique rank weapon was created, so they themselves create weapons in their kingdom. Next to them, a beetle came out of the gate. Crossing out the number 2 on the tablet, Pterodrone wrote 3, so all the management of the dungeon lies with them. Later, all the beetles felt a pleasant aroma, waiting for honey, after such a busy day. Jiha handed over a bag of honey, saying that they also worked hard today, and this is honey that he bought in another country, and offered to try it. The beetles happily ate it, while the hero was happy, telling them to eat more. Leafing through the book, the guy was looking for a way to improve the efficiency of training students of the academy. Sitting on the ground, he found the title of How to Easily Tame a Lion. On one of the pages was a map that said how to build a world, and he was surprised that he managed to do it. Continuing to study the pages of the book, he thought that this is being read, and is completely different from the world he sees, and if the world he usually leads is a harsh reality, then this is a way to create a virtual world and bring it to life. Looking at the contents carefully, he noticed that another feature of this method was that only the soul could be used, and the body remained safe. The silhouette standing on the defeated monsters, Jiha thought that if he prepared the body in advance for the soul to enter the miniature world, then it would be possible to return to the original body of this world after gaining various experiences. Biam lay on his lap as he thought about whether he knew if this would work. But taking a handful of earth, he decided to try to create a body first. In his hands, he got a figure of a person. The pets gathered around when he asked for their opinion. There were several figures on the ground, and he explained that there was a person and a monster. The animals simply turned away, the hero asked, about whether everything was really that bad. Again turning the pages, he decided that in any case, when the world enters, someone's soul fills the essence, the miniature world begins to come to life. Looking at the pterodrones flying past, the guy realized that he needed to check my room. The beetle extended a jar of honey, hearing a request for help with something. The slightly frightening hero smiled, saying that it did not hurt. They only needed to go somewhere, and in return he would give honey. A dark portal opened in front of them, with words that they should not worry, and just need to complete the task that was given to them. Pterodrone extended a trembling claw to the gate. The consciousness of the beetles moved into the molded figures. Confused, Jiha tried to explain to the beetle that his comrades were not dead, and everything was fine. The clay hand rose. Pterodrone examined the new body. The guy was surprised that it really worked, and thus the real body would not suffer in any way, but the soul would be able to gain colossal experience. The long man took the stick in his hands, and the hero reasoned about whether it was possible to acquire skills or characteristics with the help of such experience. Pointing forward, the boy decided to find out everything as soon as they tried, saying that the winning team would get twice as much honey. The little people rushed into battle. He, another pterodrone, watched what was happening. Jiha thought that in this case it would not be possible to use the skills they already had. The clay man blocked such a score, and the boy noted that it was still a great way to train and would be useful for inexperienced hunters and academy students to gain new knowledge and experience. Smiling confusedly, he also thought that if he decided to install this miniature inside the academy, the costs would be high. The clay monster stood over the defeated people. The hero said that the winning team was determined. Pterodrone gathered around Jiha, who told them that they all worked hard. Some of the beetles rejoiced, hearing the question, was it very painful? The boy noticed a glow appearing nearby, seeing a message that the tasks of defeating the opposing team were completed and the miniature world was restored to its previous state, realizing that he himself was returning to his original state. The new message indicated that the skill of creating a level 1 world was obtained, as well as the pterodrone of Crushed Decisive Strike. The beetle in front of him raised its claw when the hero asked which of them exactly received it. His hand took the form of a blade. Everyone happily watched as he swung it. Watching with a smile, Jiha thought that although he also received skills, there was something more important. He imagined a huge minotaur, reasoning that if novice hunters got acquainted with this miniature world, they would be delighted and, in this way, they will learn how to fight in dungeons and master the basic skills of combat. After introducing the group of students, he thought that an experienced hunter could fight an unfamiliar monster in this world without risking his life, and in the end, it was this process that made hunters stronger. Looking down, the guy also thought that this was probably the right way to use the skills he had, the ones he had acquired, and the system notified that he had come to understand some of the goals of the world tree, and the worker class was turning into someone who could understand it. Gehenna sighed in relief. The officers leveled up some skills, and said that it seemed like the choice was right. The trees towered the book, so the next day arrived. One looked at the message, that the blessing of the world tree had delivered 4 levels, and all stats had risen by 15, thinking that it was amazing, but he didn't understand what kind of movement was at the end. There was a river flowing nearby. The guy thought that from trees and plants to stones and animals, he can possess most objects and is invulnerable, at this time, so he does not affect the environment in any way. Imagining how he flies like a white bird over the village, he realized that he can personally travel through a miniature world and it will be interesting, later, to go down and look around. A message appeared in the glow, about the creation of the world. A tree appeared near his finger. He said that this is a skill that allows him to create anything in this world just like in the miniature one he created yesterday, and by creating different conditions, you can get a variety of experiences. But this requires too much essence. Looking at the page of the book, he said that he needs to somehow replenish its reserves. Attention, Gehenna, something caught my attention. He saw an image of a dark portal, noting that with this it would be possible to set a fee, in which case he would be able to create several gates by setting a fee for them, and install one gate for free to the academy. Closing the book, he summed up by saying that he would like to make this available to everyone, but he also had work to do. A pen appeared in his hand. Its stroke left a bright mark, and Gehenna decided to begin. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the Korean Hunter Academy. Someone attracted everyone's attention. Smiling, the man said that for a month, starting from today, they will talk about their experiences in the hunter world. The girl put her hand on her belt, and greeting the candidates, she introduced herself as the manager of the hunters, as well as a mage-class hunter named Sui. The students looked at her in surprise upon noticing this. The teacher noted that the mage class was not yet familiar to them. With a smile, taking my hand away, Sui heard that this was a great opportunity to find out how she adapted to the dungeons and learn new skills, adding that she couldn't tell them about her personal life, but she would tell them something that would definitely interest them. The man who looked into the room told the teacher that it was very important and asked him to hurry up and go outside. Everyone stood near the dark gate, talking about how it opened in the academy, asking the teacher what kind of dungeon it was, and asking him to quickly check. Waving her hand, Sui asked him to keep the children under control. Byungbeek, who was thinking that this didn't look like a normal dungeon, came up to her and asked the girl if this was really a gate. She replied that it suddenly opened here. Touching it with just a finger, he decided to take a closer look. But then he fell to the floor, and everyone was worried that he might have died. The man looked at himself, not understanding what was wrong with his body, since he now had amazing muscles, and that this body probably belonged to a completely different person. Seeing the weapon on his belt, he noted that it was not the one he usually used. Welcome messages in the tutorial appeared above his head, explaining that in this dungeon, equipment is determined depending on the class and abilities, and since only his soul is here, it will not affect real life, and the system also gave a task: find and capture 3 monsters hiding at the edge of the forest. Taking the sword in his hands, he thought that judging by the description and the basic equipment provided, it was perfect for beginner hunters, and if it is not life-threatening, you can fight with all your strength without fear of injury. A map appeared in front of him, and he noticed that the exact locations of the monsters were clearly indicated. Taking a step forward, the guy thought that this dungeon was perfect for use as a training ground. Frowning, he also thought that the training dungeon was good and necessary for the academy students, but he didn't think it was just a coincidence. Several monsters appeared in front of him. When he thought that someone had intentionally opened the gate, but he didn't understand who would do such a thing. The monsters looked at him. Grabbing his sword, he decided to explore this place first. He quickly dealt with the enemies. Taking a deep breath, he said that he tried to use his skills just in case, but as he said, he could only use the basic ones here, thinking that this condition made sense if the dungeon was really made for students. The system notified that the dungeon had been cleared and the power strike skill had been learned. He looked at the message in front of him in surprise, saying that the learning was correct since he had already learned the skill. Imagining the skill icons falling into a pile, he was surprised that the dungeon gave them out as a reward for clearing it, and that it was simply a necessary reward for the academy students. Now, a message appeared in front of him asking if he wanted to proceed to stage 2, explaining that this was indeed a training dungeon for beginners in the literal sense. Replying to this message, he clicked no. Byungbeek jumped out of bed. The woman nearby noticed that he had already regained consciousness, saying that he had suddenly lost consciousness, and everyone was very worried. Pulling back the curtain, he asked again and heard the answer that she heard, that he was about to enter the dungeon. So, this guy remembered falling to the floor while hearing the students talking about it. Lowering his head, he thanked her for her help, but he had to go now, although the girl replied that it was better to lie down for a while. Grabbing the door handle, he replied that he was fine. Moreover, he must inform other teachers as soon as possible about what he saw. People gathered around the new gate, saying that it would cause a great upheaval and growth in the Korean hunting world in the future. As Gyeongbik predicted, the gate's appearance in the academy caused a huge shock among the hunters. The girl in the hat said that it was not life-threatening and that it would increase one's combat experience. It was simply unbelievable. The other person confirmed, saying that one could even gain a new skill depending on the outcome of the battle. Many people spoke in support of such a training program. The guy frowned at his comrade, who said that anyway, isn't it too much to use this dungeon only for academy students? He said that in fact, there is not much difference between academy students and a novice hunter. Isn't it harsh discrimination? There were many people who spoke out about the injustice. Jiha sat in front of the monitor with his pets, saying that he had expected such reactions. He needed to quickly work on the dungeon for novice hunters and for more experienced ones. A few days later, Wei-An anxiously touched her temple, shouting at Chulian to quickly bring the guild members to the Jiha General Store. She stood in front of a blue portal, saying that a gate had opened here. At the Jiha General Store 30 minutes ago, a guy was holding a stack of plates and asked the girl to wait for a minute. He would bring her something to drink now. Sitting at the table, Wei-An thought, maybe they would just eat today and watch a movie tomorrow. Blue sparks appeared outside the window. A dark portal appeared outside. The girl reached out her finger to the system information of the training dungeon, which is designed to develop hunters. The equipment will be different depending on the class and features. This is a dungeon for improving skills. They will not have any restrictions on using skills here. Standing in front of the portal, the girl shouted at the hunters to bring mattresses. They will pass out as soon as they enter the dungeon. No one should get hurt. She pointed her finger at the passage and called the others. The heroes were standing on a sandy area. Wei-An's appearance changed. She told the others that if you think about it, this dungeon is not much different from others. Holding a staff in her hand, the girl said that as reported, everyone got into a different body and it was as if a weapon was issued according to the class. The only thing that was surprising was that she read that the use of ether power was increased 3 times, and the damage from the flame attack was also increased, and mentally continued that the characteristics of this weapon are simply incredible. Carefully reading the information in the window, the girl thought that as Hunter Gyeongbik said, lower-level hunters will be provided with appropriate equipment. In front of her was information about determining class points and characteristics. She needs to give 50 essences to gain experience in the training dungeon. Is she willing to pay? The girl exclaimed dissatisfiedly. Why on earth are there essences? The guild members standing around her told her that the dungeon asked for 20 essences, some for 15. She thought that she was being asked more than others because she was the guild leader. One of the members stood in front of her, asking if they wouldn't get something more amazing in exchange for paying her if they went inside. The girl said that maybe he was right, they would pay and move on. Touching the system window, a shining haze appeared in the space. Someone shouted, asking if the leader had seen the updated quest. Someone's clawed paw appeared, and words were heard that they must defeat it. The huge beast bared its mouth, and someone shouted that it was a black lion. Wei-An looked ahead anxiously, heard the question of what to do, and thought that the black lion was a disaster-rank monster for training. The hand holding the staff trembled. The girl thought that in a normal situation, she would have run away, because life is precious. In this dungeon, her life is safe, and it is a dungeon where she can obtain stats and skills after a fierce battle. Jets of flame emerged from the staff. She shouted for them to not be afraid of anything and focus on the fight. A huge fireball flew forward. It spread like a dome across the desert. The opening of the gate next to Jiha's general store caused a huge stir in the Korean hunter community. Wei-An stood behind the podium and said that it was simply incredible, although it was mostly due to the powerful weapons. In any case, she can personally say that in this training dungeon, you can fight calamity rank monsters as long as you have the right equipment. Jiha watched the girl on the screen speak, saying that she thinks the Korean hunter community will rise to a new level thanks to this training dungeon. The hero thought that he was glad that the dungeon opened in her presence. Taking the phone in his hand, the hero said that fortunately, the reviews from other hunters were positive. The variety of monsters will allow you to get a different experience. Eddie looked at the saint, saying that there was a similar monster at this point. It was good that he asked Eddie and Selena about the monster ecosystem around the Eskimo village. The huge goat had sharp fangs. The guy thought that thanks to this, he was able to create various monsters. Of course, he had a hard time during the testing stage. The girl held a bag in her hands, waving at the man. Jiha thought that for the first time in a long time, he checked on Rita in the Eskimo village and noticed that she had adapted well. Putting the phone on the table, the guy asked if he should increase the passability of the academy's dungeons. He petted the cute BM, saying that it would be a great experience for inexperienced children to set up a dungeon so that from time to time they could receive high-level quests to test their capabilities. The guy lay down on the table next to the pet and said that he would do so. A huge crowd gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. The pink-haired girl named Desil closed her eyes, saying that she was nervous what to do. The guy with glasses named Haisung reassured her that it would be fine since they wouldn't die anyway, so they just had to defeat as many monsters as they could. Sang Moon came up behind them and said that since they were going to enter these dimensions, they would set a record there again. The guy asked what record. The man with brown shoes asked the record that they couldn't become the best with their skills. The girl named Yumi crossed her arms when she heard the question of why they couldn't defeat the dungeon, and the low-level monsters were like moles, so they would definitely be able to do it. She answered how they were going to defeat the guy from the third group. Sang Moon smiled determinedly, saying that if they encountered monsters like theirs, they would be able to do it. It took 8 minutes for the third group to advance to the third stage. The girl thought discontentedly that if it was Sang Moon, he was like a successful student at the academy. Yumi discontentedly said enough about that, she didn't like him, and now it was their group's turn. A staff appeared in the hero's hand. The fingers clenched around the handle. The heroes with changed appearances stood holding their weapons. A cry was heard that Sang Moon was ahead, the two of them were supporting. The guys ran towards the pterodon, tearing apart flesh. Red beams appeared from the shell. Fast spikes flew from them towards the heroes. Using a 3-sided strike, Haisung moved the spear. The monster opened its mouth. Turning around, Yumi told her friend to get ready. A piece of the shell was broken by an arrow. Desul exclaimed that she touched it. Let the guys be careful. A sharp beam wounded the hero's leg. Sang Moon gritted his teeth, mentally repeating that it did not hurt. He waved his bracelets, thought that he did not feel pain here. Here he just had to learn from his mistakes and move on. Later, the heroes sat near the lying body. Someone said that it was easier than they expected. The guy asked if Sang Moon was okay, he had just gotten hurt. He replied that everything was fine, they told him that they were scared for him. His comrades looked away resolutely. Haisung said that now only the third stage remained. The monster with sharp teeth had burning eyes, it was a troll. He roared, spreading red smoke. A punch interrupted the war cry. The guy flew back, and Yumi attacked, saying that he rushed at them as soon as she saw him. The troll's body was surrounded by fire. Standing in the smoke, he continued to grin, and the girl thought, was that not enough? Holding a burning staff in her hand, she thought that she would see who would win. She would attack until it worked. Suddenly, a notification appeared next to the surprised girl asking if she was going to use this ability here. Yumi looked at the notification in surprise, asking, "What is this?" Her friend asked, "What is she talking about?" Jiha held the pen, thinking that he had interfered without realizing it. He needed to suggest it in some natural way. He wrote the symbols in the book, saying that he would try it like this. A notification appeared, advising to use periodic magic damage to prevent the troll from regenerating health. Yumi looked down thoughtfully, repeating the advice, and Desul was shocked. The girl imagined the troll's wound being restored and thought that the reason why it was so difficult to fight them was because of their regenerative ability. So the key was to reduce their regenerative ability. This was possible by using continuous fire attack magic. Haisung held the monster's fist, hearing a shout that she could use a fire wall. Let them not let him escape. The girl extended her burning fingers. With her brows furrowed, she shouted for the fire to engulf the enemy. A huge fire wall surrounded the monster's body. The troll, engulfed in flames, screamed. Half of its body was incinerated. The girl anxiously saw the system window and asked, "Is that all?" The notification said that the third stage had been completed. Special attention was paid to those who achieved excellent results. They would receive essence as a reward. The guys jumped, shouting happily that they did it, even received essence. This was the best record. In the bright building, Suhi said that she had never heard of information appearing like this. The students were standing next to her, and she repeated that they were saying that they had also cleared the third floor. The boy replied that yes, they had also received 1 essence as a reward. The girl looked at her with a smile, saying that she had heard, even the third group did not receive essence. Did they use some special strategy to clear the stage? Yumi closed her eyes, answering that they followed the advice that appeared in the information window, defeated the trolls with periodic magic damage and received essence for it. The girl folded her palms insidiously, asking if they would like to leave the academy since they had cleared the third stage. The teacher said that it was within her authority. Ono closed her eyes and said that it was fine, but the replacement would also go with them. The students happily thanked her. Cars were driving along the road. Words were heard that they would go to that place, a store in the 7th district. The car stopped near a crowd of people. Sang Moon clenched his fists and said that there were so many people here. He heard that this was a sacred place for hunters. It seemed to be true. Yumi asked if it was his first time seeing a crowded place. He should stop acting like a country bumpkin. Simon exclaimed that this was a rank 3 dungeon. It was very different from the one in the academy. She suggested looking there. There was a guy standing next to the others. There were words about the sky, that this was the hunter Ryokun. He heard that he was an arch apostle. There were rumors that if the second class came out, he would change the shield class to a holy knight. The hero introduced a man with his palms folded in prayer, and explained that an apostle is someone who studies and spreads the doctrines of the god Ark. The hunters were skeptical at first, but now they listened to his words. Raising a finger, Haisung said that if the god of Ark was behind all this, there was nothing wrong with believing in it. Wouldn't it be great to meet the god on your back if he really could appear later? Suhi said that she would ask if they could go, so let them not go far away. People were standing near the dungeon, the heroes agreed. They were standing next to a large tree. Someone said how huge it was. The brunette said that it was completely different from the photos. With an enthusiastic look, Sang-moon said that he had never seen a tree that big, and Yumi asked him not to push him with a displeased expression. Wei-in touched her chest and said that it was nice to meet her. Leaning towards the girl, she said that she heard that they had cleared the training dungeon and praised them. If they continue like this, they will definitely become great hunters in the future. Yumi, embarrassed, clasped her fingers together and thanked the huntress lovingly. Jiho waved his hand, greeting the boys, saying that he was the owner of the shop. The boy said that his fan called him uncle, which upset the hero. The boy went ahead and sent the others behind him, saying that he would give them a short tour of the shop. At this time the teacher told the girl about the reward in the training dungeon. There was a sign hanging near the bright building of the shop. The students were looking at the bottles with enthusiasm. Desul said that there were so many potions and scrolls here. Yumi added that the described effects that they give are simply amazing. Jiho turned around, looking at the boys. He remembered how happy they were about winning the dungeon. A smile appeared on his lips. The boys turned their attention when he called them. The picture was filled with different vials and scrolls. The guy said that he thought it was fate that they met like this. He prepared gifts for them and hoped that they would all graduate from the academy and become great hunters. The girls stood by the shelf while the others were enjoying the effects. Wei-in asked what she would say. What were her thoughts on the training dungeon? Suhi replied that there was nothing to complain about, an ideal opportunity for the students. The students happily looked at the potions. The brunette smiled, saying that just watching them rejoice over little things, she herself becomes happy. Wei-in glanced at her, saying that she was a natural teacher. Had she really become so attached to these cute children? And replied that she thought that was still a long way off. The man plucked an apple from the branch, saying that everything was going well. Jiha chewed on one of the apples, thinking that he didn't expect the disciples he gave advice to come to him. It was amazing to meet them in person. The hunter community will become much stronger if most of the disciples can train better by going through training dungeons in the future. A beast paw appeared behind him while the guy was saying how sweet the apple was. Jiha turned around, looking at the pets jumping towards him, and exclaimed, "What a scare, when did they all come?" He stroked the unicorn, saying that it was here too. Sharing the apples with the pets, Jiha told them to take their time and eat slowly. The beetle picked up an apple seed. Watching them fly away, Jiha said that this is how they transplant seeds. A sprout emerged from the ground. The hero said that seeds grow into saplings. Cabbages grew. The guy continued that they naturally become part of the garden. The hero looked at one of the plants and asked Hong if it seemed strange to him. Many vegetables were lying on the ground. Jiha said that they were not rotting, although they had been ripe for a long time. A thoughtful guy stood among the trees, saying that this world tree protected them from rotting. The parrot made a confirming sound. The hero replied that if this was the world tree, then everything was possible. A voice reached the hero's ears saying that they had collected a lot of honey. Selena was holding a large container in her hands. A glow appeared next to her, from which words were heard that she should not have carried it. How did they manage to collect so much honey in such a short time? The saint replied that they planted more flowers and replanted the existing ones, so that it was easier for the bees to move. The hero replied that this was amazing. She said that compared to what he had done for them, this was just a trifle. A bag materialized next to the girl as Jiha said it was sugar as he promised, and then asked how Margreta was doing. Jiha smiled as he heard her confused, considering what she had been through. It wasn't part of God's plan, but his existence proved that the god of Ark was real. The boy thought that she must have stayed, and out loud asked him to take care of her. One of the bugs touched the hero's pants and asked the knights what was wrong. He held a container of honey and said that it was his fault. Let them wait a little. The bug stood next to the container where the honey was poured. The boy asked the little ones to enjoy it. Watching them eat it with laughter, the hero thought that they really adored him. He shouldn't have taken the pot of honey either. The boy looked down with interest. The Pterodon knight handed him a leaf with a drop of honey. The guy asked if it was for him. The beetle shyly closed its eyes, saying that it was only giving it to him because he was their master. Jiha replied that he would gladly eat it. That day they were all enjoying delicious honey in the garden. One of the beetles tugged the guy's sleeve. Jiha turned and asked what was going on. Did it want to show him something? The claw was drawing a line on the ground. Looking at it with interest, the guy asked what it was drawing. There were insects with seeds drawn on the ground. The guy exclaimed that he was really good at drawing. It seemed like they were sowing seeds in the ground. Pointing his finger at the drawn seed, the hero asked, "Weren't these the ones he grew?" Turning to the insect, the guy asked where he planned to spread them. But the ground was drawn as a planet, and the hero exclaimed, "To the ground." And the beetles beamed when they heard that they were now planning to collect these seeds and then distribute them throughout the world. Sitting in a thoughtful pose, Jiha thought that it seemed to be so. The crops were growing quickly and did not spoil thanks to the power of the world tree. If he could help the world with these crops, then there was no reason to refuse. Off to the side, a cat jumped on top and shouted at the dog not to eat his share. The pterodons raised their paws when they heard that it was a good idea and he hoped for their help. a man sat at his laptop a few days later in Jiha's department store saying, "Fortunately, everything seems to be fine." The guy was scared when a huge bug flew past the window. The hero said that the pterodrons that only existed in Korea are now moving around the world. Naturally, this became a topic of discussion. Some people are really surprised because they are bigger than normal. Jiha clicked the keys with a smile, saying that in the end, it is very useful for this world too. He turned his interested gaze down. There were several discussions. Someone asked if everyone had seen the latest topic about the reward for completing the dungeon. Another wrote that everyone was wondering when the second class would be released. Stroking BM lying on his lap, the hero said that there have been a lot of complaints about the system lately. Where to start? He will check the status window first. A green window with information about him appeared next to the guy. He opened the book and said that first of all, he needs to change the position of physical strength and vitality in the first status window, and also change the structure itself to improve readability. The guy with the book smiled, thinking that he had no time to rest. The cat lying on his lap yawned. Jiha asked, "What about levels?" He stroked the contented pet, thinking that this was the element that immediately came to mind when thinking about the system, but for now, the level system does not exist. Imagining a girl fighting a lion, Jiha said that it is possible to start encouraging monster hunting by collecting more essence. After all, for now this is the only way. The most suitable solution for this purpose is to level up. If the hunter defeats a stronger monster, he will receive more essence as he levels up. Hunters will have enough strength to set a higher goal than now. The feeling of achieving a goal is very important. Looking at the open book, the hero thought that the problem is that there should be a reasonable reward for different levels. There are no bonus characteristics in this system. He ran his finger along the lines, reading that if he couldn't come up with a positive option, how about adding negative ones? In other words, a choice without a choice. Awkwardly closing the book, the brown-haired man thought out loud that he would be cursed for the rest of his life then, and thought that God hadn't really thought about this problem. The parrot was sitting nearby. The hero said that he would first figure out the level system, and then think about the bonuses. They would set the standards using a level 50 Hyungsak and a level 1 novice hunter, then he would add additional features. He imagined a guy with a sword, thinking that for example, a weapon that could be used at level 30 or higher, the hunters would be delighted. He imagined hands reaching for the sword, and thought that as a result, everyone would level up to get better artifacts. In the process, the hunters would grow naturally. Writing with a blue pen, the guy continued the thought that then he could prepare for unpredictable moments. Sunga held a mug, looking at the screen in surprise, which had a mere wiki questionnaire. It was a survey about reorganizing the current hunter system. Would she like to read and take the survey? She exclaimed that it was a sensation. A questionnaire was posted on the Mir Wiki website. Sunghyak and Hyojin looked at the monitor in surprise. The guy wrote that he was wondering when everything would change, but physical strength and vitality had already changed. Hyungsuk sat at the laptop and said that according to this explanation, the new levels give a lot of privileges, saying that it was cool and awesome. The man introduced warriors with glowing eyes and said that an announcement had come out about the second class. Looking at the screen, Hyungsuk said, "How much more will the world change in the future?" He looked at the phone that was being taken away. Bringing it to his ear, he heard that he thought the CEO should hurry up and come to the 7th district to the department store. The guy asked what happened. The man was running and telling him that something unusual had appeared on the slope near the giant tree in the 7th district. There were many trees among the houses and on the road. The man shouted that the surrounding roads, private houses, were all entangled with trees and grass. The next day, people were standing near the light building. After putting down the bottle, the guy heard a question about what was going on, and the answer was that suddenly a forest had appeared in the center of the city and the grass was growing like crazy. Two customers were standing opposite each other. One asked if he had seen that questionnaire yesterday. The second said that there were a lot of things there, starting from the second level and ending with a change in the status window. BM was sitting next to Doggo and heard that since the attitude had changed, shouldn't the dungeon also be reorganized? Some can easily pass it. Jiha put the bottles in the basket, hearing that it was true. But archers have been having a hard time lately. They spend all their money and arrows on potions. The interlocutor replied that he shouldn't even start. He has to try twice as hard to break even, which would be much worse if it weren't for this shop. The seller said with a smile that he packed their set of potions, and heard words of gratitude. The guy in armor touched his chest, saying that thanks to him he feels much calmer, and will definitely repay him later. The hero thanked him for always coming to his shop, and because the feedback that he can hear personally is very valuable. The guys opened the door, and the hero thanked them and asked them to come again. A parrot flew to him. The hero thought that since he doesn't personally go through the dungeon, you don't even know what inconveniences there really are for hunters. Hong sat on the hero's hand, who thought he should study it more closely and fix it on the second level. The guy looked to the side, heard his name being called, and thought about that voice. He walked out of the store, saw the girl, and asked when Sunyoung arrived. She quickly brought the plant to him, frightening him, and asked if he could see it. She pointed at the plant, and when he asked what it was, she explained that it was a species that does not exist on Earth. The guy standing opposite asked then she was from Gehenna. The girl replied that yes, she had studied it when she had a botany discussion with a reading group. Let him see. It looks like ordinary grass. The girl stroked the plant, and it began to shine. Sun Young explained that if you turn it over like this, the hero asked, is the back gold? They leaned over, looking at the grass. Sun Young confirmed, saying that she couldn't believe that it actually grew on the ground. If you look closely, you can see seeds scattered here and there. Who does this and for what? Rooster turned to the side, thinking about the goal. He stood looking to the right at the store. His pet stopped next to him. The guy thought that this was just the beginning. In the near future, all this is something grand. The hero smiled, thinking that this will surprise everyone, no matter what it is, and will bring happiness to everyone. Walking next to the matching leaves, the guy thought that he sincerely believed in it. He sat at the roots of a tall tree. Thoughtfully looking at the system window, Jiha thought that he often used other skills, so everyone knows about them, but he has never used this skill before. In the green window in front of him, it was written that his knew some kind of blessings of the world tree, good handwriting in the system structure, friendliness to plants, movement. Imagining a river with fish, the boy thought that speaking of movement, and the ability to transfer his consciousness into any animal or object. He imagined bones lying near a gloomy mountain, and thought how dangerous this land was. He still perceived it only as a miniature world. Looking ahead carefully, Jiha thought that it was dangerous to continue in the same spirit, but there was a possibility that he could lose himself this way, and yet sooner or later he would have to use this skill to explore Gehenna. Jiha turned around, hearing a voice that asked to listen to her request. The hero looked at Margareta watching below and asked what happened. She said that he did not know about it, but her adoptive father was in Gemark. The boy thought it was Bolander. Folding her hands in prayer, Margareta said that she was indebted to him for his special favor to her, but he saved her from a hopeless situation. Her eyes widened when she heard the question, was it his merit that she was chosen as a knight? Looking down, the hero heard that he didn't know how he knew it, but yes, honestly, almost all the blessings she had in life were thanks to him. The guy thought that he knew it. The girl remembered the lightning that struck the ground and said that after that day, Bartok witnessed his power, and now he will be afraid. But knowing him, it will not last long, so he must now understand that he cannot harm her directly. Human nature never changes. She does not know that a man who lost face in front of the knights can make her a father. Jiha touched his chin, hearing that the knight commander was in good shape now, so he would be fine in the near future. But who knows when? The hero said that it meant he could sit quietly for a while, then do something. The girl confirmed, saying that was what she meant. She introduced the man who managed the knights, and said that Bartok was a man from a noble family. Only for this reason he enjoyed many benefits, including the position of the head of the Knight Order. That was why the Knight Commander gave up the position to him. If it was found out that he helped him escape, his father would be in trouble. The girl clenched her teeth hard. Resolutely clenching her fist, she declared that she wanted to save the Knight Commander from the clutches of this rich man. If there was any way to do it, she was ready. The guy looked at the girl's confident face and thought that her gaze was burning with sincerity. Looking at the glow above, Margareta heard that she would check on him and find out how things were going in Gemark. The girl asked if he could do it, and heard that yes, but it might take some time. Looking to the side, she said that it was okay and asked him to fulfill her request. Jiha looked down, thinking that she was very serious. It seemed that he was really a very dear person to her. He looked at the miniature of the city and thought that if he was in Gemark, and then he found it. The guy bowed to the man, standing near the scaffolding. Words were heard that the construction of the citadel extension was delayed, and the northern part was already finished. Could he sleep peacefully returning home after such work? The man pointed his finger angrily, asking how many hours he slept. 6. If he shortened his sleep time by an hour, the work would progress more efficiently. Simple labor was short-term anyway. They all had to give their all. The guy tried to object about the fatigue of the workers. Jiha watched as an angry Bartok shouted, "What kind of tiredness? They can rest later, is it a problem?" The guy pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that he couldn't believe that he was asking so much of the workers. Besides, he was sure that there was a problem with food in Gemark, but he was the only one who was that fat. Biam looked at the guy's clenched fist, who thought while standing, now the workers are the only ones who need to eat a lot. The worker bowed. While the hero thought that he shouldn't even watch this anymore, he understood perfectly well what kind of person this was. Biam rubbed his head against the guy's leg. The guy watched as he rubbed against him affectionately. Jiha stroked the pet's head, thanked it for its concern and told it not to worry too much. It was just a momentary flash of anger. Holding the pet on his lap, the guy said that in any case, he needed to meet Bolander immediately. He thought he would be very surprised if writing suddenly appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. A small animal sat in front. It was a hamster with a nut in its paws. The system reported that the move was possible. The system window said that a target for the move was found. Did he want to use the skill? After confirming the choice, a message appeared that the move skill was used, moving to the target, hamster. There was dark wallpaper on the walls. Bolander sat at the table, saying that to attract knights just to go hunting. There is no other such coward in the world. Shouldn't someone be sent to find out what happened then? The small hamster tried to climb on the table, while the man said that even if it was God, the threat would not go away. The man noticed the animal that climbed on the table, just as he was saying that he should write in the letter this time. The hamster was wearing glasses. He asked Bolander if he could see him well. The man screamed in fear, asking who he was. Could he hear the devil? The hamster with glasses told him to calm down, saying that he was protecting Margareta. He understood that this was a bit unexpected, but he would explain everything now. The man looked at the beast with disbelief. Next to the paper was an inkwell and a pen. A question was heard. Is it true she was sent to Estram after all? Looking at the sitting beast, the man asked, so he is Mr. Ark's trusted person for growing the world tree? Gehenna in the hamster's body answered that it was hard to believe, but it was true, and Margareta had adapted well to life in the village of Estram, but she was very worried about him. He said that she really wanted to take him out of Gemark. What would he say? The man looked, without asking how this was possible, how he was even going to do it. The hamster sitting on the table answered that there were many ways. If he wanted, he could do it right now. Clenching his fist and saying that he could hardly believe everything he was saying, but it was so ridiculous to ask him for proof, considering everything he had seen on the cliff in general. The hamster clapped his paws, hearing that now he knew that Margareta was alive. He had nothing to regret. Gehenna asked what he was saying. He had nothing to regret? Looking at him, Bolander said that instead of explaining at length, it would be faster to show him everything visually. He called him to follow him, saying that he would show him what the current situation was in Gemark. People were walking down the street. Gehenna in the hamster's body sat on the shoulder of a man, thinking that this definitely felt different. Bolander walked down the street. Looking at the people at the stalls, the hero thought that looking down at them made him feel tender. The man was carrying bricks behind his back. The guy thought that, however, when the view changes, what he feels changes. Looking at this, these people are the ones that this Bartok made to work uselessly. The guys bent over the ground. The hero asked what those sounds were. Sitting on the knight's shoulder, he heard the explanation that these were the bones that the Knights of the Sun left behind. They only eat the tasty parts because they are used to high-quality products. It is disgusting, but this is the only way they can at least eat a little. The man looked down, hearing the hero say that it seems they have problems with food, and said that the problem is that all the top. He analyzes everything regardless of whether he needs it or not. It is scarier. They do not even think about changing the situation. He took a step, hearing that it seems Bartok wants to control everything, and said that as he assumed. He knew about the existence of Bartok. This is an excellent distinctive feature of rulers who cannot control public opinion. Presenting gold bars and jewels on the market, it was said that he was full of pity and wanted to get everything he could get his hands on. The man's gaze became angry. He stood in front of a light building, saying that this was one of the results of his greed. At the gate stood warriors with axes. The man explained that he carefully protects what he likes. Next to the knights, the poor bowed down, asking for alms. The man continued that what remains out of sight, this man simply does not notice. Looking ahead, the hamster heard that this is the current state of affairs in Gemark. Thoughtfully bringing his paw to his chin, the hero thought that the situation is worse than he thought. The gap between the rich and the poor is simply huge. The hamster with glasses thoughtfully looked ahead, thinking that if this continues, it will be a disaster for the Gemark Empire. Many people will die in the process. He cannot allow this to happen. Looking at the man, he asked how Bartok and the residents could be separated, and heard that he did not know. The people who lived were not fools either. The men carried building materials. Bolander said that their own survival depended on them. They would not simply believe in bad rumors. Now the one who gives them at least some crumbs is more important to them. None of them will betray him or turn away. The hero said that apparently it would not be easy to solve the problem in the usual way. The man looked at the hamster sitting on his shoulder. Gehenna looked at him seriously, asking what if people become witnesses of God's power, and heard the question, what power he meant, to which he replied that he had one idea. The unicorn nibbled the grass. He chewed it, sitting on the ground. People were walking near the multi-story buildings. The man apologized, saying that he needed to meet one person for a while. He could look around for now. Gehenna agreed, saying that he would look around. The hero in the hamster's body thought that if he took the mana with him, he could at least change the hearts of people a little, although rather the opposite, it would only cause panic. But thoughtfully touching his face with his paw, the hamster thought that first of all he needed to find out what rumors were currently circulating in Gemark. If the story of the chase between Bartok and Margareta spread even a little, he would need to build a plan based on that. Hands reached out to the beast, who thought that he would first find out what they were talking about here. Fingers grabbed the hamster's body with a cry that they caught him. Gehenna in the hamster's body closed his eyes, hearing that Bolander had always been a person so strong that he had no weak points, but that he was so crazy that he began to talk to a mouse. It was hard to believe. The man in rich clothes held the sphere, saying that Mr. Bartok would be pleased. The hero thought that he was Bartok's man. He did not think that he was following him specifically. The beast opened his mouth, hearing the questions. Did it seem to him that he muttered something earlier? He thought that if everything continued in the same spirit, he thought that he should cancel the movement skill as soon as possible. The system reported that the level was insufficient and cancellation was impossible, which shocked the beast. The man with glowing eyes leaned over and asked, "Can he talk?" Throwing the hamster into the bag, the man said that this was luck. Bolander was talking to the devil in the form of a mouse. If such a rumor was spread, then not only he, but also his knights would be crossed out from the scene. Now is not the time to indulge in dreams. It is necessary to inform Mr. Bartok about everything as soon as possible. Now the Gemark garrison will finally come under his control. The man with the bag in his hand walked away from the box. Yellow flowers bells rang loudly. The pets gathered together. The bear cub asked what was going on. Biam said that it seemed that the owner was captured after he activated the move and went to Gehenna. The connection was broken. The little bear said excitedly that it was terrible. They must find him as soon as possible. Turning to him with displeasure, the cat replied that it was clear. As long as they have an owner, there is a garden. The bear is being watched by wild elves. The man entered the room and told Margareta that she had received a message. He thought it was worth taking a look. The girl slightly turned her head and clarified that she heard that it was brought by a carrier pigeon, the sender Bolander. Her eyes widened. The red-haired girl was holding a letter in her hands, in which it was written that he did not expect that she was right. A creature appeared in front of him, calling himself a representative of the Lord Ark. Looking at the sheet in shock, the heroine read that she would say directly, he had disappeared, they had agreed to meet, but he had never shown up, he had decided to warn her just in case. The heroine clenched her fist until she trembled, reading that she believed that one of the Sun Knights who had been following him before had done something to him. Bartok would probably use him to reassert himself in Gemark. The girl thought about kidnapping the representative of Lord Ark to slander the Knight Commander. She grabbed her sword, cursing. Margareta walked down the corridor, thinking that she had not expected the representatives to personally intervene. But he must have a plan. Since he had done this, she had to find him. Resolutely holding the sword in her hand, Margareta thought that this time Bartok would definitely lose his head. She walked out of the building and saw a white unicorn. Surrounded by lightning, the unicorn carried a girl on its back. Sitting in the light playfulness, she said that it was amazing. He appeared just in time. Thanks for last time. Let him take care of her now too. The girl's eyes looked forward resolutely. Bartok sat in his office, his hand on his face, and said that he claimed that it was a mouse talking to Bolander. Jiha, in the form of a hamster, sat in a small cage, heard the words that yes, it was hard to believe, but it was true. He did not think that Bolander made a deal with the devil. The man glanced at him and said that it was even better for him. The servant bowed, hearing that it was an excellent job, he would reward him later. With such proof he could not do anything else, and replied that it was expected of the master. The hero in the body of a beast sat frowning, and thought that he did not expect to be in a situation in which he was kidnapped by Bartok. He should have been more careful, but he relied too much on skill. After all, this was his first time. The system reported a movement skill, 1 hour 15 minutes left. The hero thought that it looked like he still had a long way to go before the skills would be useful in this situation. A man burst into the room, calling out to the master, shouting that this was an emergency. Bartok raised his hand in displeasure, hearing that he should hurry up and look outside, to which he demanded to speak more clearly. He turned to the window, hearing that an unidentified creature appeared in the sky, and asked what kind of creature, what kind of nonsense was he talking about. The man's eyes widened in fear. A shining white unicorn was hovering in the sky. He asked where did it come from. Frightenedly looking out the window, Bartok heard that they did not know. Let him give the order. The guy shouted that he needed to hide. The second exclaimed, what about the Knight of the Sun? Is he suggesting that they die? Forward, the man heard that they also had to save themselves. To listen to Bartok further, let him run. The man thought fearfully. Why did he appear again? If he stayed here, he would really die. The man rushed to the exit of the room, thinking that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jiha sat in the cage and listened to the man ordering not to follow him. He thought that Painey appeared out of nowhere. He mentally raised his hands and shouted that he was here. Bright traces remained from the unicorn's movement. Margareta stroked his muzzle and thanked him for quickly flying after her. Now let him do his business, and she hers. The unicorn immediately moved on. Touching the shining sword, Margareta said that it was time to act. A golden glow surrounded the horn. Lightning crashed into the building, breaking the cage holding the hamster. He screamed, and Painey noticed it. The hamster fell, closing his eyes and screaming that he would break. But he landed on the unicorn's face. Hugging his pet, Jiha in the beast's body thanked him for saving him and asked to let him go. He needed to check what was happening below. Looking out from the ruins, he said that Bartok had escaped. He needed to follow him. The blade pierced the knight's body. Blood splashed from under the second's armor. Margareta fought with enemies with a furious face, and the hero recognized her. Looking ahead, the hamster thought that Mana had come to the rescue and brought Margareta with her. Maybe she would come in handy. The girl's body and weapon were stained with blood. The hero continued the thought that, for example, to cut out all the cancer cells from the body of the Gemark Empire. Behind him, the knight swung his sword. The hero thought that he too should do everything in his power. The knight charged, shouting that she was a traitor, but crashed into the shield of the man, who asked how he dared to raise his hand against his daughter. Margareta was shocked to see the man with the shield and exclaimed that he was the knight commander. With a small smile, the man turned to her and asked how she had been. Coming closer, Margareta apologized for disturbing. The man said that she had made him nervous, not a single messenger, not a single letter. He put his hand on the girl's head. Looking at her, Bolander said that she was good, she held up well. The heroine stood with her sword lowered, and heard that the reason she had returned here was to fulfill her duty. Let her spread her wings. The Knights of the Black Lion would cover her from behind. The man ran past the surprised people, shouting for them to move away and not get underfoot. Bartok's face was dripping with sweat, shouting that those who dared to stand in his way would be severely punished. The man's eyes widened as he heard someone call his name. He recognized that voice and wondered if the second-in-command had returned. There was an exit ahead, and Bartok thought that if he could reach that arch, if he could hide in the forest, he would be saved. With the help of the arrogant wild elves, he would change the situation. His foot caught on the rope when there was still a little left. The hamster held the rope, over which the man tripped. A black smoke emanated from the girl's body from the use of the Black Lion's steps. With a sharp movement of her sword, Margareta attacked the man. He fell to his knees in blood. A blade appeared near his neck. Bartok heard her call him by name. She held out her sword, saying that from this moment on, in the name of the commander of the Knights of the Black Lion, he was condemned. Bartok leaned down on the ground, thinking that she was saying, "It's over, his gemarch will be destroyed like this. Will everything he did until now to get it go to waste?" He clenched his fist until he was shaking, thinking that he was destined to die like this. The man pulled out a knife from his pocket, shouting that he would not give up so easily. Red rays flew from the weapon. With a swift movement, Margareta attacked him. Blood gushed out from his mouth. He fell to his knees, thinking about his kingdom. Gehenna in the hamster's body watched the fallen man, thinking that he did not want him to die. Was there no better way? He remembered Sung Hyuk's words about leaving future troubles behind was a stupid act. He needed to eliminate the consequences so that the future would be peaceful, and he thought that the world of warriors was unknown to people like him. Opening his mouth, Margareta was breathing heavily. The hero thought that just as he had his own path, he should respect them too. Shining rays appeared around the hamster. He said that in order to understand their actions, you need to observe their world more and show interest in it. The system reported that the skill will end soon. Gehenna stood in the forest with a smile. Seeing the notification that the timer expired, the consciousness completely returned to the original body. Margareta looked at the hamster, thinking, why is he here? A finger pointed to an element on the map, asking him to look carefully. Gehenna showed the map to the insects, saying that if they went along this route, then probably in a month the people from Gemark would arrive. He needed them to help them get to the village of survivors. The bugs listened attentively to him, that they should not think that they were just working. If the population of the village of survivors increased, then they would be able to produce much more of their favorite honey. The Therodrons turned away, whispering. The hero thought that this looked like a scam, said out loud that now they would only be able to eat as much honey as they wanted, so they would try a little more. He imagined the heroes fighting and thought that somehow they had settled the issues with food and buildings thanks to the Therodrons, but the main difficulty was their cultural differences. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero thought that the people of Gemark throughout history denied the existence of God, who would think it reasonable to provide food and help settlers from such a state. Even though the people of Estram may consider him their deity, their discontent will grow. He needs to clarify this point. Selena closed her eyes in prayer and asked him if he thought he was being too casual about their faith. Their believers will work and give themselves completely if that is what it takes. There was a glow in the temple, from which the hero's voice was heard, asking if they would mind being neighbors with the people of Gemark. The girl answered that everything was God's will. They were able to be here thanks to God's grace. Although he was a representative of God, hadn't they dedicated themselves to him? Gehenna scratched his head, hearing that no one in the village would deny it. People with baskets walked across the field. Words were heard that of course, there would be no discontent at all. The people of Gemark were strangers to them. But if they accepted their faith, then eventually they would become one family. With a smile sitting next to the pet, Gehenna said thank you for the conversation and promised to do his best to ensure that the people of Estram did not suffer any damage. The next day, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying that it was hot today. The second one confirmed, saying that they needed to finish quickly and return. They needed to have time to prepare the roads and build houses by the deadline set by the prince. The first one agreed, saying that these babies were amazing. Eddie dug into the ground with the insects, hearing that even on such a hot day they did not rest and continued to work. The prince turned around when the man said that they had finished working in the places he had indicated. The shovel fell to the ground. He said that they were almost done too, so he would check himself a little later. After some time, people were walking along the path. A group of people stood on the path in the field, saying how spacious it was now. It would be much easier for the settlers to get around. Eddie turned to the people and said that they had done a great job. They replied that he had worked hard too, all thanks to the prince. A drop of sweat was running down the blonde's cheek. He thought that it was all thanks to him. And he looked at the beetles that were fanning each other from sweat, thinking, is this true? He remembered how he exclaimed in shock when he learned that 2,000 people would really come here, and heard that at the moment, yes, they would come within a month. Standing in a thoughtful pose, he said that it would be a little difficult even without food and arrangement. From the glow, Gehenna's voice was heard, smiling, saying that they did not need to worry about the arrangement. From the roads of Estram to the houses, he would take care of it. A huge beetle was digging the ground. The guy thought that the representative's power was truly amazing. His warriors even helped in the construction. Thanks to them, they were able to finish everything on time. Eddie smiled, thinking that this way Estram would become even bigger. He should try even harder too. He raised the shovel, exclaiming that everyone should put in a little effort and finish. The people supported him. A glow appeared among the trees. The sun was reflected on the telescope. The elf stood on a branch and asked the observer why it was so noisy. Something happened. It is worth answering that it seems that Prince Eddie is now working on the construction together with the workers. Croydel looked there, asking why suddenly he has no reason to start an unexpected construction. Kreutz held the telescope and said that she did not know exactly why, but it seemed that they were preparing to accept settlers. They repaired the roads and are building a whole village nearby. The elf asked if the settlers were from Gemark, where a split recently occurred. The girl answered that the probability of this is high, but she is confused by one thing: the ideologies of Estram and Gemark, as it seems to her, are completely opposite. The elf answered that they can try, and then we will see. Sitting on the tree, the girl said that no matter how you look at it, people's lives are at stake. She does not think that their leader is so reckless. Croydel replied that people's affairs are unpredictable. Now is not the time to worry about others. The salt they got last time is almost gone. The elf took a step, hearing that he ate almost all of it, and said that in any case, a way to establish friendly relations with Estram, since this is a village under the patronage of a deity, then they must have keys to unravel the world tree. On the ground stood a hamster with glasses. Words were heard that having got along with them, they will find out besides the world tree and in the meantime get some salt. The elf noticed the hamster. He smiled and in Gehenna's voice said that he was pleased to meet him. Shocked, Croydel opened his mouth in horror, thinking that this was a talking hamster. There was a burning candle on the table. That same evening the public council of Estram, the prince asked, has everyone come? Margareta and Bolander were sitting at the table. Selena replied that all the representatives he mentioned were here. The heroes replied that now it remained to wait for the last guest. Kreutz smiled, and Croydel thought about the talking hamster. The door to the room opened. Eddie stood up with a smile, saying that the representative had come. However, BM walked forward with the image of a tiger behind him. The heroes sitting at the table discussed the dawn. Not just a leopard, is it really just an animal? Is he coming here? Gehenna sat on BM's back in the body of a hamster and said that he was a representative. I turned to the girl, saying that the representative of God, a hamster. Gehenna raised his paws, saying that he only temporarily settled in the hamster. In fact, he is not so different from them. Exhaling, he said that since everyone was gathered here, he stopped near the table, saying that they would start a meeting of representatives of the surviving countries of Gehenna. During the meeting, the participants shared information about the state of affairs in their settlements, actively sought ways to integrate the settlers from Gemark, so they agreed on further cooperation. The hamster in glasses looked ahead. During the discussion, Gehenna thought about something. He imagined a man who said goodbye to an elf, and thought that over time, many tribes living in Gehenna would begin to respect each other. The guy carried a barrel with an elf. The hero thought about helping and being more friendly towards neighbors. The hamster stood next to BM and thought that a bright future for their peaceful life would come, and said that they would move on to the next issue. In the Estram community, the girl ran her fingers over a sheet of paper, saying that then they would end the meeting for today. Selena smiled sweetly and thanked everyone for coming all the way from far away, and said that it seemed like it would be nice to have such meetings more often so that they could share news with each other. Bolander confirmed. Kreutz said that she liked it too. Eddie looked at Croydel and asked how he liked today's meeting. He replied that they were not here for the exchange, but first of all to find at least some information about the world tree. Resources are important, of course, but the world tree itself is more important to him. The prince laughed, saying that the very fact that such an event was held means that the races living in Gehenna strive for harmony with each other, so he thinks they should be grateful to the representative for giving them this opportunity. Gehenna in the hamster body smiled sweetly at the words of gratitude and said that they were all arguing about coming, so he, on the contrary, was more grateful to them. He remembered that he had something for them. The saint sat down next to the beast and asked what exactly he had prepared. The hero replied that it was nothing special. He had grabbed it from the garden before coming here. The girl looked down in surprise, thinking that it was something from the representative's garden, and heard that it was this. Her face lit up with a glow. She looked at the green branch with leaves, saying that it was a branch of the world tree. Sparks flew from the installation of the fence. A sign was put up that said, "Keep out." The hamster looked shocked, and the girl bowed deeply, thanking him, and said that it was a kind of world tree, so it was a given. A fence was put up around the branch that was planted in the ground. He said that they had put it up very quickly. Selena replied that even this was not enough for a branch of the world tree, but it was urgent, so she asked for understanding. The elf frowned, wondering if this was really a branch of the world tree. A few hours later, grass grew in the clearing. A large tree grew behind the fence. Covering her face with her hands, Kreutz said that it really was the world tree. Selena thought with a touching smile that she was sure that it had completely burned down during the Great War, but now she could see it again. The elves bowed. Kreutz thanked them for letting him see the world tree again. Gehenna asked them to take care of it. With tears in his eyes, he exclaimed that he would do his best. Not far from the mountains, a shining tree grew. Words were heard that now the world tree had lowered its roots to Gehenna. Bear looked at the dog and said that now that there was a world tree in Estram, hadn't they created the conditions for summoning? Doggo replied that the world trees from different worlds resonated with each other. They would soon need to start cleaning. As soon as the cat appeared, they would begin. Flying nearby, the parrot asked if they had to do this. The dog replied that the owner had given the Therdrons too much work, so there was no point in contacting them. The bear clarified that there were more than 1,000 of them. Were they all busy? And simply said discontentedly to just do it and not grumble. 2 hours later, a dog's paw was standing in the 8th zone. A monster with one eye stuck out its tongue. Words were heard about how many monsters there were. Looking there, the bear said that they had to clear this place so that they could summon him. Biam in his large form walked forward, saying that they did not have time for unnecessary chatter. The sooner they cleaned up, the sooner they would go home. There were sharp claws on the white paw. Opening his mouth, the tiger roared. Bright rays flew forward. A shock wave flew at the monsters. Surrounded by radiance, the animals walked forward. Words were heard that the report was being conducted from the scene of the incident. At the moment, apparently, there was a conflict between two groups of monsters in the 8th sector. The bear hit with its paw with force. The reporter said that these monsters were different from those that were in the dungeon categories before. They looked like animals that they knew. Bright marks were left from the tiger's claws. Words were heard that it seemed that these creatures were cleaning up the remaining monsters in the 8th sector. They were protecting the nearby townspeople and buildings. Bright lightning surrounded the monsters. The host said that the origin of these creatures has not yet been determined, but there is an assumption that they are not monsters hostile to people. Stroking the unicorn, Gehenna said that he wondered where they all went, but it turns out they are there. At the same time, in Sunghyuk and Hyejin's house, a man picked up the phone. Looking at the screen in surprise, the brunette recognized the dog. He quickly put on his sweater, telling the girl that he needed to step away for a while. He would be back soon. Hyejin asked where he was going. How was breakfast? The girl crossed her arms in displeasure, saying that she still couldn't talk him out of it. The car was driving quickly along the road. Sunghyuk was driving. He heard that about 2 hours ago, these beast-like monsters appeared in this place. At present, the cleansing had progressed so far that there were almost no monsters left in the 8th district, and finally, the lover of the 8th sector was going to go one-on-one with these monsters. Doggo powerfully hit the enemy with his paw. The commentator said that he missed the decisive blow. He was defeated by none other than the wolf-like monster. It looks very similar to the one in the 6th rank dungeon. Is he really on the side of the people? The car stopped. The guy approached the others, asking what the situation was at the moment. He was asked what he was doing here. Looking at Hyung-suk, the boy said that he came to talk to that wolf when the situation was resolved. Hyung-suk said that if you think about it, they have a connection with that creature. Turning around, he said that the boy was just in time. Everything had just ended, and the staff of the Hunter Association was going to scout everything. He would arrange everything, so he could too. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the ground. The boys froze tensely. Sunghyuk asked if their battle was not over yet. The sky seemed to be covered with cracks. Words were heard that no, the ruler was definitely defeated, but that it was sudden. A rift appeared in the sky. The heroes covered themselves with their hands, protecting themselves from the strong wind and debris. Sunghyuk's eyes widened in surprise from recognition. In the space in front of him, houses and trees appeared, and he recognized Estram. The hero took a step. Looking around, the brunette said that it was impossible for the entire Estram village to be summoned. Hyung-suk added that they needed to immediately block off this entire area. If it really was Estram, they had to protect all the residents. The boy looked away tensely, thinking how this was possible. If it really was Estram, then he would be able to meet them again. He imagined Selena and Eddie. Hyung-suk looked at the boy in surprise, hearing the words of gratitude that thanks to this he could finally see them, and asked who. Eddie swung his sword, counting to 90-89. The boy turned around in surprise, hearing his name being called, and recognized that voice. Sunghyuk waved at him with a sweet smile. The prince asked if he was imagining things now. Running closer, he recognized his friend, who replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Before that he fell into Gehenna, and now he was on the ground. The blonde was surprised. The boy pointed his finger and asked, apparently, he did not know yet if he could see that mountain. He said that of course. However, He was shocked that the mountain was gone and exclaimed where it went. Sung-hyuk laughed. Wiping away tears of laughter, he greeted the prince of the Estram kingdom on the ground. The plant was illuminated in red. Someone's hand appeared from the ground, saying that 2 different worlds had finally united thanks to the world tree. The girl smiled predatorily, saying that she could now meet the gardener of the god. A finger tapped on the table. Looking to the side, Eddie said that according to people's words, the place where they are now is not Gehenna, but a world called Earth, the brunette confirmed. Margareta looked down in shock, saying that she could not believe it, and Selena said that the mountain really disappeared. Why did the gods send them such a test? Hyung-suk looked ahead tensely, thinking that everyone was completely confused, and it was natural. Sung-hyuk assumed that they were surprised, because the mountain suddenly disappeared. He slapped his hand on the table and asked to be allowed to introduce himself again. With a determined look, the hero said that he was Sung-hyuk, a Korean hunter, and invited everyone gathered to discuss what awaited them and how to proceed. In the tall multi-story buildings a few days later, at a press conference of the Korean Hunters Association, words were heard that a live broadcast of the conference of people from Gehenna was being broadcast. Someone answered that he had just passed by and would say that they were not much different from them, since this handsome guy who was walking was the first prince there, so they would take pictures of them on the way out. Eddie sat at the microphone with a smile, saying that therefore they, survivors who had no shelter, expressed their deep gratitude to the Korean Hunters Association, the government representatives who received them so well, and asked them to accept their sincere gratitude. The guy stood behind the podium, saying that in the future they will study, receiving support from the Hunters Association and the government, and at the same time he is ready to sign a contract to transfer all the required information. The guy in the suit smiled, hearing that this agreement could not be called unfair. Someone exclaimed that he was really very handsome. His words were confirmed, saying that he was a prince. No wonder he was so handsome. The girls looked at the phone. One of them said that he said that he lived in the forest near the 8th district, and they should go there someday. Wiping the bottle, Jiha thought that he was very surprised to see the news. Who would have thought? Now Gehenna would be on the ground. But what did these little hooligans do? And in the sky above the forest, white clouds floated. Pulling the cheeks of the bear, Jiha asked if they would say what happened. Was it they who did it? The cat and dog turned away excitedly. While the guy asked what they did this time, he thought that most likely it happened under the instructions of the world tree. Stretching the cheeks of the bear, he thought that this time too. Then he closed his eyes and said that they were probably hungry, they should eat first. He put down a plate of food. While the pets were eating, the guy turned around, realizing that if Estram was here, the connection with the miniature world was broken, but he saw that it was not. He looked at the small buildings, saying that it meant he could observe and interfere as before. He looked at one of the houses, saying that the difference now was that his decision could affect the earth as well. Looking down, Jiha thought that it felt like he had become a deity. But thanks to this incident, it turned out that he understood the purpose of the world tree. The sun's rays penetrated through the leaves. The hero thought that this was the migration of the survivors of Gehenna to the earth. Smiling slightly, the guy said that it seemed like he would have more work. Now he would have to observe 2 worlds. A girl in black shoes a few days later at Jiha's general store said that this is the pride of the 7th district. Wayan pointed and said that this is a general store and a world tree. Her palm touched the trunk. Kreutz turned around with a smile and said with confidence that this is a world tree. It is still small, but one cannot help but admit how much it has grown in just a few months. Selena intertwined her fingers and said that it was incredible that it could exist on Earth. Uncle Forward, she thought that the representative said that his garden also has a world tree. Did he mean this place then perhaps in this world? Entering the room, Wayan said that this is a general store. The elf added that she could smell the pleasant smell of wood. Selena looked forward in surprise, hearing the girl say that she brought customers to him. Jiha held the pet in his arms and greeted the guests. Looking at him excitedly, the saint thought that this voice seemed familiar. The girl added that it was a cute white cat. It felt like she had seen it somewhere. The red-haired one said that such a color can rarely be found. There should be plenty of foraged animals here in Estram. The saint's eyes opened wide. She went downstairs. There were bags of salt. Kreutz said that Gehenna was a beautiful place where animals of different colors coexist. Wayan added that she also wanted to visit them at least once. Remembering the bag that appeared, Selena thought that this could not be, assuming that this is the same salt. She turned to the hero whom Margareta met, and thought about this person. The boy shook the girl's hand, saying that he was glad to meet her. He had heard a lot about her, and decided that he would pretend not to know her for now. He said that he heard that she was a brave knight from the Jamark garrison. The 7th and 8th districts were next to each other, so let her come again. Looking at him, Margareta said that according to Hayin, both his potions and scrolls were considered the best in this country. Jiha scratched his head awkwardly, saying that she was praising him too much. He was still not good enough. Putting her hands on her hips, Margareta said that he was very modest. Perhaps she should ask him for help, a boy in a dungeon. She imagined a battle between knights and monsters, and said that with the knights under her command, she wanted to try herself as a hunter. After all, they can't rely on the government forever. Holding a vial of red liquid in his hand, Jiha thought that she must be talking about the Black Elves. They are strong enough even compared to Korean hunters. So everything will be fine. He said that he hopes she can do it, and this is his little present. Taking the vial, the girl thanked him and said that she will rely on him in the future. The scent of flowers touched her nose. She recognized this smell. Turning around, Selena called her, saying that it seems like he wants to show her something. She thought that she smelled a similar scent when they climbed that creature. Smiling a little, the girl thought that it was him. They will finally meet. Wayan said with a smile that they will go and see each other next time. The door closed. The guy wished them a good journey. Suddenly he saw a piece of paper lying on the table, saying that it was a strange feeling to see in real life those whom he had previously only seen in miniature. He rolled up the paper and thought, who left this? He held the note and was silent. The stars were shining in the sky above the forest. The guy walked through the forest with his pet and remembered the note that she needed to tell him something. It would be good if he came to the village of Estram. Selena. He thought about what happened. If you think about it, they only met today. Stopping, he thought about how she secretly wanted to see him. The guy stopped at the door, thinking that this was the first time he came here in human form. Voices were heard behind the shining door. Selena and Margareta opened the door and greeted Jiha. There was a mug of tea on the table. The guy said that he was very surprised to see that they left a note. Looking forward, Jiha said that they wrote that they wanted to say something. Did something happen? Selena held a mug, saying that it was nothing special. The people on Earth took very good care of them. She called today because she wanted to ask some questions. The hero asked excitedly. She wanted to ask something, and he heard that he did. Looking down, the saint asked if he believed in God. She imagined a man surrounded by a glow. Selena said that she did not know how things were on Earth, but in their world, there were supreme deities. The creator of the world took care of Gehenna, but then suddenly disappeared. But just recently a representative of the supreme deity appeared and took Gehenna under his wing. This is what happened in Gehenna. He claimed to be a being from another world where the world tree existed. They were shocked by this, so they came here to see for themselves. The girl remembered how Wayan showed them the world tree, and continued that they saw the world tree of another world. Looking forward, the saint continued that therefore she had reasonable suspicions that a being calling itself a representative of a god might be on Earth. Jiha listened to her silently. Selena closed her eyes and said that even if it was a coincidence that a world tree had grown next to his general store, she was finally convinced of her suspicions when she saw a bag similar to the one they received with salt, and also that he had come to the last meeting together with a nature god, just like now. The guy sitting at the table heard a direct question. Was he by any chance a representative of the supreme deity? And thought that since she spoke with such confidence, there was no point in denying it. The girls looked at him with slight smiles while he thought that he could reveal his true identity to these people. Jiha, smiling, confirmed it. He stroked Biam's head, saying that he was that representative. Sitting opposite, the hero slowly told about the events that had happened, and how he became a representative, and what work he represented. Biam licked his paw. The hero told how exactly he had supported Gehenna during all this time, told everything that could be told. Looking down, Jiha thought that after this frankness he felt as if a stone had been lifted from his soul. He was tormented by fears that they would expose him, and thoughts about the consequences. But now he felt relieved. Selena fell to her knees, exclaiming. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She begged and asked for forgiveness for the impudent suspicions, the inappropriate behavior of a narrow-minded servant. Jumping up from his chair, the guy began to exclaim that he was not a god. Margareta asked if this meant that Mr. Jiha, that is, the supreme deity, stood behind all the events. With a smile, the hero answered that this was not so. In most cases he acted according to the will of the world tree, although he interpreted everything in his own way. The girl's eyes widened in shock at the realization that all of this was the will of the world tree. Jiha took a sip from his mug, while Margareta thought that if the truth about this man was revealed, the world would turn upside down. But he calmly told them everything anyway. Holding the mug, the hero said that he had a request. The girls approached, exclaiming for him to speak. Coughing into his fist, the hero asked them not to reveal his identity to anyone and to treat him as an ordinary person. Folding her fingers, Selena asked again that the supreme deity, that is, Jiha, wants to live an ordinary life? Stroking his pet, the brown-haired man said that due to the fact that he managed to do something, it seems that it will not go without noise, and since they now know his secret, he would be very grateful for their help in the future. Sometimes he can turn to them with unreasonable requests. Margareta clenched her fist, saying decisively that he was her savior. She pledged her loyalty to him. A system window appeared next to her, stating that she had pledged her loyalty to him. He could register Margareta's contractor as his warrior. Once accepted, her abilities would increase dramatically. She would be forever bound by the oath of loyalty, and he would also be able to track her and contact her if necessary. Jiha looked at the information window in surprise, asking if he was ready to register, and thought, a warrior contract. He repeated in surprise that he was being asked to register Margareta as a warrior. Selena smiled through her tears, saying that the warrior of the supreme deity was a being that had not appeared since the time of the bad dragons. She introduced the knight, and said that divine warriors were an honorary title, a knight appointed by the god himself. She introduced the fighting heroes and said that they were the ones who appeared in the Age of Dragons by the will of the supreme deity, punishing evil and restoring balance. The man in the white suit sat on the throne. She continued that these beings, famous for serving only the will of the god, are the divine warriors of the bad dragons. Gehenna excitedly asked if she was sure that she wanted this. It would be impossible to change her mind after. Besides, she also has her own goals in life. Margareta's eyes were burning with determination. She said that thanks to his help she got a second life. Let him appoint her as his warrior. Even risking her life, she would definitely protect him. The hero said that it was not worth risking life. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze. His finger reached for the reject button. He said that he was asking for forgiveness, but no. Margareta slapped her palm on the table, exclaiming why he did not like her. Selena said that she was sorry, but since it was his decision, nothing could be done. The hero replied that no, disposing of someone else's life was not for him. Gehenna waved his hand, said that wasn't it more important for them to be bound by trust than to risk their lives for some warrior title and oath. Selena said that he was right. Human relationships were more important than being tied to the system. Margareta touched his chest, said that she would be glad if he would call her informally from now on, since she was called Captain. Selena handed him the book, Thoughts on the Age of Dragons, and asked him to take it with him. The hero thanked her. Standing next to her, the girl said that after reading it, he would be able to understand what kind of creatures dragons were, and why they disappeared without a trace. There was also a mention of warriors. The heroes were visible in the window sitting at the table. Margareta said what it meant. That drop he dropped then. The hero said that he did it. She was very surprised. The girl exclaimed that she knew it. It was incredible. A few days later in the bright building of the Gehenna department store. On the table were two books. Thoughts on the Age of Dragons. And Dragons, those who call themselves neutral. Touching his chin, the hero wondered if the warriors of the deity from the Age of Dragons were really so important. Margareta seemed very determined. The guy opened the book, saying that he would not change his mind, but it would not hurt to study everything deeper. He imagined red dragons and other creatures, reading about the Age of Dragons, which was a romantic time when dragons, humans and monsters coexisted. Dragons were given the role of neutrals by the main deity. Their mission was to mediate in long interspecies wars, but at some point, some dragons began to think differently. The dragon showed his claws, saying that he was now the god of Gehenna. No one dared to contradict him. This is Astragon. Intoxicated by the praise of people, he forgot his role as a neutral and began to act like a ruler. Looking at the book, the hero said that this is the named god. Closing the book, Gehenna continued that the mad dragon was stopped by the nature gods and sent into captivity. They placed the bones of the defeated dragon in the sanctuary, and because of him, the dragons lost their neutrality. This is simply unbelievable. The hero looked down and said that it means that a divine warrior is someone who fought alongside the nature gods. Then somehow it all looks like a novel, probably because there are heroes and dragons. The hero looked down, saying that the plot is great. If you use such a fairy tale plot, the immersion will be simply magnificent. The guy imagined the warriors standing next to the dragon and said that it can be used as a plot to create a themed dungeon. Later, the hero sat thoughtfully surrounded by insects, saying that it is obvious that opening a training gate for beginners next to the store can be useful for low-ranking hunters, but for the growth of mid- and high-ranking hunters, he was worried that without the main concept it will be a little boring, but with the plot, everything will work out. The hero smiled happily at the insects, thinking that if we exclude the banal story of the hero defeating the dragon and saving the princess, to complete the picture, the boss should be a living dragon. He thinks the hunters who come to train will like it too. The guy smiled, thinking that an evil dragon that upsets the balance between people and monsters, wanting to become the ruler of the world, even he thinks it's cool. The finger touched the system window that the building of the new miniature world was completed, saying that you can still add monsters that protect the dragon's lair. You need to set the level limit to 35, the number of participants to 10. Gehenna clapped his hands and said that it was almost done. He only had to make a model of the dungeon, dragon figurines and hunters. The bear cub stood behind the heroes, who said that they should try together. The bear looked at the parrot sitting on the branch, who said that getting to Gehenna was a big hassle, and said that there was nothing to be done. In order to get the materials for arranging the dungeon and the rewards, they would have to go right now and find everything. A glowing portal appeared nearby. Hong said that they were leaving. Flying next to the bear, the parrot asked if it was okay if they went alone. The bear replied that they were the smartest. The space in the glow moved like ripples on water. He told them to watch carefully. The goat with glasses was chewing a leaf in the library. Stand still, he heard his name being called. The bear extended his paw and called him with him somewhere. The goat was shocked when the paw grabbed him. In the empty library, only a golden glow remained. Clouds floated in the clear sky. Animals stood in the center of the desert. The sweaty bear asked the goat if they were going in the right direction. He said discontentedly that they had been walking through this desert for more than 2 hours, but nothing appeared on the horizon. The goat bleated. Someone's light paw appeared in the sand. The parrot translated that he was saying not to blame him. The bear poked his paw discontentedly and saying that it turns out that they are going at random, not even knowing where. The animals turned, looking at the fallen rabbit. The bear asked what it was. The stranger got up, looking at them. With tears in his eyes, the rabbit waved his paw. What was he doing? Hong said that he was talking. It seemed to ask for help. The light paw grabbed him, while the bear asked what kind of help could a rabbit expect in the desert. He was confused when the stranger pulled him forward and asked where they were going. The light rabbit frowned. A monster they met in the middle of the desert. The dark monster had sharp teeth. It raised its mouth, towering over the beasts. It was a drake. Looking at the sky, the hero thought that they would not be able to pass without losses. They needed to come up with a plan quickly. The bear took its normal form and hit the monster with its paw. Then it turned to the many rabbits. The light rabbit spread its paws, protecting the others, and wondered if it really wanted to eat them. Problems were pouring out one after another. Suddenly, it saw a rabbit waving its paw. Looking closely, the second rabbit thought that it was the little one who ran for help. Gehenna stretched, sitting in the Garden of Dreams a few hours later, and thought about what to do today. He turned to the side, noticing something. Looking at the trees, he said that the fog in the east had cleared. The cat and dog happily rubbed against his legs. He said that they had returned. The beasts ran forward. Gehenna said that maybe they could play together and explore the new territory at the same time. Suddenly, the guy noticed a glow below. A lot of rabbits ran out of the open portal. The hero was scared, wondering where the flock of rabbits came from. Barriers appeared behind the long ears. Among the rabbits was a bear, a parrot, and a goat. The guy asked where they came from. One of the rabbits approached the guy, who said that it was good that they brought friends, but where would they settle everyone in the garden? Stroking the animal on the head, the hero asked, "He is the leader of the pack, nice to meet you." He sat down next to the rabbit looking around and asked what to do. There is no suitable place for them in the garden, maybe ask the pterodons to help. The rabbits turned their tails up. They diligently dug the ground. As a result, the rabbits dug holes in the ground. Looking at this, the hero thought that it seems that they have already settled in themselves. The guy smiled and greeted the rabbits in the garden. Sitting down next to the leader, he said that since they were now a family, he needed a name, Rabbit, Moon Rabbit, shortened to Moony. The leader of the pack cutely tapped his paw, hearing that he was here now. The guy turned to the bear and asked how he found them. The guy's hand was on the head of the rabbit, who said that they met the group in the desert. Now it was clear, they helped them because they were in danger. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero said that it was strange, a drake in the desert, they live in the swamps. The hero saw how the rabbit opened the shining gate, and was surprised by this. The glow showed bones with it. As a result, a large skeleton appeared. Looking at it in fear, Gehenna thought that these were dragon bones. Now it was clear, the drake was hunting the rabbit, because he had dragon bones. Looking at the huge skeleton, the guy asked where he got them from and what kind it was. A branch touched the palms of the guy. The rabbit drew figures on the ground and the boy realized that they had fought a dragon. The bones were hidden in the mountains. This was from the book Selena. Could these be Astragon's bones? The boy turned around, thinking about the dragon bones. Then he slapped his fist on his palm and decided to create a dragon for the dungeon. Leaning towards the rabbit, the boy asked if he could use the bones. A system notification about obtaining the life creation skill appeared in front of him just when he was saying that he would make a clay doll and then rehearse the scene. And he thought that life creation was incredible. Such a skill really existed. The hero looked down and thought out loud that according to the description, he needed to inhale a soul. But where could he get one? A sound reached the guy's ear. The insects stretched out their paws to the fire near the dragon's bones. They were holding a fireball, and the guy wondered if this was his soul. Gehenna waved his hands with a smile and said that he thought so. They understood him. He would use it wisely. There was a brown figure lying on the ground. Next to the glow was the body of a dragon. The hero said that he would create it based on the skeleton. The glow engulfed the figure. The guy said that if Astragon's soul merged with the tree, the tyrant's memory would disappear. Only the essence of the noble dragon would remain. He reached his finger to the system window with the use button and said that it remained to activate the skill. The system notified that the skill was activated. The creature will be guided by past memories. The dragon was surrounded by radiance. The system reported that the great soul had acquired a new form, 2 hours and 31 minutes until awakening. Gehenna wiped his forehead, saying that the main part was completed. It remained to transfer the dragon to a miniature. The dragon opened its eyes. Raising its head, it thought where it was, what kind of place it was, as if it had awakened after a long sleep. Flying over the trees, it thought that there was something alien in its body. It needed to figure it out itself. Turning its muzzle, it thought that the capital was here. Astragon flew over the desert, wondering where everyone had disappeared to. Then his gaze became surprised. In front of him was a huge purple portal. He opened his mouth in surprise, asking what it was. Suddenly the image became blurry. The portal slammed shut and the dragon flew down towards the city.